Hello everyone. We hope you're doing well. We're doing great, and we truly appreciate your ongoing support. We'd like to briefly address some comments regarding our audiobook series. Rest assured, progress is ongoing. That said, your feedback is vital. If there's a novel you particularly enjoy and want to hear more of, please let us know in the comments. Each chapter requires a financial investment, so we can only continue series that receive strong audience interest. Although we retain core names and plot lines, we make significant editorial changes to enhance clarity, pacing, and immersion. These are not simple recitations. We work hard to deliver a polished, thoughtful listening experience. Without sufficient feedback or engagement, we may need to discontinue a series. So if you're enjoying something, don't stay silent. Your input truly matters. Note, our default audio speed is 3x. If that's too fast, let us know. We're happy to adjust it. Interested in early access to unreleased audiobooks? Visit our Patreon. You'll get to experience new content before it reaches YouTube. Just to clarify, I'm a fan like you. I've purchased these novels and adapted them with care, while respecting all rights and guidelines. For updates, follow us on Facebook and Twitter, X. YouTube update: recently, YouTube flagged some of our content for including mature themes, realistic violence, and darker story elements. As a result, we've decided to stop uploading anything that violates YouTube's guidelines. If you'd like access to the full, uncut versions including the more intense or mature content, you can find them on our Patreon page, where we upload everything first. Available now on Patreon: Shattered Innocence transmigrated into a novel as an extra. Transmigrating over 10,000 years late, I was forced to become a mighty presence. I, the celestial dragon, rule the heavens through the double gate, reigning supreme in countless worlds with peace taming, Tower of God sequence strength, cultivation when you take things to the extreme. Naruto Izuno with cyst. WTF, the centuries-old ancestor in our family take concubine again. Plus 18, Ichi, reincarnated in Bleach as a wizard. Thanks for listening and happy listening. Chapter 1, The Beginning. 1. Gabriel was his name. This was the name his father had given him. He was completely unaware of who his mother was. Apparently, she had a freak accident during her pregnancy. From what he had gathered from his dad, something invisible had attacked her. Well, Gabriel didn't know much more. All he knew was that his mom had died after giving birth to him. His mom was Japanese, while his dad was Mexican. The reason why his name was Gabriel, even though, he was in Japan right now. Well, none of that really mattered. Ever since he was a kid, he had liked playing with Play-Doh. Play. The way he could shape it into whatever he wanted had always managed to bring a smile to his face. He had worked his ass off, studied everything he could in order to get into one of Japan's best universities for medicine. Since he was planning to become a surgeon in the future, he needed that degree to get a good job, in order to help his father, who had raised him alone. Unfortunately, we are booked. We cannot accept another participant, the Japanese man said with quite a gentle smile. Gabriel looked at the man, his eyes stunned. Wait, what? But sir, I have the best theoretical scores in this district. I got a scholarship for this school, why am I being rejected? Gabriel practically begged. He was the best choice, that, he knew. No one could look him dead in the eyes and tell him that someone was better than him. They would be lying if they said such a thing. Someone better than Gabriel simply didn't exist in this time period. He was the best there was, especially with his nifty skill. Ever since he was a kid, he had gained the ability to manipulate the shapes of objects somehow. Later in life, he realized he could do it to practically anything, including the air. Using this skill, he had aced every practical exam. He was like the Albert Einstein of the medical world. So why wasn't he allowed in? Gabriel looked at the man's gaze, the way the man seemed to stare at his tan skin. Oh. So this was what this was about. This was so fucking unfair. I apologize, but your scholarship has been given to someone else. We are deeply sorry if we caused you any problems. This was so fucking unfair. Just because he was a bit more tanned, suddenly, there was a problem. Being a normal human and unable to understand anything about the spiritual realm, Gabriel was unaware that his spiritual energy was leaking into the world. Sorry for bothering you. I wish you well, Gabriel said, acting polite before leaving the office. He hated this. Why did his dad have to move to Japan right before it closed its borders again? He sighed a bit. His dad just had to go and get a Japanese woman pregnant within the first 5 months of moving to the country. Well, his mom was pretty, but still, not reason enough to do what his father did. Sighing again, he walked back home, making sure to ignore the stares he was getting from the people around him. He hated this. Having to work 10 times as hard just to be able to compete with people who did the bare minimum. That was stressful. As Gabriel stepped into the small apartment, he let out a weary sigh. It wasn't much, just a cheap space tucked away in a rundown building, but it was home. "Ya estás aquí, your home," his father's calm voice greeted him from the worn couch, where he sat with an old book in hand. "See? Ya leg, yeah. I'm here," Gabriel replied, his tone heavy with disappointment. His father didn't need to ask. He already knew. "Tinagar Labika Atravez, verdad? They turned down your scholarship again, didn't they?" "See? Yeah." Gabriel couldn't even bring himself to meet his father's eyes. The man had worked 3 jobs, bent his back, and swallowed his pride countless times just to provide for him. Gabriel felt a deep pit of shame in his stomach. He was supposed to make it all worth it, to make his father proud. But here he was, empty-handed again. "No te preocupes tanto, don't feel too down," his father said, standing up and placing a calloused hand on Gabriel's head. Gabriel felt the roughness of his father's skin, the scars etched into it like stories of struggle. Yet, despite their rugged texture, his father's hands were the gentlest thing in the world. "Lo siento, Papa." "I'm sorry, Dad," Gabriel's voice cracked. "He falado, I've failed you." His father pulled him close, one arm wrapped firmly around him, the other brushing through Gabriel's hair. "Te vasarinder, después de todo lo que hemos pasado? Are you giving up after everything we've been through?" His father murmured, his tone unwavering and warm. I try so hard," Gabriel began, his voice trembling as tears welled up. "And every time, I get shot down. I'm almost 20, Papa, Dad. I finished high school 4 years ago, at the top of my class. And still, every college I apply to rejects me." His voice broke completely as the dam of emotions spilled over. "No es justo, it's not fair," he choked out, fists trembling at his sides. "This isn't fair. I know I can do so much more if they'd just give me a chance." His father stayed quiet, his hold steady, letting Gabriel pour out his frustrations. "They always want me at first," Gabriel continued bitterly. "When they read my essays, when they hear me speak on the radio, they're impressed. But when I show up in person, they ask the same damn question, 'How is your Japanese so good? You almost sound like a native.'" Gabriel gritted his teeth, his tears falling freely. "They look at me, and I know, what they're thinking, he's not one of us." His father sighed deeply, holding his son as he cried. "Hi Joe, son," he began softly, "La vida nunca será justa, life will never be fair. Pero no se trata de lo que nos pasa, but it's not about what happens to us. Se trata de como seguimos adelante, it's about how we move forward." He paused, stroking Gabriel's hair with his work-worn fingers. "Tú no eres un fracaso, Gabriel, you are not a failure, Gabriel. Eres mi orgullo, you are my pride." ¿Entiendes eso? Do you understand that? Mi orgullo, my pride. Gabriel clung to his father like a lifeline, the warmth of the embrace cutting through the storm of his thoughts. "Pero, Papa." "But, Dad, no hay peros, no buts," his father interrupted gently but firmly. "Levanta la cabeza, hi Joe, lift your head, son. Mira todo lo que ya has logrado, look at everything you've already accomplished. Todo esto no será en vano, none of this will be in vain. ¿Quién soy yo para rendirme, después de verte lucrando? Who am I to give up after seeing you fight so hard?" Chapter 2, Hollow Attack, 2. Gabriel sat in silence, his face still streaked with tears. His father, noticing the weight of his son's sorrow, stepped into the small kitchen. A few minutes later, the rich and familiar aroma of home-cooked food filled the apartment. "Hice algo que te gusta, hi Joe, I made something you like, son," his father said in his usual calm tone. The man was carrying a plate. The plate was filled with Gabriel's favorite dishes, tender carnitas, fragrant rice, fresh tortillas, and a side of guacamole that his father always prepared with extra lime, just how Gabriel liked it. He had good taste. "Papa. You didn't have to," Gabriel whispered, feeling just a tad bit overwhelmed. "Why come, shut up and eat," his father added with a soft laugh. The man set the plate down in front of him. "Trabajando para enseñarte no dejar la comida se free, I worked so hard to teach you not to let food get cold." Gabriel hesitated for a moment. Here he was, about to give up altogether, and his dad, once again, was there as a beacon of hope. He controlled himself, making sure not to bawl his eyes out. His father's reassuring smile helped him move forward. He picked up a tortilla, tearing a piece before savoring the first bite. As he took the first bite, the food tasted incredible, just like he had remembered it. His father watched him with pride etched deeply into his face. The joy in his expression was present for the whole world to see. "Así me gusta, hi Joe, that's how I like it, son. It's the best," he said with a smile. As he spoke, Gabriel raised his hand, and the food on his plate began to levitate. Small chunks of carnitas floated in the air, twirling gently around him as if they were being pulled by something. The guacamole followed suit, spinning like a tiny green whirlpool. Gabriel was unaware of it. But he was using his full bearing, though he himself had no idea of the danger such an ability brought. His father chuckled, clapping his hands. Myra Nadamas. Mihijoshin talento, would you look at that? My son has talent. Gabriel grinned, feeling his father's approval. This felt nice. He, however, began to feel a very uneasy sensation. Something felt off. Something about this felt very off. And then he heard it, a distant, guttural roar that sent a chill down his spine. Gabriel heard something dark, something that made him freeze. He felt dread as the primal roar grew louder. His father did not seem to have been able to hear any of that noise. Before he could move to tell his father to get out of the house, to get away from that scream, the wall behind them exploded. A massive hollow burst into the room, its grotesque mask gleaming in the dim light. Its clawed hands were outstretched, and its insatiable hunger was palpable. This beast was odd, having what seemed to be a hole outside of his body. Papa. Dad, Gabriel yelled. Panic gripped him as the creature did not give him time to react before lunging at him. Before he could move, the hollow's claws swiped toward him. Gabriel shut his eyes tightly. He was scared. This felt like the end. He decided to brace himself for it. 1 second passed. Then 2. Then 3. Then 5. Gabriel felt no pain. Instead, he felt warmth. Something wet trickled down his cheek. Opening his eyes, the sight before him utterly terrified him. His father stood in front of him, blood streaming from a deep gash across his torso. Papa. Gabriel whispered, his voice trembling. His dad couldn't be dead. His dad had promised him he'd be there until he married. His father could not be dead. There was no way. His father turned to him. The man coughed up a lot of blood. The hollow, as if to mock Gabriel's weakness, removed its claw from his father's stomach. Before pointing at its own hollow hole. Oh. That bastard. His dad, however, just gave him a proud, gentle smile. Estoy. Orgala soda tea, Hijo, I'm proud of you, son, he rasped, his voice weak but filled with love. Before Gabriel could process the horror, the hollow grabbed his father, ripping his soul from his body. The man let out a brief cry before the hollow devoured him. No. No, Gabriel screamed, his entire being consumed by anguish. It was as if the hollow had been waiting for his dad to say goodbye before devouring him. Hate. Fueled by rage, he threw himself at the hollow, cocking his fist back. He unconsciously gathered all of the spiritual power he had. He threw a punch at the beast's massive frame. Daimlo. Give him back, he screamed, his voice breaking with desperation. He wanted his father back. This bastard would puke him out. He wanted him back. The hollow, however, ignored the boy's pleas. Gabriel was just a weak insect. As Gabriel staggered to his feet, the creature lashed out, its claws tearing through him. Pain erupted from Gabriel's chest as he witnessed himself being ripped away from his body. He watched as the creature shattered those chains with its massive jaw. Almost on instinct, he knew that he was dead. This, however, didn't matter to him. He fell to his knees. He was in so much pain. But his eyes had a fiery aura to them. He wouldn't let this creature leave. He would get his father back. If they died on the same day. At least he would rather go with his dad. Not watch him be devoured by that thing. Getting up, Gabriel did not hesitate to rush at the creature. The hollow tried to swipe at him and smash him into a building. Gabriel, however, being the nimble person he was, ducked under the blow. Give him back. He practically roared. Jumping into the air, he cocked his fist back. His hand began changing, unaware that he was using his full bearing. He began pouring every ounce of energy he had left into one blow. Aiming directly at the creature's mask. A roar came out of his mouth. The roar sounded eerily similar to that of the hollow. However, he did not care, nor did he care that the chain seemed to be eating itself. Gabriel cocked his fist back. And punched the beast with all of his might. Right on the mask. Crack. Gabriel's body fell to the floor, limp. Drained of any form of spiritual power, spiritual energy. The hollow's body fell a couple of feet away. The hollow had begun crumbling away. Its mask had been fully shattered by the blow. A few minutes later, as Gabriel finally got up, he saw a ghost. His father's body looked pale. Wait. No. His father smiled weakly, his form flickering like a dying flame. Vive bien, Hijo, live well, son, he said softly. Kumbuna comida, in que entra una buena mujer. Why say orgala soda quioneers, eat good food, Find a good woman. And be proud of who you are. Don't leave me. Gabriel cried, holding him tightly. His father's voice grew fainter. None can be ira to Kor's own, I'll never leave your heart. Chapter 3, Becoming a Hollow. 3. Gabriel refused to accept it. He held his father's fading form, trembling uncontrollably as tears streamed down his face. Please. Don't leave me. You're all I have, he choked out, gripping his father's spirit so tightly, as if holding on could stop the inevitable. He didn't want his father to die, the one thing he had left in this world. If he lost that, he would lose himself. No, he needed his dad. His father, ever the calm presence, placed a ghostly hand on Gabriel's shoulder. His touch was warm but faint, like the dying light of a candle. Gabriel, mi hijo. No puedes detener lo que ya está hecho, you can't stop what's already done, he said softly. Mi tiempo terminó. Pero tu tienes toda una vida por delante, my time has ended. But you have a whole life ahead of you. Gabriel looked at his shattered chains. He had a gut feeling that he could not return to his human body. However, he did not have the courage to tell his father that. He could not stop the tears from leaving his eyes. No. I don't want a life without you. Gabriel sobbed, his voice breaking. His hands clenched the air where his father's form shimmered, desperately trying to hold on to him. You promised me. You promised you'd be there, when I got married, when I had kids. You can't leave me, Papa. You can't. He was getting really desperate. He watched in horror as his father's form flickered out of existence, becoming more translucent with every passing second. Ti amo, hijo, I love you, son, he said, his voice now barely a whisper. Recuerda quién eres. Vive con orgullo, remember who you are. Live with pride. His father's fading smile was gentle, yet it pierced Gabriel's heart like a blade. And then, he was gone. He felt a strange emptiness, as if his heart had been shattered, as if his sense of self was vanishing with each passing second. He fell to his knees, already missing his dad. Tears fell from his eyes as he began sobbing uncontrollably. He clutched at the empty space where his father had been just a second ago. He felt so hollow inside. He wanted his father back. I should have done something. He whispered hoarsely. I should have been stronger. Faster. I could have saved you, Papa. I could have, if only he wasn't such a damn coward. If only he had moved faster. Doubts began clouding his mind. He began to drown in his own negative emotions. He sobbed where his father had died for what felt like hours. He wanted his dad to have a proper burial, to at least retrieve his father's body in order to bury it. However, his hand passed through his father. So he couldn't even do that. A sharp, searing pain tore through his chest, cutting off his words. Gabriel gasped, his hands instinctively moving to his sternum, where the broken chain that connected him to his physical body now dangled. The chain, once whole, was now severed, and the links at the break were beginning to corrode. They dissolved one by one, vanishing into black ash as an unbearable emptiness gnawed at his soul. Despair overcame him. He wanted nothing more than to have his father back. Why did the world have to be so cruel, taking away the only person that meant something to him? He felt a hole in his chest, but he didn't care about the corrosion of his chain. The emptiness within him began to grow and grow, his mind screaming in agony as his memories with his dad played in his mind in a relentless loop. His first soccer game. The way his father's laugh would fill the house. Late nights talking about life over his favorite food. The promises his father had made to always be there. And now. Gone. All was stripped away from him. It's not fair, Gabriel whispered, his voice cracking under the weight of his despair. His nails clawed at the floor as his body began to contort unnaturally, the pain growing unbearable. I don't want to live without him. I can't live without him. His screams turned guttural as his chest exploded in pain. His chain had fully corroded away, a process that usually took months, happening in mere seconds. The vast despair that the boy felt was so immense that a hollow hole appeared where his heart used to be. The void inside him began to expand. It consumed every ounce of his humanity. White substance oozed from his mouth and eyes, spreading across his face like liquid bone. He clawed at it, but it was no use. A mask was forming. It covered his features and reshaped him into something monstrous. Papa. He whimpered one last time as his voice began to distort, losing all semblance of humanity. The hollow mask hardened, jagged and sharp, reflecting the anguish and rage that consumed him. His body twisted and grew, his limbs elongating and his hands becoming clawed. Black and white markings spread across his skin as he writhed on the floor, screaming in pain and despair. His humanity slipped away, piece by piece, and the darkness began to consume him. His scream shifted into a primal roar, echoing through the now destroyed room. Gabriel was gone. In his place stood a hollow, a monstrous being born from the depths of grief and regret. The hollow's red eyes burned with unbridled rage, but deep within them, buried beneath the monstrous exterior, was a soul crying out in endless agony. The last trace of Gabriel clung to one singular thought: I just wanted my dad back. Chapter 4, What Am I? 4. Gabriel staggered into the dimly lit room that was his home, his gaze flickering around at all the stuff in there. His claws scraped against the walls as he stumbled, his breathing heavy and guttural. A shattered mirror on the far side of the room caught his attention, the fragments gleaming like shards of truth waiting to stab into his soul. He hesitated for a moment, his monstrous form trembling. His red eyes locked onto the largest piece of the broken mirror. Slowly, he moved closer, his claws leaving faint scratches on the floor with every step. As his reflection came into focus, a low growl escaped his throat, part fear, part disbelief. A white mask stared back at him, grotesque and jagged, with long, curved horns protruding from its sides. Black, matted hair cascaded down his back, framing the hollow mask that now concealed his face. His muscular body was covered in black and white markings, their chaotic patterns a stark contrast to the man he once was. Large, leathery wings stretched from his back, twitching as though they had a will of their own. A long, whip-like tail swayed behind him, its movements eerily serpentine. This was not him. What am I? Gabriel's distorted voice rumbled, carrying an unnatural echo that filled the room. His claws reached up to touch the mask. Was this his face now? No. As he turned around, he saw a little girl hiding behind a wall, shaking as she gazed at him. Upon noticing her, Gabriel felt hunger. An immense, unbearable hunger deep within his core. He found himself salivating at the mere thought of her. His stomach churned violently, his hunger trying to take over, his id now being the only thing his body wanted to showcase. He, however, still had control over those instincts, though barely. Eating a human soul did not feel right. He salivated. But his ego and superego kept him from going further. His morals, the way he was raised, told him this was wrong. Society would never accept such a thing. He did not want to become a monster. The little girl's trembling figure behind the wall sent a surge of heat coursing through him, her spiritual pressure radiating like the most tantalizing scent. Every fiber of his new being screamed for him to devour her, to sink his claws into her fragile form and consume her essence to satisfy the bottomless void within. His claw twitched, his instincts slowly taking over. He wanted to eat her so badly, he was shaking. A growl echoed from his throat, reverberating through the room like a predator stalking its prey. The mask on his face seemed to tighten, amplifying the monstrous urges surging within him. Gabriel's wings flared slightly, readying themselves for a lunge as his tail whipped the air behind him. But as he took one singular step forward, he saw the girl flinch. She looked terrified. That fear triggered a sharp pain in his chest. A vivid memory erupted in his mind like a flash of lightning, the moment his father fell, bleeding out in his arms. He remembered the tears streaming down his face, the agony of loss, and the overwhelming helplessness. His father's kind words, his unwavering love, and the sacrifice he made to protect others flooded Gabriel's consciousness. No, he rasped, the hunger momentarily subsiding under the weight of his grief. His claws trembled as he lowered them. I won't do this. The monster within roared in protest, thrashing violently against his will, but Gabriel refused to give in. The girl didn't deserve this. No one did. If he gave in now, he would become no different than the beast that had stolen his father's life. Instinctively, as if his body knew what to do, he raised his clawed hand and tore open a garganta. He gave the girl one last glare before leaving. This seemed to have been the right option, as 5 seconds after he left, someone wearing a black Shayakusho appeared. A soul reaper. They were alerted about unusual activity in the gates of hell, functioning a bit. A hell hollow might have escaped, it was his job to put it down before it infected anyone. This was not Gabriel's problem now. As Gabriel stepped foot into Hugo Mundo, all he could see was an endless expanse of white. This place resembled a desert. Gabriel, however, was hungry. His gaze eventually landed on a fishbone hollow nearby. Gabriel, not feeling like letting his hunger take hold of him, jumped on the hollow. Before the beast could react, its arm had been ripped away, and Gabriel was crunching on its body. He felt hungrier with each bite. His mind filled with only one thought. Devour. He could not control himself, devouring the hollow. He did not care that the beast was screaming in pain. These things were the reason his father died. He would have no problem devouring their kind. He ate and ate, until there was nothing left, and yet the hunger was still there. He craved more food. He needed more food. He did feel himself get stronger from that. Somewhere deep within him, something told him to keep eating. Something told him he needed to eat. To eat to become strong. Kumbuna kumida, in Q entry unabuna mujer. Waisei or Galasodaquianeers. Eat good food, find a good woman. And be proud of who you are, his father's words echoed in his mind. Yes. First, eat well. He gazed at the land of Hugo He could faintly sense the hollows around him. He would avoid the strong ones and prey on those around his level or slightly above, as he wanted to test himself. His other two goals would be to become strong enough to protect his loved ones. And find himself a wife. Now. He was just hungry. Chapter 5, Strength, 5. Not long after feasting on that fishbone, Gabriel felt a need for more as the moonlight of Hugo illuminated everything. Gabriel, however, did not care. He was on the hunt. He needed to eat. He felt this hunger like no other. He wanted to eat. He wanted to eat so much. His wings felt more like an accessory than anything else. He didn't even know if he could fly. He would test that out later. Eventually, his red eyes made contact with a hulking, reptilian hollow that was stalking through the dunes. The creature stood on two powerful legs, its massive, scaled frame covered in jagged, armor-like protrusions. Its mask was shaped like the head of a dragon, with serrated horns curling back over its skull. The beast was feasting on the remains of a smaller hollow, its slow growls echoing as it tore into its prey. Gabriel's claws twitched, the hunger within him roaring to life at the sight. This one would be his next meal. Gabriel could sense that this hollow was stronger than him. At least twice as strong as him. He could just ignore it. He could go hunt something weaker. A memory of his dad being feasted on by a hollow flashed in his mind. He could not bring himself to. There was no purpose in hunting the weak. He would never grow stronger if all he targeted were the weak. He needed to challenge himself. Eating a much stronger hollow meant he would gain much more from this. Without hesitation, Gabriel lunged, using his wings to propel himself forward like a missile. The reptilian hollow turned just in time to see him coming and swung its massive tail. It caught Gabriel midair and sent him crashing into a nearby dune. Sand exploded in every direction as Gabriel snarled, his claws digging into the ground as he pushed himself up. Okay. This hollow was stronger than him. At this rate, he might become its next meal. Gabriel's eyes, however, flared with a need for strength. He needed to get stronger, he needed the strength. He craved it. His spiritual pressure flared outside of his body. He watched as the hollow charged at him, its thundering footsteps shaking the ground. Gabriel dodged to the side, barely avoiding the creature's crushing jaws. He retaliated with a slash of his own, watching as his hand turned into a very sharp blade that managed to pierce the creature. The creature's blood sprayed everywhere. The reptilian hollow roared in pain, while Gabriel was stunned. Had he just changed the shape of his soul? While Gabriel was stunned, the hollow spun around and whipped Gabriel with its massive claws. Gabriel managed to snap out of his stunned state and block the hollow's attack with his now transformed arm. The impact, however, sent shockwaves through his body. The hollow was stronger, its strikes heavier, its movements faster. But Gabriel didn't falter. The clash continued for a while, a savage dance of claws and teeth. Gabriel, at first, found himself losing, but as the fight went on, his sword hand returning back to normal, Gabriel's power began to grow and grow. The creature's attacks began doing less and less damage as Gabriel's skin became tougher and tougher. It almost felt like he was reshaping his soul in order to reach the level of strength the creature was at. With every strike, Gabriel's movements grew sharper, more precise. His claws dug deeper, his attacks landed with more force. He felt his power surging, his body adapting to the intensity of the battle. The reptilian hollow growled in frustration as Gabriel matched its strikes, their power beginning to equalize. Gabriel's growls deepened, his movements becoming more fluid, more feral. Gabriel leaped into the air, his wings propelling him upward. As if on instinct, he knew how to flap his wings to stay in the air. He then dived down like a meteor, transforming one of his hands into a giant hammer. He slammed the hammer into the hollow's back. The creature howled in agony, bucking wildly to throw Gabriel off. Gabriel, however, held on. His hammer hand now turning into very sharp blades, he used them to dig into the creature's flesh. The beast managed to shake him loose, but Gabriel landed gracefully, his wings flaring as he faced his opponent again. He was starting to get used to those wings of his. The heavily injured hollow knew that it wouldn't live if this continued and thus charged at Gabriel, aiming to kill him. Gabriel didn't dodge. Instead, he changed his hand into a very sharp blade, his foot shifting to resemble horse hooves. He ran toward the hollow at full speed. Gabriel and the hollow clashed. Gabriel felt his muscles burn, but he did not care. As Gabriel appeared a couple of meters away, some blood came gushing out from his chest. He did not falter. Gabriel looked at his hands that were now swords. They looked to be half broken. His hands and feet reverted back to normal. Meanwhile, behind him, The reptilian hollow's upper half began to slide off. It had been cut clean in half. Gabriel walked toward the reptilian hollow. He pinned the beast down, his mouth opening to reveal his eager fangs. Gabriel tore into the hollow, devouring its body with savage efficiency. The taste of its essence was intoxicating, the power flooding into him with every bite. The screams of the creature faded as Gabriel consumed it, leaving nothing behind but a faint echo in the air. Crunch crunch munch, blood trickled down Gabriel's cheek. The hollow had long since stopped moving. However, Gabriel was not done. He consumed the hollow, making sure to savor every bite. He could faintly see the hollow's essence merging with his own. As he witnessed some of it being wasted, he managed to pull all of it back. No part of the hollow's soul, nor essence, returned to Hugo Mundo. 100% of its essence had been devoured and fused with Gabriel's own. Gabriel looked at his hand. He wasn't satisfied yet. However, he wanted to gain better control over his power. With better control, he could better hunt, and better hunting meant good food. "Thank you for the meal, Papa," he said when he finished eating the hollow. It was a force of habit. It just came out of him. His human personality was still there. He wasn't a mindless beast. His hunger, however, was still there. Chapter 6, The Birth of a Predator. 6. The sands of Hugo Mundo stretched endlessly in all directions, illuminated by the pale, haunting glow of the eternal moon. It was never day. It had always been night, only remain night, as if this world was stuck in such a cycle. The air was thick with the lingering spiritual pressure of countless hollows. The strong preyed on the weak, a system where only the strong were allowed to have morals or rights. The weak could only cower in fear and hope not to get devoured. Gabriel, who had just become a hollow not even a few hours ago, felt himself growing accustomed to this place. Sure, in his soul, he missed his father. The memory of his dad was probably the only thing keeping him there. The only thing stopping him from becoming a mindless beast. Gabriel could be seen standing amidst the dunes, his crimson eyes narrowing as he gazed at his hands. He could vividly remember the memory of his first actual hunt. It was burned fresh in his mind. The reptilian hollow's blood splattered on his face. He could still feel the sensation of raw power coursing through his veins after devouring the hollow. His power seemed to have doubled from what it was before. That was good. That meant he could hunt even stronger hollows. Maybe a hollow that was twice his strength. He could manage that. He knew he had the potential for something great. He wasn't a mindless beast. For the most part. He still remembered his human life, though right now, his view of morality was tainted. But hey, you win some, you lose some. He clenched his fists, feeling the faint reverberations of the power he had consumed. Though he was curious, he still had a brain and thoughts, and currently, he was curious about that power he had used. In the midst of battle, he had changed form. He wondered if he could do it again. Before that, though, he wanted to see if those wings of his were just accessories or if they were truly useful. His wings twitched as he flexed them. They felt foreign. After all, he had never had wings before. Nor claws. Nor walked on all fours. This was a change for him. He wondered how to use them. He crouched low to the ground, making sure to spread his wings as wide as he could. Using his spring-like muscles, he propelled himself into the air, and for a brief moment, he soared in the sky. Though that did not last long, his flight was quite clumsy, and his wings flapped unevenly. It didn't take long for him to eventually tumble back to the ground. TCH. This is harder than it looks, he muttered, shaking off the sand. The fall wasn't too brutal. Still, it kind of hurt a bit. Though his skin seemed to be way tougher than when he was human. Gabriel decided to spread his wings again. This time, instead of trying to think with his human brain, he decided to see if the ingrained instincts of the hollow he had become could help him with this. If hollows were mindless beasts, then they had to come with a pre-installed package that basically told them what to do. He jumped back in the air again. This time, he wobbled, dipped, and nearly crashed. However, he was getting closer to his goal of mastering this whole flight thing. It did drain his stamina a bit, but he could fly now. Flying was fun. Time skip, 4 hours. Well, he had become an amateur in the art of flying. He wasn't exactly the best at it, but he was good enough to get out of a sticky situation if the time arose. Alright, I can fly. What else can I do? As he landed softly, he could feel the sand crunching beneath his feet. Gabriel reached down and scooped a handful of the fine, silvery grains. He stared at it for a moment, then focused on the sensation of the power within him. The memory of his arm transforming during the battle came rushing back to him. He closed his eyes and visualized the texture of the sand, its coarse yet malleable nature. Slowly, he began to see the soul of the sand. Its essence, one might even say. Gabriel realized he could shape it into whatever he wanted. He made a hammer, then the sand fused with his hand. His hand shifted. His pale flesh darkened and roughened, taking on the appearance of the sand itself. Eventually, his whole body became the sand. Slithering beneath the dunes, he realized he could still see. He felt like his power was distributed evenly between several millions, if not billions, of grains of sand. This should make it very hard for people to find him. Or kill him, for that matter. Well, this would be his safety net. Gabriel eventually wiggled his way out of the sand, his body returning to its original state. His fangs became sharper, and his pupils became slitted. His skin now had reptilian scales. His appearance now bore those different changes. He was now adept with his ability. It was time to hunt. Chapter 7, Hunting a Fake Minnow's Grand. 7. The metallic scent of blood hung heavy in the air, mingling with the ever-present grit of Hucomundo's sands. A larger, lumbering hollow stood over its fresh kill, a smaller, serpentine creature whose writhing had ceased moments ago. The victor had jagged, bone-like protrusions along its back, a jaw filled with razor-sharp teeth, and a hulking frame that radiated ferocity. As the beast prepared to feast on its prey, it froze. It felt a near-spiritual pressure brush against its senses. The hollow's power was great, however, it was still 5 times lower than his own. He could crush some bug with ease. After all, he, unlike most of those runts, could feel himself getting closer to evolving. It was 1 meal away from becoming a Minnow's Grand. A jillion. He could feel the changes happening in his body, which was why he was taller than usual. His spiritual pressure was also stronger than usual. The hollow turned its glowing red eyes, locking onto Gabriel. Feeling generous, he decided to spare the pest for later. This thing was weaker than him, and he refused to waste his precious time on such bugs. You're weaker than me. Leave. Now. The larger hollow bared its teeth, its maw opening wide enough to crush a car. Unless you'd rather die. Gabriel felt himself get ready for the hunt. He had some new upgrades ready for a test drive. His eyes gleamed with a strange mixture of defiance and hunger. What are you going to do about it? The larger hollow's laugh boomed across the dunes, a deep, mocking sound. Foolish little insect. I gave you a chance to live. Now, I'll feast on you too. Gabriel did not give a sliver of a fuck for any of the absolute bullshittery spewing out of this man's mouth. He was ready. The hollow lunged with terrifying speed for its huge size. Gabriel barely managed to dodge the attack, his wings flapping clumsily as he spun to the side. This was fun. As soon as his foot made contact with the floor again, he boosted himself toward the creature, using both his wings and his spring-like muscles to pounce toward the creature at blinding speed. Using his momentum, he slashed at the creature's torso. However, as his claws made contact with the hollow's chest, its dense hide barely took any damage. Tough. Gabriel thought to himself. Meanwhile, the larger hollow roared in laughter. Pathetic. Is that all you've got? It swatted Gabriel like an insect, its clawed hand crashing into his chest. Gabriel was sent tumbling across the sand, leaving a trench in his wake. That hurt a bit, but he could heal the injury by reshaping his soul. All damage done to him fully healed. He could do this as long as he had the energy and consciousness to do it. Strangely enough, this was fun. Gabriel liked this. It was the most fun he had in a while. The larger hollow charged again, swinging its claw down at Gabriel. This time, however, Gabriel reacted with a speed he had not displayed before, sidestepping and leaping onto its arm. His fangs dug into the beast, injecting poison into its bloodstream. As the giant hollow managed to send Gabriel flying, Gabriel spread his wings and soared high above the hollow. The poison in the hollow's body was a very slow-acting one. Still possessing some of his knowledge as a human, he had given himself venom, he even had poison sacs. Changing his biology was quite fun. He liked it. The hollow looked angry. Opening its mouth, a red beam of energy began forming. Gabriel was amazed by it. However, this distracted him. The creature released its power, Sero. The beam came crashing into Gabriel's body in the air. Kaboom. Gabriel lay on the floor, charred to a crisp, his limbs feeling weak. The hollow walked closer to him, looking drained of energy. I gave you a chance, and you didn't take it, it growled, approaching him. Did you think you stood a chance against a Minnow's Grand? The beast proudly declared. You speak too much. Gabriel said, annoyed. The very next second, the creature puked out blood. The life drained from its body. Looking down, a spear had come out of Hucomundo's sand. He now had a huge hole in his guts. Looking back at Gabriel, he noticed that the boy's hand resembled the sand. Before he could even speak, he felt his muscles tighten. Seems like my poison is taking effect, Gabriel exclaimed. Well, this was to be expected. The hollow had lost like 70% of its blood, so the poison took effect much sooner. Well, Wasn't it now time to feast on this feast? Gabriel showed his fangs. Getting up, he began devouring his meal, though he did make sure to slash the creature's throat first so that it died before he could eat him. Gabriel didn't like the thought of eating someone alive. Sure, he had done it twice before, but that was only because he was super hungry. Now that he could think more rationally and was a bit more aware of his actions, he preferred this human way of ending their life. Chapter 8, Nightmare 8. After hunting that hollow, he felt strangely still hungry, but it was the kind of hunger you could ignore, not the I haven't eaten in 3 days type of hunger, but more like I haven't eaten anything in 6 hours. He was saying all of this to say, he could tolerate the hunger he was feeling now. He was less of a mindless beast. That move that the beast used, though, where it gathered all of its energy and released it in a beam. Gabriel wanted to learn it. That hollow tasted quite sweet, he liked the taste. He felt like he had devoured a meal worthy of satiating him for now. That was some good food. Eating it reminded him of his dad's home-cooked meals. Father, he thought to himself. Why couldn't I hold you longer? His life felt like a cruel joke, going from a human with a loving father to this thing, this creature. Famished for souls. Gabriel found himself a cave. Checking inside, he found no hollows. Once he made sure that this place was safe, he used his power on himself, changing the shape of his own soul to resemble the sand on the floor. Like this, if someone were to enter this cave, he would be aware of them while they wouldn't be aware of him. As he slept, his body began assimilating the hollow's power. Power. Hunger. Pop change, dreamland. Gabriel found himself back when he was a kid. His father's laughter could be heard, the scent of old books and freshly brewed coffee filled his nose. Gabriel stood in their small yet cozy living room, the sunlight streaming through the windows, illuminating the specks of dust dancing in the air. His father sat on the couch, reading his favorite book. Gabriel, his father's voice was gentle yet firm, you know what makes us strong? It's not our power or what we can do, it's what we choose to stand for. You're quoting your book again, the childlike boy said, looking at his father. How did you know? Your Japanese was perfect? No ears un Nino intelligente? You are very predictable, Gabriel said with a smile. Me Nino intelligente. My smart little boy. Gabriel had a gentle smile on his face. His father had him come close and hugged him. The hug felt warm. Suddenly, Gabriel watched as the world distorted around him. As his father's body was taken away. No. Give him back. The desperation in his voice was evident. He ran and ran, that was his father. He wouldn't let anything happen to him. That was his papa. Give him back. He shouted at the top of his lungs. A hollow-like figure appeared. As Gabriel tried to move, he found himself unable to lift a limb. The hollow gave him a mocking smile. He listened to his father's voice, calling for him to save him. No. 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 He watched helplessly as his father was devoured by the hollow. Pavan Gabriel opened his eyes, his crimson-red eyes holding a ludicrous amount of killing intent hidden behind them. He felt so much hate. So many dark emotions. He yelled out and screamed to the heavens. His spiritual pressure flared to brand new heights. So much negative emotion, his power eclipsing the level he was at a day prior. As his mindless instinct to devour endlessly was about to consume him whole, he felt a pair of warm hands around him. They felt soft. Tears could be seen falling from the boy's eyes. Why couldn't he just have his father back? At this rate, his spirit would eventually break, and he would just become a mindless beast. Eat good food. Find a wife. And be strong enough to protect those you care about. Those words rang in his mind. Strength. He needed more strength. He was getting too soft, thinking that he could just sleep this off. His red eyes flared once again. This was not over. His fangs were, strangely enough, dripping with a weird green liquid. Gabriel increased the lethal dose of poison in his fangs, diverting some of his spiritual power to make more poison, which he stored in his 2 sacks. For poison. Not balls. He didn't have any of those. They would be useless. Though. As Gabriel looked at his newly created dick hanging out, he soon decided that it would be a bother. And thus, the dick returned back into his body. Well, time to hunt some hollows. Shouldn't be too hard. Deciding to start his hunt, he got out of his cave. Sniffing the air. He caught the scent of a hollow nearby. Good. That would serve as a good breakfast for him. He stretched his body a bit. He had already fully assimilated the hollow he ate earlier, and thus, the hollow's powers were now his. Gabriel felt like he was on the cusp of something new with his ability. In terms of evolution, he felt like he wouldn't experience much for now. He stepped out of his cave and slowly made his way toward his next prey. His fangs were ready to pounce on his next meal. Gabriel would make sure he ate enough to become strong enough to protect what he loved. With his mind set, he went on hunting. Chapter 9, Father, 9, it's been a month. A month since Gabriel had entered this tedious grind of hunting and killing, eating, devouring, and getting stronger. Risking his life, fighting hollows way above his league, yet each time he got close to death, he felt stronger. He had become stronger. He could now hunt any hollow below the minnow's grand tier. He wasn't going to try his chances with an Ajusha, though. He got that info from another hollow he ate, something about an Ajusha buddy coming to take revenge for him. Utter BS. So, if the info was right, there were regular hollows who ate human souls. A tier above them were hollows who consumed other hollows, which was roughly where Gabriel was. Then, there was a stage above that, where thousands of hollows devoured each other, and the last hollow alive became a Jillian. Or a Minnow's Grand. He had no idea how a Jillian became an Ajusha, but he was willing to bet his intelligence that to advance, one's will must be strong enough to overpower the wills of the 1,000 other souls in the body. Once that was done, they became an Ajusha, which were very powerful. If Gillians were mindless beasts with a lot of power, Ajushas were beasts with brains and had as much as 10 times the power of a Jillian. And above them all, the ones who stood at the top of this hierarchy, Vasto Lords. They were the peak of hollow evolution. Or at least he assumed. This would be his goal, to become a Vasto Lord and then get a wife. Preferably one with above average breast size. His father had spoiled him. He'd seen way too many pictures of women with big tits. Gabriel's gaze then went toward the statue he had built, a statue of his father made using the sand of Hugomondo. He knelt down in front of the statue, his crimson eyes soft as he gazed at the figure. He ran his clawed fingers over its surface, smoothing imperfections he had worked tirelessly to fix over the past month. "Hey, Dad," he said quietly, his voice carrying an unusual gentleness. He placed the severed mask of a massive, hippopotamus-like hollow at the statue's base. "Look what I got today. It was huge, but I took it down. It wasn't easy, it fought hard. But I'm strong now. Are you proud of me?" He couldn't hold back his emotions. In the end, his voice cracked. He looked away, trying to hide the fact that tears, yes, tears, were falling from his eyes. A faint tremble ran through his hand as he continued. "I've been hunting a lot. I don't feel as hungry anymore, not like I used to. But it's not enough. Not really. It'll never be enough, not without you." His hunger, for the most part, could be ignored. He hunted about 300 hollows a day. He fully absorbed their essence into his body. Unlike most hollows, when Gabriel ate something, he gained much more than strength. He gained a new way to shape his soul. The more he ate, the better his ability got. He strengthened the shape of his soul with each hollow he devoured. He could heal back his soul, meaning he would never stagnate. The second he did, he could reshape his soul in order to continue growing. If he didn't have the potential to be a Vasto Lord, he would reshape his soul so that he did. All he needed was fuel. And the hollows he ate were plenty of fuel. If he ate a couple thousand more hollows, he could evolve to the stage that was Jillian. As long as he breathed, Vasto Lord would be his to claim. He exhaled a shaky breath. None of this mattered right now. He gazed at the statue in front of him. "I miss you so much, Dad. Every day, I wake up thinking maybe I'll hear your voice again. That maybe this nightmare will end, and I'll be home, and you'll be laughing at one of those terrible jokes you loved so much." His claws tightened into fists, and a tear slipped from his eye, carving a path down his pale face. "But you're not here. And I'm alone." His voice dropped to a whisper. "I don't know if I'm doing this right. I don't even know if you'd recognize me now. I'm not your Gabriel anymore, I'm something else. Something awful. And yet, I just wish you'd tell me that you're proud. Just once." He was not Gabriel anymore. He found himself being a monster. He, however, would continue calling himself that name. Gabriel was the name his father gave him, and he would be damned if he did not make his papa proud. He was a papa's boy. Was there any wrong in that? "I'm trying," he said softly. "I'll keep getting stronger. I'll make sure no one can ever take away what I care about again. I promise." With that, he went to the hollow he was devouring and began to finish his meal. Tasted decent. He needed more. He needed more strength. He wanted more power. Maybe it was about time he started feeding on Gillians. Yeah. Chapter 10, Minnow's Grand, 10, Gabriel could be seen hiding behind a wall. Why, you may ask. A red beam of compressed energy fired past him. The roar of a primal creature echoed through the desolate expanse of Hugomondo. Because of that thing. That 6-story tall beast was on his ass. The Minnow's Grand. Why did the first one I fought have to not be mindless? He muttered to himself as he dodged another Sarrow. Deciding to go on the offensive, Gabriel rushed toward the beast. He leaped into the air, shaping his soul into the form of a small, agile creature, dodging another Sero in the process. Climbing up the creature's massive frame with his altered shape, he positioned himself near its face. Shifting back to his human form midair, Gabriel cocked his fist back and launched a punch toward the creature's mask. As his fist neared the beast's face, Gabriel caught sight of a bright red glow. Fuck. Kaboom! The explosion sent Gabriel skidding across the sands of Yukomundo. His body ached, the blow leaving him sore and battered. This was a far cry from his usual fights. This Jillian wasn't just a lumbering beast. It had brains. As the massive hollow loomed closer, Gabriel's voice echoed from the ground, startlingly devoid of fear. This is so fun. If I was just 1 second late, I'd be dead. A maniacal grin spread across his face. The thrill. The rush. The razor's edge between life and death. It was intoxicating. Pulling himself up, Gabriel morphed his soul into the shape of a bird and took flight toward the Jillian. The creature began charging another Sero, its mouth glowing with deadly energy. Sero, the blast streaked through the air, but Gabriel weaved above it, smirking as he waited for the beam to dissipate. As smoke rose from the Jillian's mouth, signaling its temporary exhaustion, Gabriel dived at full speed. Opening his own mouth, a crimson glow formed as he gathered energy. Point blank. Sero, kaboom! Once again, Gabriel was sent skidding across the sands. His body protested, but he didn't care. His focus was on the smoke clearing before him. Half of the Jillian's mask had been obliterated. It was still alive, though, its power growing as if in defiance. Before Gabriel could act, the Jillian grabbed him, slamming his body into the ground with bone-crushing force. The creature's mouth opened wide, preparing to fire a point-blank Sero at its prey. Fuck. As Gabriel lay pinned, his mind wasn't on the fact that he might be devoured. No, his thoughts turned inward, to his soul. Compared to this Jillian, his soul felt imperfect, flawed, yet filled with untapped potential. He reached deep within himself, pulling at the threads of his being. With a feral growl, Gabriel tore himself free of the Jillian's grasp. His claws dug into its body as he scaled it once more. This time, as he stood before its broken mask, he cocked his fist back again. Don't die yet, he sneered. His fist crashed into the hollow's skull, the force imbued with his soul-shaping ability and the destructive energy of a Sero. A sickening crunch echoed through the air. Black sparks flared at the point of impact as the Jillian's upper half was eviscerated. The delicate balance of souls holding its form together unraveled, disintegrating into spiritual nothingness. Gabriel landed on the sands, his body trembling, not with exhaustion, but with exhilaration. He felt alive. Thrilled. Power coursed through his veins, his muscles humming with energy. New ideas on how to use his abilities flooded his mind, like a dam had burst. Approaching the decaying corpse, he placed his hand on it. His power activated instinctively, compressing the remnants into a dense black sphere. Gabriel lifted the sphere to his mouth. Gulp. The surge of power hit him like a tidal wave, his body undergoing rapid transformation. His form expanded as he felt himself crossing a threshold he hadn't anticipated. He was no longer just a low-level hollow. Gabriel had reached the Menno's grand tier. He couldn't help but wonder if this rapid growth was normal, or if he was just different. Was the gap between Jillian and Vasta Olard so immense that few even dared to pursue it? As his body shifted, Gabriel's thoughts lingered on the move he had used. What exactly had he done? If he had to explain it, it was like dismantling the essence of what made a Jillian a Jillian. These creatures were formed from the fusion of countless souls, all battling for dominance. Gabriel had destroyed the anchor, the dominant soul holding the others in check. By reshaping or outright obliterating it, he had severed the psychic control keeping the Jillian's structure intact. The result? Catastrophic collapse. The black sparks during his attack likely came from the high-density spiritual energy in his Sero, overloading the chaotic fragments and triggering their disintegration. The timing had to be perfect, his ability had to activate the moment of physical contact, targeting the core soul directly. The Jillian's upper half was obliterated because that's where the dominant soul resided, controlling the fusion of thousands of others. With its nexus destroyed, the entire structure unraveled. The souls didn't die in the traditional sense, they were forcibly disbanded, dissolving into spiritual particles. Gabriel chuckled to himself, his voice filled with manic glee. Power. He'd tasted it, and he wanted more. Still, he doubted he could pull off that move in his current form, not while standing 5 stories tall. But that didn't matter. Gabriel grinned, his crimson eyes glowing with ambition. This was only the beginning. Chapter 11, The Jillian Life, 11. Gabriel wasn't exactly what you would call the most graceful Jillian. He didn't like this form at all, he was way too damn tall and slow. All the souls he had consumed so far had properly fused into his essence, becoming one, his own. Unlike normal Jillians, his mind wasn't a hive mind. It was just him. And he hated this form. He knew, deep in his core, that there was something stronger than this, a form of evolution that went beyond being a giant dodo. His hunger had increased about tenfold while he was in this form. Feeling like he had no other choice, Gabriel began devouring Jillian after Jillian. Never stopping to rest, for days, day in and day out, all he did was devour those creatures. Using their essence to strengthen his own, he shaped his soul into an ideal form, one that wasn't an oversized dildo. And thus, he walked aimlessly across the vast land of Hugo Mundo, devouring anything he could sink his teeth into. He did, however, make sure to ignore the weaker hollows, instead going for stronger ones or those close to his strength. The weak would get to live another day, only to probably be eaten by another strong hollow soon after. He wasn't really helping them by not eating them, just delaying the inevitable. This was Hugo Mundo, where the strong ruled and the weak perished. Still, he refused to eat those he viewed as way below him. Call it hero syndrome, call it him being naive, he didn't care. For his own sake, he refused to feast on the weak. And thus, fellow Gillians were devoured one after the other. He had lost count somewhere around the 1000th Jillian. So many souls consumed, yet his own still felt so imperfect. He wanted to be perfect, to achieve what he had always had the potential to achieve in this life. And so, he just ate and ate. Without stopping. Wandering from place to place. Devouring Gillians by the dozen. I see one, Gabriel said, spotting a Jillian in the distance. Slowly, he made his way toward the beast. Raising his massive hand, he touched the Jillian's back. In the very next second, the Jillian's body began to morph in ways that should not have been possible, before condensing into a small ball in Gabriel's giant hand. Yes. Gabriel had transfigured the Jillian into this shape. It made things way easier to eat. He tossed the ball into his mouth. And in the very next second, the Jillian essence within him reached its limit. A smile appeared on Gabriel's mask. Spending a week as a dildo had utterly drained him, but now he could feel it. He was one step away from evolving further. Oh, a smart Jillian, a voice called out. Gabriel turned his massive head, gazing down at the small creature before him. Well, small was relative. At 3 stories high, basically every hollow looked small to him. Gabriel observed the shape of the creature's soul. Yes. This was his new evolution. This was the state he had to achieve. Though. He didn't want to be a porcupine. Gabriel opened his mouth to speak, only for a hollowed out, distorted sound to come out. Oh yeah. He was a Jillian. The creature grinned. Submit to me, or else I will halt your evolution. That felt like a dick move, the biggest of dick moves. Gabriel tilted his massive head, staring at the small creature. You should have realized this by now, the creature continued. Deep in your bones, you fear regression. If I eat even a piece of you, you'll be stuck as a Jillian for the rest of your existence. That was a dick move. Though Gabriel could just heal his soul and be back to normal, so it wasn't much of a threat. Still. He wanted to eat that thing. So, he decided to act like he was submitting, lowering his massive palm to the floor in a gesture of obedience. That's what I thought, the beast said cockily, stepping into Gabriel's arm. This Jillian was easier to conquer than I expected. I lied, the creature sneered, preparing to devour Gabriel now that he thought the Jillian had let his guard down. However, unexpectedly, the beast saw a smile appear on Gabriel's face. Before it could react, the shape of its soul was forcefully changed. The first thing to change was its head. The beast's head was brutally ripped from its body. The rest of its body, however, remained just fine. Gabriel looked down at the dead creature in his hand. It had been stronger than him, that was why he hadn't attempted to transfigure its whole body. Instead, he had gone straight for the head. It was easier that way. And with its head gone, the body soon followed. Bon appetit, Gabriel muttered to himself, beginning to devour the hollow. Crunch crunch crunch, so many souls. Gabriel had to carefully destroy their personalities and identities, leaving them in a blank state before fusing them into himself. He had no interest in dealing with thousands of voices inside his head, each fighting to be the main host. The food tasted heavenly. Good. His body began to change. It began changing. Chapter 12, Becoming an Ajusha, 12. Gabriel had quite a fun little time devouring that hollow. Its body tasted delicious, the most delicious thing he had eaten in a while. The shape of his soul became increasingly clearer to him. A massive amount of spiritual pressure came pouring out of his body. His spiritual energy began to rise. Going from a spirit class of 4. All the way up to a spirit class of 3, on the verge of becoming a 2. Spiritual power class, equivalent rank, high spiritual power. 6 to 4 vice captain or numeros, immense spiritual power. 3 to 1 captain or espada. He felt all the souls he had just consumed trying to become the dominant soul, trying to claim part of his soul as their own. Was this perhaps the reason why a Minos-class Hollow's body was devoured by another Hollow? Because they could no longer adapt? They were a hive mind, their bodies composed of countless souls, each more unstable than the last. This was not the case for Gabriel. He was different. He had complete control over his soul and could thus stabilize it. He could feel the souls inside him beginning to stir violently, as if resisting their fate. They clawed, screamed, and struggled, desperate to retain their identities, to break free, to take control. But he was no ordinary Julian. His will was absolute. His control over his own soul was unparalleled. He crushed every lingering fragment of individuality within those souls, forcing them to bend to his will. He made sure that none of them could ever take control, that his soul was the only soul this body had. All the other souls were just fuel to strengthen him. As he was in the middle of this process, a cocoon began forming around him. His body started changing inside, violent amounts of spiritual pressure erupting from his form. He could feel his soul condensing, compressing into something more refined, more complete. No longer was he an amalgamation of countless voices fighting for dominance. There was only one. His soul. His essence. Only. Gabriel. A sudden, overwhelming force racked his entire body, and a raw, primal instinct took over. His massive Jillian frame began to tremble, cracks forming along his towering black cloak like shattered glass. The transformation had begun. His towering form shrank, muscles compacting, becoming more defined. His limbs, once sluggish and cumbersome, twisted and restructured, morphing into a lean yet powerful physique. The oppressive, uniform mask of the Jillian splintered apart, revealing a visage far more refined, far more menacing. The mask took on the shape he once had, the form he bore when he first became a Hollow, only now it was more domineering, more intricate. The jagged edges of his mask curved wickedly, like the face of a predator that knew no equal. His eyes, once hidden in the abyss of the Jillian form, now burned with a ruthless hunger. His fingers sharpened into deadly claws, his stance became poised for battle, and his body radiated sheer, unfiltered power. Then, at the peak of his evolution, he let out a roar. A powerful, earth-shaking, bone-rattling hollow roar. He had evolved into an Ajushas. Strangely enough, he felt like there was a level beyond this. His power was growing, he just needed to feast some more. Power. He needed more power. Once he got that, he would begin looking for a wife. Sure, his current form possessed no dick, but with his power, he could make a dick, so he was fine. Though, he wanted to test something. To test the shape of his soul even further. New knowledge on how to use his abilities had flooded his mind. So many new opportunities had opened up. His power could be used in so many different ways, infinite potential for growth. He lightly tapped his skin. It was about as tough as steel. No, even tougher, one might say. Yup, he had gotten way stronger. Now, on to the actual testing of this new strength of his. He started running on all fours. Surprisingly, his speed was quite fast, becoming a blur in a matter of seconds. That was good. That was always good. Being fast was always a good thing. With this power he had obtained, becoming stronger shouldn't be too hard. He just needed to hunt a few hollows in the Minos forest, and he should be relatively fine. Eating regular hollows wouldn't work anymore. His only way of getting stronger quickly was to hunt Gillians and other Ajushas like himself. He didn't care if they were in a group. He would take the 5 versus 1 if need be. As long as he gained strength, that was all that mattered. Strength. For now. He would wreak havoc all over Hugo Mundo. Well, Hugo Mundo seemed to be endless, so, just the Jillian forest. Well, time to go eat some oversized dildos and experiment with them a bit more. He was now one step closer to his goal, after all. Chapter 13, Creative Views. 13, Gabriel had powers, and he was going to use them. And thus, his journey of getting stronger continued as he moved deeper within the forest of Minos. Time for dinner. With that thought, he sneaked up on a Jillian. Before the beast even had time to react, Gabriel's claws glowed with a sinister energy. He was using his ability, he dubbed it Idle Transfiguration, as it was a fitting name. With a single swipe of his claw, the Jillian's body folded in on itself. Gabriel watched as the creature's limbs twisted at unnatural angles, as if its flesh had been reprogrammed on a fundamental level. The Jillian let out a distorted, garbled screech before collapsing into a heap of grotesque, compacted flesh, an unrecognizable monstrosity of its former self. One down. Gabriel licked his lips. Devouring the Jillian he had just killed, he noticed this was far more efficient. Instead of spending a good 5 minutes eating a Jillian, he now only needed 30 seconds, tops. The next Jillian charged at him, its mask splitting open to fire a crimson arrow, but before it could release the blast, he warped its mouth shut. Yup. He let the beast's own attack destroy its body from the inside. That was the second Jillian down. Before he moved to the third Jillian, he made sure that his soul was the only soul in his body, stripping all absorbed souls of their individuality and making them fuel for his own growth. His control over idle transfiguration was becoming more refined, more fun. He could pull off some insane shit with this technique. A third Jillian tried to stomp him out of existence, its colossal foot descending upon him like a falling boulder. Gabriel simply pointed a claw upward and activated his ability. The creature's foot cracked. Then its entire leg. Then its whole torso shattered like glass, breaking into hundreds of uneven pieces, each one dissolving into Rishi. He then watched as the hollow turned into a little ball, which he promptly ate. Anyway, he was still trying to redo that move, the one where black sparks flickered when he punched something. He had decided to call it abyssal fracture. But he hadn't been able to do it again. Not after hours of trying. Each time he attempted to replicate the effect, something felt off, as if the sensation of that perfect destruction was slipping from his grasp, as if he wasn't focused enough. Which meant he needed to fight someone stronger than him. No matter. He had killed plenty of Gillians while testing it out. With a casual sigh, he opened his mouth and gathered a dense sphere of energy. It crackled violently, a swirling mass of destruction barely contained in his jaws. Then he fired. The Cerro roared through the air like a scythe, slicing through 6 Gillians at once. Their towering bodies froze for a moment before cleanly splitting in half, their upper halves sliding off in slow motion before crashing to the ground. Gabriel exhaled. Good. That's the good stuff. The shit he could do was practically endless, and he knew it. This was why he wasn't scared of anything. He would become Hugo Mundo's top predator. Though, until that happened, he wanted to experiment more. Maybe, when he became a Vasto Lord, he could strengthen himself even further. His gaze drifted to the sand beneath him. The power in the sand felt primal. So goddamn primal. Yet, it still felt like a hollow. Intriguing. He decided to infuse some of that primal energy into his body. He could feel it. Something within him was changing. His energy became more primal, more feral, way more powerful than before. Gabriel felt it. Whatever made up this sand was powerful. It took him roughly 2 hours of transfiguring his soul to fully integrate that primal force into his system. And he felt an immediate difference. His spiritual pressure flared, but it wasn't just hollow-like anymore. It felt primordial. Hey, he could barely control it, so for now, he decided to hunt more Gillians. Finding them wherever they hid, using his ability to devour them by the hundreds. It was simple since, he could just turn those giant dildos into cube-sized snacks. His ability had reached this level of overpowered bullshit, and frankly, he liked it. As an Ajusha, he felt like his power was immense. Probably the strongest Ajusha in this forest. Though, he was willing to bet that outside this forest, there were way stronger Ajushas than him. And, of course, Vasto Lords, who, since they were an evolutionary rank above him, were naturally stronger. He didn't write the rules. He just followed them. Somewhat. Looking at his fingers, he created 5 mini Saras, 1 at each fingertip, and fired them off. They seemed decently powerful. Yeah, that seemed good. But he needed to find more creative ways to use his powers. He wanted to reach the top. And he would not stop until he got there. Because only when he reached the top could he rest assured that his loved ones would be protected. Speaking of which, the Jillian he had just slaughtered was transfigured to look like tacos. Just like Dad made them, he thought to himself. As for seasoning, he used the sand of Hugo Mundo. Truly fine dining right here. Chapter 14, Tiger Hollow, 14, time skip. It had been a few hours, and well, he was bored. He had spent the last 4 or so hours hunting hollows. Now, he sat atop the jagged remains of countless Gillians' corpses, his claws still dripping with the blood from the massacre that had taken place earlier. Strangely enough, even though the Gillians were dead, none of them had started decomposing. The reason was simple: Gabriel was keeping them alive. He crafted a cube from one of the Gillians and examined it in his hands. He could feel the writhing, the desperate souls inside struggling against their inevitable fate. His pesquisa had sharpened considerably. He could now sense everything within a 2-mile radius. These abilities had been dormant when he had first awakened as an Ajusha, but after hunting Gillians for a while, well, they had begun to awaken. That made his hunt much easier. He could also harden his skin, making it far tougher than steel. At this point, he was basically the perfect hunting machine. But he had finished mastering his abilities on Gillians. They were too weak for him now. His sights were set on much more powerful threats. Spreading out pesquisa, he detected a group of wandering Gillians nearby. He ignored them. None of his business. Then, his focus locked onto something else, a group of Ajushas. They seemed to have just finished feasting on some prey. 5 presences. A pack of Ajushas. They moved together, shifting carefully through the Minnow's forest, their spiritual power fluctuating in sync. A pack. That was fine. It just meant there would be more to eat. Gabriel lifted his hand, and for the first time, he did something new. He fused souls. Now, since Hollow's whole shtick was consuming souls, this should have just resulted in a buff Jillian. However, he wanted to make something better for this occasion. Not just 2 souls, but dozens. He twisted them together, molding them like clay, forcing them into a single entity with unnatural stability. Instead of violently rejecting each other, they melded, compacting into something far stronger than an ordinary hollow. A polymorphic soul isomer. A grotesque fusion of souls, moving with one singular purpose, to attack. Gabriel admired his creation. It didn't speak. It didn't think. It only obeyed. Good. His little project worked. Now, it was time to test its worth. And it was strong. Very strong. He created 6 of them. Then, without hesitation, he sent them at the Ajushas. Meanwhile, he himself fused back with the sand. Paw change. A tiger-like hollow crouched over the mangled corpse of another hollow, its powerful jaws tearing flesh apart with slow, deliberate bites. Surrounding the predatory beast were 4 other Ajusha-class hollows, a hawk-like hollow perched on a jagged rock, sharp eyes gleaming with malice, a crab hollow with massive, armored pincers clicking menacingly, a grotesque pig-like hollow with a bloated, rotund body, and an armadillo hollow, its body encased in a nearly impenetrable shell. The 5 of them devoured their fresh kill in eerie silence, savoring the primal satisfaction of feeding. Then, the stillness was broken. 6 figures emerged from the shadows, stepping into view with undeniable intent. The hawk hollow let out a screeching laugh, its hooked beak curling into what could only be described as a sneer. Aren't we blessed? Some snacks are coming our way. The tiger-like hollow barely spared them a glance, his golden eyes flickering with disinterest. Handle them, he muttered, licking blood off his claws. They're light work. With a unified roar, the 4 Ajusha launched themselves forward, each moving with deadly precision. The hawk hollow shot into the air, wings flapping with enough force to kick up a cloud of dust. In an instant, it dove, talons glowing with raw energy as it aimed to skewer the nearest enemy. But before it could land a strike, one of Gabriel's creations, a monstrous, 4-armed humanoid with segmented, chitinous armor, twisted unnaturally, avoiding the attack with an almost liquid-like movement. It countered with a jagged blade protruding from its wrist, slashing at the hawk hollow midair. The bird-like creature barely managed to swerve to the side, but the blade still caught its wingtip, sending it spiraling downward. Meanwhile, the crab hollow barreled toward one of Gabriel's other creations, swinging its enormous pincers in an attempt to crush the opponent in a single blow. Gabriel's creation, a sinewy, elongated beast with multiple eyes and a whip-like tail, ducked under the attack. With unnatural flexibility, it lashed out its tail, wrapping it around the crab hollow's pincer and twisting. The sound of cracking exoskeleton echoed as the crab let out a piercing shriek. The armadillo hollow rolled itself into a spinning ball of destruction, tearing through 2 of Gabriel's creatures like a runaway boulder. Chunks of flesh flew as it crashed through them, only to unravel from its protective shell in a fluid motion, its plated tail slamming down like a warhammer, shattering the ground beneath them. The pig hollow, standing further back, observed the battlefield with a cruel smirk. Sero. A massive, crimson blast surged from its snout, engulfing the battlefield in a violent explosion. Sand and debris erupted into the air, momentarily obscuring everything from sight. The pig hollow chuckled. That should take care of those pests. But then... silence. Something felt off. As the dust cleared, the pig hollow realized something terrifying. His comrades were gone. Where once stood the hawk, the crab, and the armadillo, there was only empty space. No bodies. No remains. Just an eerie stillness that made his blood run cold. Then, before he could react, something grabbed him from below. A hand, a grotesque, clawed appendage, burst from the sand, gripping his ankle like a vice. WH? Before he could even process what was happening, he was yanked underground. For a brief moment, muffled screams could be heard. Then, boom. A geyser of blood erupted from the sand, followed by the pig hollow's severed head exploding like a detonation, bits of flesh and bone scattering in every direction. Gabriel, standing on the edge of the battlefield, smirked. 4th down. His creations were getting better. But the real fun was yet to begin. Upon noticing him, it growled annoyed. TCTH, to think they were so weak, no pity at all. He was just disgusted by their weakness. How could they have lost easily to that one hollow, weakling? Upon finishing his meal, the hollow looked at Gabriel with an annoyed look. Since you kill them, I guess it's only fair if I eat you. As those words left its mouth, the creature's spiritual pressure came pouring out from its body. Holy shit, it felt potent. It felt strong, yet Gabriel's own spiritual pressure was around the same level if not a bit above. So he met the challenge head-on and unleashed his full spiritual pressure while looking at the beast. He wouldn't back down from a fight. He was going to become the strongest after, and no strongest would bow down to someone weaker than them. Baring his fang, he was getting ready to utterly beat that guy. Chapter 15, Ifrit, Scorching Claw. 15. Gabriel looked stunned as the beast let his spiritual pressure flare out for the whole area to feel. So much power. Fire enveloped the beast, its muscles bulging as flames roared all around it. This beast did not look like it would be happy after just taking one single bite. The creature was strong, yet Gabriel felt very excited. Gabriel watched as the beast's paw burned the sand beneath it. He wasn't going to get glazed, but holy heck, this beast was strong. Pathetic, the tiger sneered, its voice a deep growl laced with amusement. You think you stand a chance against me? Against Ifrit, the Scorching Claw? Gabriel was stunned. Wait, they had monikers here. Did that mean this hollow had a reputation, or did he just give himself that title because it sounded cool? Talking big for a cat that still hunts in a pack, Gabriel taunted. Who was this hollow to boss him around? So what if he had a cool nickname? He would still be Gabriel's dinner. Ifrit, or whatever the beast called itself, let out a low, menacing chuckle. A king doesn't need a pack. I was simply letting them fatten up before I devoured them. Before Gabriel could react, Ifrit was already in front of him. Fuck. That speed, Gabriel didn't know how the creature was managing to move so fast. The last thing Gabriel saw was what seemed to be flame propellers on the soles of Ifrit's feet. Oh. Scorching rend. Gabriel barely had time to react before a searing claw strike tore through his midsection, sending him skidding across the desert sands. His flesh burned, the flames refusing to extinguish even as he patted at them. Ouch, ouch, it burns, he muttered, blowing on the flames to get them to die down. Ifrit stood tall, licking the blood from his claws. You're slow. Meanwhile, Gabriel could be seen blowing at the flames. They had just died down. Thankfully, he didn't take too much damage. He just healed his soul. No biggie. He found where his soul was damaged and healed it. He wouldn't lose now. You're strong, Gabriel added with an excited smile. This guy was strong. Which meant maybe Gabriel could use all his moves on him. He rushed toward the creature at full speed, intending to land a fatal strike. He had even transfigured his muscles into springs for maximum bounce. Unfortunately, Ifrit could see him. Ifrit casually dodged Gabriel's strike before empowering his hand with fire. Fuck, Gabriel thought, immediately using his power to make his stomach as tough as he could right now. Just in time, too. The second he was done, he felt Ifrit's fist imprinting itself into his stomach. The force knocked all the air out of his lungs. His body was sent ragdolling far away. Holy shit, that hurt, Gabriel thought to himself. He planned to turn into a bird and fly into the sky. However, as he tumbled away, he made eye contact with Ifrit. Somehow, the bastard had caught up to him. His mouth opened wide. Saro. A blazing inferno of red energy surged forth, swallowing Gabriel whole. The explosion illuminated the endless night of Hugo sending shockwaves rippling through the desert. Ifrit landed gracefully, his tail flicking as he smirked. Burned to ash. But before he could celebrate, something shot from the smoke, Gabriel, grinning like a maniac. Gabriel rushed toward Ifrit, his hands covered in strange purple energy. Ifrit felt danger. A lot of fucking danger from those hands. You hit like a bitch, Gabriel said with a wild smile. Getting beat like this was getting him excited. He wasn't a masochist, he just loved growing stronger. And what better way to grow than to fight for your life 24 out of 7? Sure, it was dangerous, but it worked. He could feel it. His power. It was awakening once more. Ifrit, feeling the imminent threat behind Gabriel's fist, did not hesitate in his response. Infernal Devour. Gabriel's fist made contact with the blast. As that happened, the two attacks seemed to clash. Gabriel's eyes widened a bit. The fire, it was consuming him, even though he had transfigured his body to resist fire. Gabriel's eyes widened. Ifrit's grin deepened. Didn't anyone tell you? The tiger mocked. Fire doesn't just burn. It consumes. Without hesitation, Ifrit surged forward, his entire body engulfed in a flaming aura. Gabriel barely managed to react as a fiery claw raked across his chest, the force sending him tumbling. But even as he crashed into the sand, Gabriel was laughing. This was more chance for him to grow. More chance for him to adapt. Ifrit frowned. What's so funny, insect? Gabriel's wounds healed, perk of being able to turn his soul into whatever shape he wanted. You are just what I wanted, Gabriel said with a smile. The very next second, Gabriel's spiritual pressure flared outside his body, a suffocating pressure flooding the battlefield. Ifrit felt somewhat scared. This demonic power coming from Gabriel felt primordial. Fire erupted from Gabriel's body, flames identical to Ifrit's. But instead of being orange like his, Gabriel's flames were blue. Gabriel looked at the tiger. Impossible. You shouldn't have fire powers. Ifrit couldn't believe his eyes. What was he seeing right now? Chapter 16, Constant Evolution. 16. Gabriel was ready to pummel this beast for a long time. As for how he got his flame power, it was simple, really. Gabriel's ability to reshape his soul wasn't just for healing, it could be used for other things, like, evolution. Every time he was struck, his body wasn't just repairing itself, he was analyzing the damage, understanding the nature of the attack, and adapting. Ifrit's flames weren't ordinary, they consumed, burned beyond the surface, and ate away at energy itself. Gabriel felt it firsthand, the way the fire tried to reduce him to nothing. But instead of resisting, he let it in. He allowed the flames to become part of him, breaking them down at the fundamental level and rewriting his soul to incorporate their essence. His transfiguration ability worked by turning his soul into different properties: flesh, metal, bone, even concepts. By analyzing Ifrit's fire, he reconstructed his spiritual pressure to mimic it, shaping his spiritual energy into flames of his own. Gabriel used the flames to boost himself toward Ifrit. I will not lose to a copycat. Ifrit roared, rushing toward Gabriel, his flames burning so intensely that they even started to burn his own body. Yet he didn't care. He would not lose. He would win. As the two beasts met in the middle, fire went flying everywhere. Gabriel kicked Ifrit in the chest, using the man's chest as a platform to gain some distance from the beast. Saro. Saro. Kaboom. As debris flew everywhere, sparks could be seen flickering in the air. Gabriel had a battle-hungry grin on his face. He used transfiguration on himself, splitting into 3 clones, each turning into a different animal. One, a bird to fly. One, a tiger, as if to mock Ifrit. The other, resembling a shark. Do not underestimate my flames. Ifrit roared, his power rising. Yet before he could do much, the sand of Hucomundo went straight through his guts. Blood spilled from his mouth. He was shocked. Wait, how? Looking at the 3. Wait, 2? Looking down, he saw the shark emerging from the sand. The next second, as the bird landed on his head, he felt something was wrong. On instinct, he poured all of his spiritual power into his head. All of it. Fire consumed the beast, burning both the shark and the bird alive. The remaining tiger transformed back into Gabriel. Wasn't this interesting? So hollows could resist his power as long as they had enough spiritual power. That was incredibly good info to know. Though, there's only so much you can do as a head. Odd, Gabriel had accidentally broken the man's hollow mask. Yet instead of a new one appearing, Ifrit stood still, his body refusing to move. Looking down at his tiger-like form. Yeah, that shit had been transfigured beyond belief. He couldn't even move anymore. Well, this was fun. Time to end it, Gabriel said, preparing to finish Ifrit off. As Gabriel stepped closer to Ifrit, flames erupted from the man's body. Do you honestly believe that just because I'm just a head, I wouldn't fight back? This fight isn't over until I am dead. Gabriel had to give it to him, the man was hardcore. Gabriel watched as everything beneath the man's neck was engulfed in flames. Ifrit was burning himself just to keep going. Gabriel saw something in Ifrit's soul. It was evolving. Like, hella fast, like he had met some kind of unknown requirement for something. Ifrit's spiritual pressure increased tenfold. The pressure emanating from his body was so overwhelming that Gabriel was forced to his knees. It was getting hard to breathe. I refuse to lose. Ifrit roared. His body began moving once more. Gabriel, however, just smiled. Sure, Ifrit was probably a lot stronger than him right now. However, he didn't care. He couldn't bring himself to care. The way Ifrit's soul was evolving, he was now on a timer. If Ifrit evolved completely, chances were Gabriel would die instantly and become food for this beast. Yet Gabriel had a chance. As long as he won before the soul fully evolved, he would be all good. Let's see which one of us is worthy to stay alive. Gabriel rushed toward Ifrit. Who, in an instant, vanished from Gabriel's view. Gabriel felt a hand on his face. And while Ifrit's hand was making contact with Gabriel's face. Scorching rend. Kaboom. Gabriel saw the crack on his mask. BZZZT, boom. TCH. Gabriel exhaled, feeling the heat gnaw at his existence. His mask. He needed to fix it. Using his power, he began reconstructing the broken pieces of his mask. It took about 5 seconds, his fingers twitching as he rewrote his form, restoring what was lost. BZZZT, boom. A sudden burst of speed, Ifrit was already on him again, fire roaring around his claws, ready to end this in one decisive strike. Gabriel reacted instantly. Bzzzt, boom. With a burst of his ability, he repelled his body backward, narrowly escaping the deadly strike. Using idle transfiguration, he fused into the tree behind him and escaped from the tree's back. He was safe. The same could not be said about the tree, though. Bzzzt, boom. Before Ifrit could react, Gabriel reappeared behind him. Crack. Gabriel's technique, alongside his fire control and Sero, all landed on Ifrit's back at the same time. Sparks of black erupted into the air, colliding with blue sparks as Ifrit's body convulsed under the impact. Chapter 17, Haribel's Fraction, 17, Ifrit heard it. The soul of every single soul that he had consumed, all of them asking for control, all of them trying to take over him. He held his head in pain, his power wavering from very high to incredibly low. Gabriel, however, was in no mood to watch this. Without giving the man any time to react, he struck him again. And another. Two of them, landing back to back for a total of 3 black flashes, or rather, his abyssal fracture. The purpose of this technique was to sever the ties between the anchor soul and all the others within the body. Abyssal fracture was useless against Gabriel, as he only had one soul and his control over it was flawless. However, against hollows, who had thousands of souls ingested within them, it was devastating. This move could also sever a Shinigami's link with their Zanpakuto. Gabriel didn't know this yet, but if this technique was used against a being that wasn't a hollow, it would outright destroy their soul, shattering it completely. That was for the future. His current self had grown used to using this technique, landing blow after blow. Out of 10 punches, only 1 of them carried abyssal fracture. Meaning, with his current mastery, only 1 out of 10 would land with that effect. And he would have to be completely locked in to ensure it landed, otherwise, his chances dropped to 1 out of 100. A pretty big drop. Ifrit, feeling all of those souls wishing to consume him, could feel his end. He could feel himself dying. I refuse, he declared, his fire power surging beyond anything he had ever reached before. His flesh burned like no other, and the temperature all around him spiked by 5,600 degrees Celsius. If I die, I'm taking you with me, Ifrit roared, his flames threatening to consume everything in their path. Ah! The fire erupting from Ifrit's body was so hot and potent that it even burned itself. Yes, the fire was burning fire. Gabriel watched as Ifrit transformed into a miniature sun, an explosion waiting to happen, something akin to another Hiroshima. And yet, he couldn't help but grin. He knew if this move landed, he would probably die. Yet, he had that same shit-eating grin on his face. Give it your all, old fuck. I don't want to hear any complaining when I'm done with you. Gabriel's skin hardened like never before, layering itself with so much armor that it became completely fire-resistant. Without hesitation, Gabriel rushed at Ifrit, clashing with the beast. You won't leave here alive. Ifrit declared, grabbing Gabriel and holding him tight as he prepared to blow his load, explode. Remembering his promise to his dad, Gabriel refused to die like this. As Ifrit's body reached peak heat, the beast exploded. It was just like Nagasaki all over again. The sun came crashing down on Hukomundo once again, reducing an area of roughly 2 miles to nothing but dust. With Ifrit's burned corpse in the center, Pop Change Gabriel could be seen 3 miles away. For those wondering how he got so far so quickly, the answer was quite simple. He molted. The tough, hardened skin he had created? Yeah, he just left it behind, burrowed himself in the sand, and slithered away at full speed. Sure, he was down to about 1/4 of his power, but he was alive. Ifrit, however, was dead. The man had poured the last ounce of his will into that attack. He had incinerated every last soul within his body for that final move. Sacrificing his very essence, everything that made him who he was. Like a big fuck you to Gabriel, Ifrit had refused to be consumed. Wasn't he just one prideful hollow? He was beaten. He would hear a female tomboyish voice say, easy prey. Looking up, he saw a deer, a paxi, followed by a lion, Mila Rose, and a snake. Sunday he felt no threat from them. As he looked at them, his wounds began to heal. Casually, he tossed 3 balls into his mouth. All 3 were the souls of transfigured Gillians. The energy surged through his body, restoring him to full strength. Tilting his head to the side, he realized something. He had never seen female hollows before. Sun watched as his wounds healed. Wait, hold up. Wasn't he just tired a moment ago? Was that just bait? He's weakened. There's no way he can beat all 3 of us, the lion said. Neat. A talking lion. I have no interest in eating you, Gabriel said calmly, transfiguring his soul to return to full strength. There's no way you're still at 100% after such a fight. The deer exclaimed. Stalkers. Creepy, Gabriel retorted. I am not your goddamn stalker. Okay, she had a temper. Foo-fa-foo, aren't you just easy to tease? Gabriel didn't say much, just watching the three girls talk amongst themselves. Then, he jumped back as a strike from the lion barely missed him. It seemed like she was trying to kill him. Stay still. The fuck kind of logic was that? Was she expecting him to just take it? He effortlessly avoided each and every one of her blows without fighting back. He didn't feel like eating them. He felt no hunger for them. Chapter 18, Harrible. 18, Harrible emerged from the shadows, her presence instantly commanding attention. Her golden eyes locked onto Mila Rose, and with a calm yet firm voice, she spoke. That's enough. As his gaze landed on the voice, he felt his heart. Well, he didn't have one of those anymore. His heart had basically become his mask now. Shark Mommy. She was basically a shark hollow, yet she was more humanoid. He could see some human skin alongside golden hair. Just looking at her had his heart beating. He began remembering his father's words. Eat good food, find a good woman. And be proud of who you are. Alongside the stuff he had added, be strong enough to protect who you love. Even the shape of her soul was more perfect than his. Granted, his soul was a lot more stable and powerful, yet the way hers was. It seemed like a step above his. Slowly, he was shaping his soul to look like hers. Shit was taking a while. Though it seemed like his soul did not have enough juice for it. No. More like there was an unknown requirement he hadn't fulfilled yet. Upon looking at the shark Vasta O Lord, Gabriel made up his mind. He didn't care about anything anymore. His relentless pursuit of strength did not matter. Right now, all that mattered was this woman. Marry me. Yup. No hesitation. No asking for dates. Not even dinner first. Straight to the point. Apaxi audibly choked. Mila Rose blinked in disbelief. Sun covered her mouth with her tail, as if trying to hold herself back from laughing at the sheer guts this male hollow possessed. Harrible, for her part, remained unreadable. She had expected a lot of things to come out of his mouth, asking for a challenge, him trying to kill her, him trying to run away, even him trying to kill her 3 followers. Though, if he had tried that last option, she would have brutally beaten him. Not just beaten, she would have killed him. Without any hesitation. However, being as cool and reserved as she was, she had no intention of getting into a relationship. I refuse, she said, her voice neutral yet firm. There was no mockery, just a simple rejection. Why did I say that? He thought to himself. It was as if he had no filter, as if his hidden desires were just laid out for the world to see. As if he was acting on primal instinct. Gabriel's body began changing inside. He changed his goal. He would follow the way his father had won his mother over. He would start by gaining her trust first. Alright, then let me join your group. Harrible tilted her head slightly. And why should I allow that? Because I want to be with you, he said, completely serious. Yeah, he was not going to back down now. Never back down, never give up. The 3 hollows behind her visibly tensed at his response. Apaxi clicked her tongue. TCH. Like how we'd let you in, creep. Oh damn, their view of him did not seem that high. Exactly. Just because you have a death wish doesn't mean you can join our group, Mila Rose scoffed. The hate in her voice was barely hidden. Okay, now it was sounding like they had something against male hollows. Gabriel remembered his experience with male hollows. Okay, that made sense. Sun hummed. Foo-fa-foo, how bold. But trust isn't something easily given. Harrible remained silent for a moment, observing Gabriel. There was something different about him. Despite his strength, he had yet to attack them. He had no hunger in his eyes, no bloodlust. As a matter of fact, she could roughly tell that he had the potential to become a Vasta O Lord. The second she laid eyes on him, she felt that primal energy. Even if the boy didn't reach Vasta O Lord, if he were to achieve even 10% of his full potential, he could rival a Vasta O Lord as an Ajusha. You will have to earn their trust first, Harrible finally said. Looking at them. If this was a video game, all of their scores would be close to 0. With the lion somehow being in the negative. Negative 120, to be exact. Holy damn, that was hate. Under Hollow law, he was stronger than them, and thus, they would be considered lesser than him. Even at 1 out of 4 of his power, he could take all 3 of them and win. For Christ's sake, if it would one-shot them. Yet that pride shit didn't matter now. Gabriel didn't hesitate. He turned to the 3 female hollows, bowed his head slightly, and asked, "Will you allow me to stay?" The response was immediate and harsh. No. Well, damn. That was quick. Harrible turned away, signaling for her group to move. He followed them, staying far behind, not to be a bother but always within viewing distance. For 3 whole months, that's all he did. Even though he barely ate, he did not regress. To be more exact, he could not regress. The way he shaped his soul meant he did not have to fear regression. As a matter of fact, every single day, working toward his goals, his power grew. By the end of the 3 months, he was 30 times stronger than when he started following them. His diet included 1 jillion a day and some Mundo sand. At night, when they slept, he would continue fusing some of that primordial energy into his system. Slowly, he was shifting from a normal hollow to being around 30% something more. Something dangerous. Chapter 19, The Thing Pussy Does to a Man. 19, Mila Rose's patience had long since run out. Just give it up already. Leave. She growled, her sharp fangs bared in frustration. But he stayed. He always stayed. He did not mind her trying to pick a fight with him constantly, he barely even fought back, mostly sticking to avoiding her blows. No matter how angry she got at him, he stayed. Why should we trust you? Were her very cold words. Gabriel thought for a while. What was something he could offer to them that could make them accept it? He pondered a bit. Then it hit him. I can remove the possibility of you regressing. The silence that followed after his words was heavy. Hella heavy. You can. What? So she could speak without sounding angry. I can stop you from regressing to a jillion. As if I would take your word for it. Damn, she was already judging him. I can show you, he said, his hand glowing a purple color. As if I would let you touch me. She sounded defensive. Geez, she sounded like she hated him. Let me touch you. Oh my, how forward of you. He could hear the teasing from Sunday. Okay, maybe his words sounded wrong. Get your hand away from me. Creep. Harsh, but alright. My power works by making physical contact, that is, if I can't touch you, I cannot do it, he explained logically. Why should we take your word for it? For all we know, you could use this chance to kill her, the deer said. He thought her name was Apaxi or something. Without any hesitation, he ripped off his left hand and tossed it towards Sunday. If I act out of line or even show any sign of doing something weird, you can eat it. This may have seemed like a small price. Well, to be fair to Gabriel, it was. He could always reshape his soul later and get the arm back without stopping his evolution. Nothing could stop his evolution, maybe death. Though chances are, if he went to hell, he'd probably become the ruler of it in about 100 years. Yes, his potential was that great. However, to the 4 hollows present, what he had just done was something no sane hollow should do. They knew that if another hollow were to eat any part of his body, he would stop evolving, and yet here he was, giving his arm away. Plus, Shark Lady over here could kill me if she noticed anything wrong, he said calmly. Hannibal just looked at the scene, her expression unreadable. If you try anything, I will kill you. Noted. She got close. He reached his hand and touched her mane. Fluffy. The purple energy around his hand glowed. There he saw it, thousands upon thousands of souls fighting for dominance, so many souls fighting to become the anchor soul, causing the anchor soul, Mila Rose's soul, to need a shit ton of energy in order to maintain itself. The whole place looked like a fragile mess. If one thing was removed, it would all come falling down. Deciding to be a helpful fellow, Gabriel used his idol Transfiguration in order to destroy the identity and personality of all the sub-souls before fusing them into the anchor soul, stabilizing them. As Gabriel opened his eyes, his hand stopped glowing. Mila Rose looked the same, as if nothing had changed. Oh my, it seems like nothing happened. That was the snake lady. I knew it was a scam, goddamn, the deer had no faith in him at all. However, Hannibal felt something. Mila Rose's soul had changed. Something about it had fully changed. TCH, knew it. You just wanted an excuse to touch me. She didn't even seem to notice the change. Do you feel hungry? He asked calmly. No, I don't, I just ate. She wasn't hungry. For anyone wondering why this was a big thing, the answer was simple. Hollows had this instinct to eat and eat souls in order not to regress, so a hollow not being hungry is like Somalia not being corrupt. That shit just ain't happening. It was like someone gaining 700 pounds only eating food in moderation and only eating the healthy stuff. That shit never happens. I am not hungry. She muttered to herself. She wasn't hungry. I destroyed the identities of the sub-souls in your body, turning them into fuel for your anchor soul. You now only have one soul, and thus, you cannot regress, as regression is caused when you cannot sustain the thousands of souls in your body. You have one soul now, and if you can't sustain it, you would just die of hunger. I kinda removed your ability to turn back into a jillion. He did what? Wait. Did that mean? The weight of Gabriel's words settled on the group like a sandstorm in Mundo. The silence stretched for what felt like an eternity. Mila Rose just stood there, processing. Her golden eyes widened slightly, her expression frozen somewhere between disbelief and shock. Apaxai's jaw dropped. Like, fully unhinged. Sun, ever composed, merely blinked, but the slight tightening of her grip on her sleeve betrayed her surprise. Haribel's gaze sharpened, golden irises studying Gabriel with newfound scrutiny. "You're saying," Mila Rose finally spoke, her voice unusually quiet, "that I can't ever regress?" Gabriel nodded. "Yup. If you have the potential you can evolve further, you can never devolve. Am I not just great?" Mila Rose staggered back, gripping her chest as if she could feel the difference within her very soul. Her breathing quickened, panic. No. This was something else. Something deeper. "You're serious?" She wasn't asking. She was realizing. Gabriel just shrugged. "I literally ripped my arm off and handed it to Snake Lady over there. You think I'd do that for a scam?" Sun, still holding his arm, wiggled it slightly between her fingers. "I must admit, I thought this would be a clever deception." But his reaction. He truly believes in what he's done. Apaxai, however, had a different approach. "Bullshit," she snapped, stepping forward. "There's no way some random dude we just met has the ability to stop regression. That's like breaking the very nature of hollows. You think you can just change the rules?" Gabriel wondered if he could transfigure them to the next stage. Considering his control over his power was not the greatest, he doubted he could do much. They would probably just be eternally in pain and become abomination, and considering he is trying to marry their leader, wasn't really a good idea. He could be forceful in his approach to Haribel, but that won't work. He may have around the same, if not more, spiritual pressure than her, but that is it, he has zero control over it. She had more mastery over her power, plus Gabriel hadn't mastered that weird movement technique, so she had him beat in speed. All in all, she would beat his ass, and he refused to pull a bargain, or did he? He would try his luck, if it worked well, if not, it would work. Chapter 20, All for Ducky 20. Gabriel tilted his head. I mean, yeah? He wasn't really wrong, he had just changed her soul to be more complete. He wondered what the big fuss was about. And yes, he was doing this for a chance at being close to Shark Mommy, he meant Shark Lady. The shit Dusty does to a man. Actually, he didn't even think hollows had those, yet. Well, having his head between her thighs or between her breasts would always be a good option. So, yes. He was willing to fucking change their bodies down to the cellular level if that meant his current 0% chance of getting to hit was now a 0.5%. Any bump up is appreciated. Mila Rose clenched her claws, trembling, not in fear, but in something more volatile. Something emotional. Her entire existence had been a battle against regression. A constant, gnawing fear that if she wasn't strong enough, she'd be devoured by the very souls inside her, reduced to a mindless Jillian. Every fight, every meal, every moment of her life had been dictated by that one inevitability. And to have that fear just removed from her body altogether, as if it had never existed to begin with. All of it? And now, it was gone. Her throat tightened. She wanted to scream. She wanted to fight. She wanted to hit something. She didn't even realize she had swiped at Gabriel collar until she saw him dodge away from her. "What the hell did you just do to me?" she asked, her voice raw. Gabriel blinked. He was expecting a thank you, maybe some acknowledgement, but to be held like this by a lion, how the fuck did she even manage that? She had paws, and Gabriel's hollow form didn't even have a collar to grab onto. The heck was this? I freed you from the cycle. Mila Rose's grip tightened. Her eyes burned into his. Holy fuck, how could a hollow's gaze be so fierce? He just wanted some buns, no need to do this to him. Haribel stepped closer. Is it true? Yay, she spoke to him. Happiness flooded his system. He was so happy, so eager. Mila Rose hesitated. She had to be sure. She reached inward, searching for that ever-present hunger, that dread that whispered at the edges of her mind. It was gone. No hunger. No fear. For the first time in her existence. She was free. Her grip on Gabriel loosened. Shit. That was all she could say. Wait. Why did she sound like she was annoyed that she would have to apologize to him? Was it really that bad? Come on, maybe he had touched her fur for a bit too long. Come on, her mane was fluffy, okay? It wasn't his fault he wanted to touch it. Also, why did she act like he was touching her breasts or something? She didn't even have those. The only person here with a pair of tits was Shark Lady. Apaxai crossed her hooves. Even if it's true, why the hell would you do this? What do you get out of it? Gabriel smirked. Well, I get to be near Miss Shark Lady over there, so that's a win in my book. Mila Rose growled, pushing him back. So you did this just to get closer to Haribel? How typical. Why did Gabriel feel like she just found an excuse to still hate him? As if she needed a reason to justify it. Why did he feel like she just hated all male hollows? Sun chuckled behind her sleeve. Foo, this is certainly interesting. A hollow who alters the very foundation of our existence, and all for love at first sight? How romantic. Mila Rose clicked her tongue, crossing her arms. Okay, so Snake Lady is a tease, Lion Lady has a temper, and Deer Lady is a tomboy. Harable remained unreadable. Her eyes lingered on Gabriel, thoughts swirling behind them. Finally, she spoke. If what you say is true, then you may stay. Mila Rose snapped her head toward her. Wait, what? Just like that? Opaxi looked just as stunned. Boss, you're really letting this creep in? Sun smirked. My, it seems our leader has made her decision. Gabriel, ever the smooth bastard, simply grinned. Nice. He won. A smile appeared on his face as he got one step closer to realizing his goals. His soul began to shift. His power began to grow. His soul began to shift, though no one around him seemed to notice what was happening to this boy. Hollows were driven by instinct, by the urge to survive, to devour in order to avoid being devoured. Souls of humans who were overcome by despair became hollows. With grief in their hearts, they turned into something they would have been disgusted by in their human life. A creature whose sole goal was to devour and eat until it was full. The thing was, it would never be full. A hollow's heart was their mask. Gabriel's regret was the fact that he could not let his father see him grow into a strong man, or have kids. The words he heard from his dad before he turned into a hollow were engraved into his very soul. Eat good food, and find a wife. He added the extra part, get strong enough to protect them. Ever since he became a hollow, he had lived by those ideals and never really strayed from them. His rapid growth was proof of that. Chances were, if he continued living by those ideals, he would continuously evolve. Why do I seem untrusting to you all? He asked calmly, tilting his head to the side. Your hollow hole. It's outside your body, and your entire presence feels like death and hell. He glanced back at his hollow hole. Well, of course it was outside, he had never taken it seriously. It wasn't that bad, was it? The maws of hell seemed ready to break loose. But he was sure that meant nothing. Chapter 21, 6-month-old, 21. For the next week or so, Gabriel did his best to bond with the three girls. The results were mixed. Opaxi still didn't like him. At all. Every conversation with her was met with resistance, insults, or outright hostility. If he so much as breathed in her direction, she acted like he was plotting something. The fuck they thought he was? Some predator? They weren't his type, really. At best, they were like cousins, or annoying sisters that he had to deal with in order to get with Shark Mommy. Anyway, he got their names. The deer was Opaxi, the lioness was Mila Rose, and the snake lady was named Sunday. Shark Lady was Harable. That was progress. Also, Snake Lady had given him his arm back, so yeah, he didn't have to waste energy healing his soul. Mila Rose, on the other hand, was neutral. She wasn't actively hostile like Opaxi, but she wasn't exactly friendly either. It was like she tolerated his presence but had no real investment in getting to know him. Once again, it felt like she was conflicted about him. No biggie, he was sure she would accept it one way or another. She didn't do anything when he patted her fur. If we removed the fact she shot a arrow at him. Just the minor shit, really. Sun was the only one he had real success befriending. Unlike the other two, she actually entertained conversation with him, sometimes even initiating it herself. Of course, most of the time, it was layered in sarcasm and teasing, but still, progress was progress. He tried to learn more about them, starting with their names. He'd already done the soul stabilization process for Sun, making her incapable of regressing into a Jillian. She had accepted it without much resistance, more intrigued than anything. Opaxi, however, still refused. Gabriel quickly realized that she was the most tomboyish of the three, always carrying herself with a tough, combative energy. She constantly found reasons to argue, to throw jabs, to make it clear she wasn't going to be handled by anyone, especially not some random hollow she barely knew. Well, Gabriel was like the second strongest here. Shark Lady was still stronger, by a decent margin. How could he protect those he loved if he was weaker than them? What if the enemy was stronger than them? And with this mentality, his power once again began to grow. The 300 Jillion he ate a day were somehow enough to satiate his hunger. Opaxi refused his offer to stabilize her soul. I don't want some creep touching me, she snapped when he brought it up. Sun, of course, took that as an opportunity to tease her. Oh my, but Gabriel is so gentle with his hand, you're really missing out, Opaxi. Shut up, snake. Opaxi shot back, her face heating up in frustration. I just don't want some guy messing with my soul, okay? It's weird. Gabriel, for his part, didn't push her. At the end of the day, it's your choice, he said with a shrug. I'm not forcing anything. That seemed to catch her off guard, as if she expected him to insist. As if his whole presence screamed pure evil. Looking at his hollow which was outside his body, he decided to transfigure it, make it appear on his chest. It felt hella uncomfortable but he could manage. It was during one of these conversations that Sun finally asked him about his ability. What exactly is your power, Gabriel? She mused, her tone laced with curiosity. You've never really explained it. You just keep performing these little miracles. Without hesitation, he answered. I can manipulate souls. Mine and others. That was the simplest way to put it. No need to dress it up. The three of them fell silent for a moment, processing that information. That's it? Mila Rose finally asked, her arms crossed. Gabriel arched a brow. That's it? Lady, you do realize hollows are basically just piles of souls, right? Sun chuckled. Yes, I suppose controlling the very essence of our existence is rather significant. Apaxai, predictably, was skeptical. Sounds fake. Gabriel just rolled his eyes. Yeah, because ripping my own arm off totally screamed con artist. That was about as much as he told them. He didn't go into specifics about how deep his ability went or what he could really do if he wanted to. No need to scare them. One day, unexpectedly, Apaxai changed her mind. Sort of. She didn't outright ask him to stabilize her soul, oh no. That would be too direct, and Apaxai wasn't about to admit she wanted something from him. Instead, she did what any stubborn, prideful person would do, she framed it as a challenge. Alright, fine, I'll let you do your weird soul thing, she grumbled, arms crossed. But only because I want to see if you're full of shit or not. Sun wasted no time capitalizing on the moment. Oh my, so eager to have Gabriel's hands on you, Apaxai? Shut up, Sun. Apaxai barked, her face immediately turning red. I just wanna see if he's actually doing anything or if you two are just gullible idiots. Gabriel just blinked at her. Right. Sure. That's why. Apaxai scowled. Just get it over with already. He stepped forward, reaching out toward her shoulder, but Apaxai immediately took a step back. Wait, don't touch me yet. Gabriel sighed. Apaxai, I literally have to touch you for this to work. Apaxai fidgeted slightly, avoiding eye contact. She looked like she was arguing with herself. Sun, meanwhile, was having the time of her life. Oh my, are you nervous? I just don't like being touched, okay? Apaxai snapped. Gabriel exhaled through his nose, then took a step back. Look, I don't have to do this. If you're uncomfortable, we can forget about it. That only made Apaxai more frustrated. No. Ugh. Fine. Just do it already before I change my mind. With that, she squared her shoulders and stood firm, as if preparing for battle. Gabriel reached out once more and rested his fingertips slightly on her shoulder. Purple energy glowed from his palm as he reached into her soul. And what he saw was the same as the others, thousands of souls, chaotically intertwined, all struggling for dominance beneath her anchor soul. The constant battle for identity. The endless hunger. The instability that all hollows suffered from. Just like with Mila Rose and Sun, he eliminated the identities of the sub-souls and fused them into the anchor soul, stabilizing it permanently. As the energy faded, Gabriel removed his hand. That's it? Apaxai muttered, almost disappointed. Gabriel tilted his head. You feel any different? No. Are you hungry? No, she stopped. She wasn't hungry. Not even a little. Her eyes widened as she slowly processed what that meant. Sun giggled. It worked, then. Apaxai blinked, still stunned. Then, ever so slowly, she turned her head toward Gabriel. I still don't like you. I'd be worried if you did. Which was true. If it was that easy to get someone to like you, relationships wouldn't be so hard. Apaxai huffed and crossed her arms, turning away. Thanks, I guess. That was the closest thing to a compliment he was ever gonna get from her. But that wasn't the biggest surprise of the day. During the conversation that followed, something came up that Gabriel hadn't expected. At one point, Apaxai threw out another insult, calling him an old creep. Gabriel raised a brow. Old? Lady, I've only been a hollow for, 6 months. Silence. A very strange silence. The air shifted. Gabriel could feel the weight of Haribal's gaze on him, heavier than it had ever been before. When he turned his head, he saw something he really didn't expect, Haribal staring at him with an unreadable expression. No, wait. He could read it. It was maternal. Oh. Oh no. Chapter 22, I swear I am not horny. 22 Gabriel looked a tiny bit annoyed at being treated like a child, yet he couldn't really say no to her. 1. She was stronger than him, and 2. Well, currently, he was being given a lap pillow. Yup. This was his life now. Sun teased him, but he didn't say anything back, just enjoying the warmth. Meanwhile, Apaxi and Mila Rose did not look too happy about how close he was to Haribel. Did he care? Fuck no. He was in her lap. That was the most important thing in the world right now. Now, how to make her view him less as a son. He tried asking what he could possibly do to get out of this family zone, but she didn't say much, just gently caressed his mask. God damn it. She seemed to view his actions as a kid acting out. Okay, so maybe he was a 6-month-old hollow, but he wasn't a baby, for Christ's sake. Though, laying on her lap was quite nice. He quite enjoyed her touching his mask and hair. His luscious, beautiful hair. Don't ask him why he had bothered growing hair. It just felt good, okay? Plus, his dad used to help him with his hair, so there was that. Well, as long as he could get close to her, he guessed everything would be fine. He would get Shark Mommy to like him. Some way or another. Time skip. Gabriel could be seen meditating, his eyes closed as he tried to clear his mind. Remove all dirty thoughts from his pure mind. And he was imagining Haribel in a more human-like form. And she was sweating. And it was now sexual. And if he had a dick, it would be rock hard. Stop thinking like that, he reminded himself. He should not think like that. He was not that much of a horny bastard. He calmed his mind and stopped thinking about her melons. He stopped himself from fantasizing about marrying her or having a child. Calm down. HN. Stop fucking imagining her moaning, for fuck's sake. Get tighty together. Eventually, after hours. He got it. Of course, Sun had to ruin it. Her teasing words slithered into his ears, smooth and relentless, like always. He didn't even bother responding. What was the point? She knew his situation too well. Too damn well. She was enjoying this. Still, after a while, he opened his eyes and looked at her. There was something he wanted to ask. Hey, you know anything about Haribel? He asked casually, though there was obvious intent behind his words. Sun's lips curled into a knowing smirk. Oh my, why do you ask? She mused, tilting her head slightly. You seem awfully interested, Gabriel.con. Oh, fuck off. He didn't take the bait. Because I want to know, he said simply. Sun chuckled. And what do I get in return? Of course. Of course, she wouldn't do anything without a price. That was just how she was. Gabriel thought for a moment before holding up a small, glowing sphere in his hand. This, he said. Sun raised an eyebrow. And what exactly is this? The soul of 5 Jillion, Gabriel replied. Refined, purified, and condensed. If you eat it, you'll gain the full energy and power of 5 Jillion. Sun's smirk faltered for just a second as she processed what he was offering. Ajushas didn't gain the full strength of whatever hollow they devoured. It was inefficient, only a fraction of the consumed hollow's power would actually transfer over, the rest being lost in the chaotic mess of souls. But this was different. This was guaranteed power. Her sharp eyes studied him carefully. You're really eager to win Haribel over, aren't you? She asked, amused. Gabriel just shrugged. Yeah. That was all there was to it. He wasn't going to deny it. Sun hummed. And why is that? Gabriel's expression didn't change. Because I made a promise to my dad. That made her pause. Oh my. She murmured. You actually remember your human life? Gabriel exhaled through his nose. Roughly, he admitted. It's fading. The details are slipping away. But I remember enough. Sun tilted her head slightly. What do you remember? Gabriel's jaw tightened for a moment before he answered. I remember that I turned into a hollow after another hollow attacked my home. It ripped me out of my body and killed my dad right in front of me. He glanced down at his hand, clenching his fingers into a fist. The regret. The despair. I think that's what turned me into a hollow. Sun's teasing demeanor softened just a fraction. How tragic, she murmured. Gabriel snorted. Yeah. Spare me the fake sympathy, snake lady. Sun chuckled, the teasing glint returning to her eyes. Oh, but I am sympathetic, Gabriel. In fact, I feel so bad for you that I might just answer your question. Gabriel rolled his eyes. Just take the damn ball. Sun grinned, plucking the glowing sphere from his palm. With pleasure. He could get along with this snake lady. Chapter 23, Snackasi. 23, Sun twirled the glowing sphere between her tail. Somehow, she made it look like it was her finger. Her snake-like eyes watched as it shimmered with an almost hypnotic glow. My, such a generous gift. Are you sure you can afford to give this away? Gabriel scoffed, leaning back against the nearby rock. I wouldn't offer it if I couldn't. Besides, I got more where that came from. He wasn't lying. He had about 40 more. All stored. Well, let's not talk about it. Sun raised an eyebrow, clearly intrigued. Oh? And here I thought you were just a reckless little hollow throwing away precious resources for the sake of a woman's attention. That's rich coming from the one who just took the damn thing without hesitation, he added, looking at the snake lady. He wouldn't be outdone by her. She let out a soft chuckle, bringing the orb close to her lips. True enough. But you see, I know the value of a good deal. And this? She tapped the orb lightly. This tells me that you're very determined to win Harable over. How cute. Gabriel narrowed his eyes. You keep saying that like I'm some lovesick idiot. Sun leaned in slightly, her voice a smooth whisper. Aren't you? Gabriel gave her a flat look. No. I respect her, that's all. She's strong, she doesn't waste time, and she's not a complete pain in the ass to be around. Unlike some people. Who are you trying to fool? Me or yourself? She teased as she gulped down the orb. You know, he did not expect to see a literal snake eat such a bright blue orb like this before. Something about someone with no gag reflex swallowing a ball had done something to his little brain. Oh no, of course not. You're an absolute delight. A real ray of sunshine in this miserable, sand-covered hellhole. He was lying, and he knew it. She knew it was cap. Flattery won't get you out of my teasing, you know. Gabriel sighed, rubbing his face. Yeah, I figured. She studied him for a moment, her playful smirk lingering before she spoke again. So, you really don't remember much else from your human life? Gabriel was silent for a moment before shaking his head. Not much. Just bits and pieces. I remember my dad. I remember our home. I remember that night. Everything else? It's slipping away. Feels like trying to hold sand in my hands. Sun hummed in thought, tilting her head slightly. And yet, you're clinging on to a promise from a life that's fading from your mind. Isn't that painful? Gabriel gave her a side glance, his expression unreadable. Yeah. But some things are worth holding on to. Sun's smirk softened just a little. I see. For a brief moment, there was a strange silence between them, not awkward, but something different. Then, of course, she had to ruin it. Still, I do wonder how you plan to escape that adorable little sun zone Harable has placed you in. She mused, the teasing glint returning to her eyes. Gabriel groaned, already regretting this conversation. I swear if you bring that up again, but it's so precious. Sun giggled, clearly enjoying herself. The way she gently caresses your mask, like a mother soothing her child. Gabriel clenched his jaw. I will punch you. Sun giggled again, completely unfazed. Oh my, such violence. It's okay, Gabriel. Even if you are like a baby to her, I'm sure she cares for you very much. Gabriel exhaled sharply, rubbing his temples. I hate you. Sun gave him a sly smile. Oh no, you love me. He shot her a deadpan glare. That was quite the treat, she mused, licking her lips. I do hope you continue bringing me such delightful gifts, Gabriel. Gabriel rolled his eyes, pushing himself up. Don't push your luck, snake lady. Sun simply smiled, ever the picture of amusement. Oh, but Gabriel, you love pushing your luck. Why else would you be chasing after Harable like a love-struck puppy? Though he noticed the light flush on her cheeks. The power high was probably intoxicating. Yup, that was steam coming out of the snake lady's mouth. He didn't like that look in her eyes. Okay, so maybe he should, just in case, make the power not come all at once. Maybe. Make it come over time. He felt the snake wrap itself all around him. Oh fuck. What was that look in the snake lady's eyes? He could feel her tail wrapped around him. Her snake-like face was in front of him. Oh, Tommy, she was on a power high. This was not good. This could never be good. He was not about to get diddled by a woman. His first should at least be Shark Mommy, not Snake Lady. He had his priorities straight. He was getting melanin for his first. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. This was probably his father's side speaking. Harable looked closest to what his dad had shown him about Latina women. Plus, he didn't even have a meet. Where the fuck would this end? He shall not do the snackasy. Chapter 24, I shall resist the snakeasy. 24, Sun coiled around him like a predator savoring its meal, her body flush against his as she hummed in satisfaction. The soft steam escaping her lips was a clear sign, the intoxicating high of the power he had given her was overtaking her senses. Her usually calculating, teasing demeanor had melted into something far more dangerous. Gabriel, in all his infinite wisdom, knew one thing for certain. This was not good. The way her snake-like eyes gleamed with mischief, no, something far more feral, sent a chill down his spine. Her tail wound around him tighter, securing her grip while her arms wrapped around his shoulders. His first instinct was to push her away, but the problem was, if he did, he might actually hurt her. He wasn't about to accidentally snap her in half just because she was acting like she had downed a gallon of liquid courage. Nah, more like she was on 20 honey packs, and he was the victim. He did not want to be one of the victims of being diddled. He wanted melanin. Melanin, not no gag reflex. No gag reflex, huh? Snap out of it. He shouted to himself. Tommy, why me? Gabriel. Sun purred, her breath tickling his neck as she leaned in closer, her weight pressing into him. Such a thoughtful gift. I can feel it surging through me. Did you do this just for me? Do not phrase it like, the way she phrased it made it seem like he was in her, which he wasn't. And couldn't be. He had no dick. She only chuckled. Oh fuck, he was cooked. He was about to become a victim. But you're so warm. She murmured, her voice taking on a sultry lilt. Oh fuck no. Sun, he said, voice low with warning, I swear, if you don't get off me, I'm going to blow you, okay? Now that sounded so wrong. Oh my, how forward of you. Wow, he really ran into that one. This is not what I mean. Before he could finish, the heavens, those cruel, unfeeling bastards, decided to make his night even worse. The door slid open. Not really a door, just that Mila Rose and Apaxi were done hunting and had entered their little cave. Mila Rose and Apaxi stepped in. And then, absolute silence. Gabriel, still wrapped up in Sun's grasp, felt the weight of their stares, Mila Rose's sharp golden gaze narrowing in disbelief, Apaxi's mouth slowly falling open as if her brain was still processing what she was seeing. The way Sun was draped over him, the light flush on her cheeks, the way she clung to him like a needy lover. Oh fuck. Before he could get a word in, Apaxi's face twisted in horror. I knew you were a creep. She shrieked, pointing an accusing finger at him. Gabriel's eye twitched. Hold the fuck on, he needed to explain himself, but he didn't even have the chance. Immediately, he was basically called a diddly disciple. Oh my god, I can't believe this, Mila Rose groaned, rubbing her temples. We all thought you were just a little weird, but this... The fuck did she mean they all thought he was a bit weird? He was a normal man. Nothing weird to see here. Sun, still clearly enjoying herself, giggled softly against his shoulder. Oh my ladies, I assure you, Gabriel was very generous tonight. SHE was not helping. Apaxi recoiled like she had just been personally insulted by the universe. Oh hell no. I did not do such a thing, I promise. He added, as he was in such a compromising position. It was like telling a guy you weren't fucking his girlfriend when he caught you in her bed, both naked and clothes on the floor. I can't believe this. Apaxi continued her tirade, completely ignoring him. We trusted you. I don't even have a dick. Gabriel shouted back in frustration. That doesn't make this better. What the fuck was this conversation? Mila Rose crossed her arms, glaring at him with suspicion. So what, you're just handing out power-ups now in exchange for whatever the hell this is? It's not what it looks like. He tried to explain his situation, but he was looking like a diddler the more he spoke. Oh, really? Because it looks like you just got caught being a sneaky little perv, Apaxi accused. Gabriel wanted to slam his head against the nearest rock. I swear to God, then, the air in the room shifted. Everyone froze as the unmistakable presence of her filled the space. He could recognize that presence anywhere. Shark mommy. Tear horrible. Her golden eyes took in the scene before her, gaze unreadable as she stood in the doorway. Sun, still latched onto Gabriel like a serpent playing with its prey. Mila Rose and Apaxi, both bristling with indignation. And Gabriel. Well, trying not to get diddled. A beat of silence. Then, Hannibal stepped forward, raised a hand, and without hesitation, struck Sun across the back of the head. The snake-like hollow barely had time to register what was happening before she slumped against Gabriel, completely unconscious. Thank fucking God, Gabriel exhaled, shoving Sun off of him like she was a used rag. He almost got diddled. Oh lord. Mila Rose and Apaxi gawked at the scene, still processing what had just happened. Hannibal regarded him calmly. Explain. There were no ifs or buts about this, his black ass would have to explain everything to her. Taking a deep breath, Gabriel finally had a chance to clear his name. Okay, first of all, I wasn't doing anything weird. I gave her a power boost, and apparently, it made her high as hell. Then she got a little too close, and then these two dumbasses walked in and decided to crucify me before I could even explain myself. He gestured wildly at Mila Rose and Apaxi. Hannibal remained quiet, processing his words. Gabriel met her gaze, serious and unwavering. After a moment, she nodded. I see. Mila Rose and Apaxi, however, were still skeptical. You seriously believe him? Apaxi asked, crossing her arms. He has no reason to lie, Hannibal said simply. Gabriel sighed in relief. Finally, someone with an actual brain. Hannibal continued, the way Sun reacted makes sense. Power, especially when granted suddenly, can be overwhelming. It is an intoxicating sensation, much like an aphrodisiac. Gabriel grimaced. Yeah, no kidding. She glanced at him. And since this power is yours, it is likely you are immune to its effects, meaning you wouldn't have even realized what it could do to others. That actually made a lot of sense. He rubbed the back of his head. Guess I should, work on controlling that better. Hannibal nodded. That would be wise. Mila Rose and Apaxi exchanged glances, still not entirely convinced but unwilling to argue further. Hannibal turned her gaze back to him. You should be more careful in the future, Gabriel. Not all power is a gift. Sometimes, it is a burden. Gabriel held her gaze for a moment before nodding. Yeah. I get that. There was something reassuring about the way she regarded him, not as an idiot who just got caught in a ridiculous situation, but as someone she genuinely trusted to learn from his mistakes. He felt grateful. Very, very grateful. And then, of course, Apaxi had to ruin the moment. So, you're saying he basically roofied Sun? Gabriel groaned. Apaxi, I swear to, that is not what happened, Hannibal cut in, her voice sharp. Apaxi immediately shut up. Gabriel smirked. That's right. Shark Mommy had his back. Chapter 25, Barragan, 25, added stuff. The aftermath of an explosion still lingered in the air, a thick haze of dust and spiritual energy crackling like embers in a dying fire. Apaxi, Mila Rose, and Sun arrived at the scene, their instincts sharp, their senses on high alert. Normally, they wouldn't go out of their way to investigate random fights, but something about this one felt off. The sheer magnitude of the blast meant one of two things: either a powerful hollow had just won, or one had barely survived. Either way, it was worth checking. Worst case scenario, Lady Hannibal could step in if things got too messy. Then they saw him. A male hollow stood amidst the wreckage, his body scarred from battle yet at ease. His posture was relaxed, his expression eerily calm, no desperation, no weakness, just satisfaction. Like someone who had just won a long, hard-fought battle. His lips moved slightly, murmuring something about Ifrit. Apaxi frowned. What the hell is an Ifrit? What unnerved them the most, however, was his gaze. When his red eyes landed on them, a cold, creeping sensation ran down their spines. It wasn't bloodlust. It wasn't hunger. It was something worse, something ancient, as if they were staring into the abyss itself. For a moment, it felt like looking at their own inevitable end. Apaxi shook the feeling off, clicking her tongue in irritation. Easy prey. He didn't react. He just looked at them. Mild curiosity flickered in his gaze, nothing more. Mila Rose, as reckless as ever, bristled at his indifference. He's weakened. There's no way he can beat all three of us. Yet, even as she said that, they watched in confusion as his wounds began to seal. Wait. Sun narrowed her eyes. Wasn't he just tired a moment ago? Before they could question it further, the hollow casually tossed 3 orbs into his mouth. The energy radiating off him surged back to full strength. Apaxi's jaw tightened. There's no way you're still at 100% after such a fight. Stalkers. Creepy, the hollow suddenly muttered. Apaxi flinched. I am not your goddamn stalker. Sun chuckled, her ever-present smirk growing. Foo-fa-foo, aren't you just easy to tease? But the hollow didn't respond, his expression neutral as he simply observed them. It was almost unsettling how little emotion he showed. Mila Rose had enough. If he wasn't going to take them seriously, she'd make him. With a growl, she lunged forward, her fist aiming straight for his skull. And he moved. Not in panic, not with desperation, but with effortless grace. He dodged as if he had all the time in the world, weaving between her attacks without ever looking strained. Stay still. She snapped. He gave her a look. The kind of look that screamed, are you serious? He still wasn't fighting back. No counterattacks, no attempt to harm them. He just avoided every single blow, never breaking his calm. Apaxi clenched her fists. Something was wrong. He wasn't even hungry for them. Yet as they attacked him, something seemed to change. For just a moment, no, less than that, fraction of a second, they all saw it. Their deaths. Not just death. Something worse. Apaxi's breathing hitched. Mila Rose felt her muscles lock. Sun could hear her instinct screaming at her. It wasn't an attack. It wasn't even a conscious action. But for that single millisecond, his presence changed. In that brief moment, they all saw what he saw, what he could do to them. Their bodies, grotesquely twisted, their souls ripped apart and reshaped into something unnatural. Their flesh and bones reduced to fuel for something greater, something that transcended the laws of Hugo Mundo. They saw themselves reduced to nothing more than stepping stones in his evolution, playthings to be used and discarded when they no longer served a purpose. And then, it was gone. Like it had never been there in the first place. The air that had been suffocating a second ago became breathable again. The creeping horror in their chests vanished, leaving only a cold sweat and a hammering heart. And in the center of it all, he stood there, his expression calm, his gaze shifting toward Hannibal. It was like watching a demon suddenly become human. Like his entire existence, the thing they had just seen, had been leashed the second his eyes landed on her. As if her presence alone was enough to erase that monstrous part of him. It took them a second to process what was happening. No, who he was staring at. Hannibal. Oh hell no. And yet, Hannibal, ever unreadable, simply stared at him. They hated that. They hated that she was even considering him for a second. He was dangerous. Not just strong, but something else. Something that didn't belong. If she let him in, what would happen to them? Would he turn her against them? Would he kill them when she wasn't looking? Or worse, would she choose him over them? That thought alone made Apaxai's teeth grind. No. Absolutely not. Yet Hannibal didn't immediately refuse him. Instead, she said, you will have to earn their trust first. That should have been the end of it. But it wasn't. Because for the next 3 months, he followed them. Not close enough to be a threat. Not far enough to be ignored. Just. Always there. Watching. Waiting. Breathing. Every night, when they tried to sleep, his presence remained. The hellish, demonic aura, like the world itself was whispering that they should not turn their backs on him. That he was waiting for something. None of them slept well. They wanted to ignore it. They wanted to forget about him. But how could they? Because every day, they felt it. His power was growing. It wasn't just the slow, natural progression of a hollow consuming more souls. Hollows did not grow that strong, they could feel him growing way stronger than he should be. Like a lot stronger. He barely ate, yet he never regressed. By the end of those 3 months, they knew one thing for certain. The monster following them was now at least 30 times stronger than when he started. And he was still growing. Usually one could not sense if a hollow had the power to become a Vazdala'erd. Yet, it was an instinct at this point, he could become one. No if nor buts about it. At this rate, before 6 months was up, he would be stronger than Lady Hannibal. By then, if he wanted to he could. The though was a bit terrifying, yet one day he just came and pleaded, even offering his arm, knowing full well what this meant for his evolution. He joined them, did not change the fact his hollow whole being outside his body was not a fun sight. Original chapter. Over the next week or so, Gabriel would train with the 3 girls. They were a lot weaker than him, so he had to split himself in order to be as weak as them so he could grow. As for training with Hannibal, he was planning on doing that once he could stabilize the power he had. He was like 50% that weird thing in the sand now, and his power felt more powerful, way more potent. His power currently had long since reached Hannibal's level. Yet he was still a Jusha. The reason was quite simple. He hadn't met his goal yet. He would have to be placed in a situation where it was damn required for him to adapt for that stuff to happen. Trying to get them to think he wasn't a diddle disciple was harder than he thought. He would succeed, though. As of now, he was sitting cross-legged on the ground, completely still, as dear Hannibal, the literal embodiment of calm and composure, stood behind him, meticulously braiding his hair. This would have been a relaxing experience if it weren't for the fact that Apaxai and Mila Rose were watching from a distance, looking like they had just witnessed a crime. He was all comfy in Lady Hannibal's lap. Gabriel, eyes half-lidded as Hannibal carefully worked through his hair, couldn't help but sigh. He already knew how this looked to them. I know what you're thinking, he muttered. And the answer is no, I am not a Diddy disciple, stop looking at me like that. They had no idea who this Diddy fellow was, all they knew was that from the name alone, yet even Gabriel didn't know who this Diddy fellow was, just knew his name for some reason, as if his crimes were that insane, even before he was born, he could sense him. Apaxai scoffed, shaking her head. I don't believe you for a second, you sneaky little creep. Hannibal remained silent as she continued her work, but Gabriel couldn't help but notice the way Apaxai and Mila Rose were glaring at him like he had personally wronged them. Were they that angry he was getting a lap pillow? Not his fault she viewed him as a child. He needed them to accept the fact that he was planning to fight their leader. Okay, maybe that would be hard. Time skip. While Mila Rose and Apaxai were out hunting a group of hollows, Gabriel took the opportunity to continue his quiet pursuit of Haribel's favor. He was still courting her, subtly, of course. He wasn't about to make some grand declaration like a fool. Instead, he showed his loyalty through actions. Courting her was fun. He was making slow progress, yet progress nonetheless. Any progress was good progress. If there was progress, that was good. If none, well shit, guess time to dip. But fate, as always, had a way of testing his patience. As Mila Rose and Apaxi tracked their prey, they found themselves cornered by two imposing figures, hollows, but not just any ordinary ones. These ones were different. Stronger. The way they carried themselves, the confidence in their stances, it was clear they were more than just some nameless beasts. One of them sneered, his voice carrying an air of arrogance. Well, well, well. Looks like we found ourselves some delicious little meals today. Apaxi immediately tensed, stepping in front of Mila Rose. Who the hell are you supposed to be? The second hollow let out a low chuckle. You mean you don't know? How cute. Mila Rose gritted her teeth. What do you want? The first hollow tilted his head. Isn't it obvious? You two are prime for consumption. Just then, another presence entered the fray. Haribel. Her golden eyes locked onto the intruders, her voice calm but firm. Leave. Now. The two hollows exchanged glances before smirking. Careful how you speak to us, dear Haribel. One of them stepped forward, his tone mocking. Berrigan still has his offer on the table. If you don't want to suffer, maybe you should reconsider. Gabriel did not like the way they spoke to her, as if she was lesser than them. He would not allow any Haribel slander to slide. The way they addressed her, as if she were beneath them, as if she should be grateful for their so-called offer. Gabriel's eye twitched. That was the last straw. The moment they made a move to assert their dominance, something happened. A ripple in the air. A suffocating stillness. Before either hollow could react, their bodies twisted, their limbs contorted in ways that should not have been possible. Their arrogant expressions melted into horror as their very essence was drained from them. Their bodies shriveled, their flesh turning brittle like dried husks. It was over in an instant. Gabriel stood there, his hand outstretched, the remnants of his power lingering in the air. As if he was the devil himself deciding their fate, their life crumbled under his touch. Mila Rose and Apaxi stared, stunned. Haribel's gaze met his, calm yet questioning. Why did you do that? Gabriel didn't hesitate. I didn't like the way they spoke to you. A beat of silence. Then, Sun, who had been watching from the shadows, let out an amused hum. Oh my, how possessive. Mila Rose scoffed. Yeah, sure, like that's why you did it. Apaxi crossed her arms. TCH. So now you're just killing people for our sake too? Gabriel shrugged. I mean. Yeah, kinda. None of them believed him. Not even for a second. He smiled a bit. If you were wondering how he could blitz them so easily, 1, he could fuse with the sand of Hugo Mundo, so he kind of just appeared behind them and started off by exploding their heads before transfiguring their bodies. They never really stood a chance against his power. He was, after all, stronger than them. Looking at the balls in his hand, he wondered if he should feed them to the girls. No. Fusing both balls together, he walked toward Haribel. Here. I do not need this. I beg of you, please do take it. He asked very politely, even giving puppy eyes. If she saw him as a son, better put that maternal instinct to use. He is planning to drug Lady Haribel. How shameful could one be? And of course, the allegations were back. He ignored them, as he would never dare do such a thing. Yet he felt no real hostility in her voice. Nice. Chapter 26, Gabriel Growth, 26, Pav Change. The grand halls of Las Noches were silent, save for the rhythmic tapping of fingers against an armrest. The air within Berrigan Louisenbarn's throne room was always heavy, suffocating even. The very essence of death radiated from the so-called king of Hugo Mundo, a presence so oppressive that even the most powerful rancor in his court felt a lingering unease in his presence. Yet, this so-called king would not realize that today, he would be making the biggest mistake of his 2,000-year-oldish life. A mistake that would cut short his subscription to life. At the foot of his massive obsidian throne, a kneeling hollow warrior trembled, his head bowed low as he relayed the news. They're dead, Your Majesty. The scouts you sent to subjugate dear Haribel, she killed them. For a moment, there was silence. Then, a slow, deep chuckle rumbled from Berrigan's throat, his skeletal visage twisted in amusement. He rested his chin against his hand, eyes glowing with undisguised contempt. The man had yet to realize that he was, in fact, playing with fire. She killed them, did she? His voice was leisurely, almost bored, but there was undeniable venom laced beneath his words. The hollow soldier dared not look up. Why yes, Your Majesty. Berrigan exhaled slowly, his tone still dripping with disdain. The arrogance of that woman knows no bounds. To defy me, her king, as if she has the right to refuse? His fingers drummed against the armrest, the sound like the ticking of a death clock. She must learn her place. Without hesitation, he lifted his hand, summoning two figures from the shadows of the room. Sayasai Sandurasai, her long violet hair flowing freely, stepped forward with an unimpressed look on her face. She was restless, itching for a fight, but held a clear distaste for being summoned like a mere foot soldier. Beside her, Dordoni Alessandro del Socaccio, the flamboyant and ever-eager former Privaran Espada, adjusted the scarf around his neck and gave a bow to their king. It was either that or death, so. Barragan's gaze swept over them as if measuring their worth. You will find Tirharable, he said, his tone carrying the weight of absolute command. And you will bring her before me. If she resists, kill her and those pathetic whelps she keeps under her wing. Dordoni smirked, adjusting his gloves. Ah, but this is an honor, no? To educate a little rebel on the consequences of opposing his majesty. His smile faltered. Though, if she killed your scouts, she's no weakling. Barragan's bony fingers clenched. You will remind her who rules Hugo Mundo. Now go. The two Rankar bowed before vanishing in a blur of movement, leaving the throne room in an eerie silence. Barragan leaned back, his hollowed eyes narrowing. You will learn, Tirharable. You will learn what it means to deny a king. His grave will be closed casket. Maybe even be turned into a dildo. Paw changed back in the desolate sands of Hugo Mundo. Gabriel sat across from Tirharable, his expression serious. His golden eyes burned with an intensity that had only grown stronger with time. I want you to train me, he said calmly. He would use this chance to show her that he could be her equal and make her see him as a possible mate. He refused to be seen as a little boy anymore. Shit felt weird. Harable, standing with her arms crossed, tilted her head slightly. Why? Because I need to be strong enough to protect you, was his blunt answer. Well, he wasn't lying. That was one of his goals. A flicker of something unreadable passed through Harable's golden eyes. She had seen loyalty before. She had seen dedication. But the way Gabriel said it, it was different. There was no hesitation, no uncertainty. Just determination. The boy's desire to have her as his wife was very high. Like someone on shroom level high. You're already strong, she said. Gabriel shook his head. Not strong enough. She studied him for a long moment before finally giving a small nod. Very well. His lips curled into a smirk. Now, the real fun begins. That day, Harable would get to witness firsthand the monstrous growth rate that was Gabriel. The sands trembled as Harable stood before Gabriel, her golden eyes calm yet unreadable. She drew her sword, which, to be fair, was quite literally fused with her shark body. Gabriel grinned, already feeling his blood begin to race. He wasn't an idiot, Harable was leagues above most. She wasn't just strong. She was a force of nature. She was a Vesta Lord, after all. And yet, he had no fear. Instead, there was only anticipation. Wanting to test his strength against her own. Gabriel rushed toward Harable. As the two clashed for the first time, the strength gap between them, much to Harable's surprise, was a lot smaller than she had expected. Swinging her sword toward him, her blade was stopped when it touched his skin. His hard skin, tougher than even steel, could not be penetrated by her blade. Releasing more of her spiritual pressure, she gathered all the moisture in the air and sent a tidal wave toward the boy. Gabriel, seeing the ocean coming toward him, placed his hand on the floor. The very next second, the sands of Hugo Mundo rose up. A wall was made. A dense wall of sand. The wall was surprisingly strong enough to withstand the might of Harable's water. Her eyes calmly gazed at the clash. She felt his presence to her left. Turning herself around, she swung her blade toward where she had felt his presence. Harable's eyes widened. She hadn't hit him. That was just a clone. Appearing behind her, Gabriel turned his hand into a hammer and then brought it down on her. What seemed to be a rocket boost could be seen, as fire shot out from the engine. A super-boosted hammer hit to the side. Kaboom. Shit, I didn't hit her too hard now, did I? He thought to himself as he looked at the area where Harable had landed. As the smoke vanished, Harable could be seen, no scratch on her body. She looked up at him. Gabriel looked at his hammer. It was broken. Damn. It seems that I have underestimated you. I apologize, she said calmly. Gabriel felt excitement. Bzzzt, boom. With one powerful use of sonido, she was in front of him. Swinging her sword at him, he created his own blade and clashed with her. Sparks flew all around them. The more they fought, the more Gabriel was growing. As Harable sent another tidal wave toward Gabriel, he took out two balls from his pouch and used body repel. The thousands of souls that were trapped within did not want to fuse properly, and since they were put under so much pressure, once Gabriel had opened up an exit for them, they could only expand outward. Haribel's eyes widened a bit, as a beast with no eyes could be seen rushing toward her at breakneck speed. She didn't even have time to dodge and thus could only block. Gabriel came out of the creature's mouth before punching her weapon. Cracks appeared all over her weapon. Bzzzt, boom. That sound, as Haribel swung her blade behind her in an attempt to slash at what was waiting for her behind. Her eyes widened a bit as she saw her blade making contact with a twisted being. The being began to burn up. Wait, that was a bomb. She pulled her sword away just in time. Bzzzt, boom. Kaboom. And she was safe. The explosion that followed was nowhere near her. She was safe. She felt a palm making contact with her back. The very next second. Fire. A lot of fire could be seen in the sky. Kaboom. Chapter 27, The Promise, 27. I might have overdone it a bit, Gabriel thought to himself as he saw Haribel fall from the sky. He had thought that the gap between them was pretty wide, that it would take him a long time to reach her level. Unaware that his power was growing every single day, his control over his soul had ensured that even if he did not train, he could still be a threat. By this point, he had reached 60% of that energy. He was no average hollow. He was something more. Haribel's body plummeted from the sky, her golden eyes dim with exhaustion. The battle had pushed her further than she had expected, far beyond the casual sparring she had intended. Even with her immense power, even as a Vasta Lord, she felt it. The fire Gabriel had unleashed still lingered in the air, its embers crackling with heat unnatural to Hugo Mundo's lifeless sands. She had endured much in her long existence, but that boy, no, that man, had forced her to move with a level of seriousness she had not used in centuries. If Gabriel had heard her thoughts, he would be so happy right now, jumping for joy even. Just before she could crash into the ground, strong arms caught her. He would not let her get hurt, even if previously he had been using fire to beat her ass, that was just a minor detail. I got you, he said, his voice laced with confidence. Haribel, despite herself, sighed. I can stand. No, you can't, Gabriel countered, adjusting his grip. That fire drained a lot out of you, and you took some heavy hits. Let me do this. She gave him a long look, her expression unreadable. Then, with a quiet exhale, she relented. Gabriel couldn't stop the pride swelling within him. He had proven himself, had shown her that he was strong, that he could be her equal. And yet, why the hell was she still looking at him like a proud mother? Being mother-zoned like this did not feel nice. Like, sure, he was barely a year old, but he was the strongest 1-year-old around. The heck was she looking at him like he was just a baby? His jaw clenched slightly, but he shook off the irritation. This was just the beginning. Haribel was a warrior, a leader. To her, he was still a growing cub, a promising one, but a cub nonetheless. That would change. That had to change. Time skip. Somehow, he managed to get her back to the base, which was their little cave. They were always on the move, and thus, the little cave tended to change a lot. Apparently, she was being hunted. He knew that whoever this Baragon was, he was the reason she was on the run. If he could kill Baragon, would she see him as more than just a cub? She would have to see him as more than just a cub. He laid her down carefully in their quarters, her body resting against the cool stone floor. Without warning, he placed his hand over her chest, not in a crude way but in a deliberate, focused manner. Haribel's eyes narrowed slightly. What are you doing? Gabriel's golden eyes shimmered with an intensity she hadn't seen before. Healing you. And improving your soul while I'm at it. Before she could protest, a warm, almost divine energy spread from his palm. Unlike regular hollow regeneration, this wasn't just simple mending, it was an enhancement. He was evolving her very being, strengthening her core, refining her power. For free, of course. Favors helped. He felt like he was acting like a simp, which to be fair he was. On the other hand though, he had used his very potent flames against her, so he injured her, so now he was healing her. Haribel's eyes widened slightly as she felt the shift within her. It wasn't invasive, nor did it force change upon her. Instead, it was like a gentle whisper, an invitation to grow stronger. She had never encountered something like this before. Gabriel smirked. See? I told you I'd heal you. Haribel sat up slightly, watching him with an unreadable expression. Why do you go this far? The question caught him off guard. Why did it feel like his presence made people around him feel like he was the devil incarnate? For a moment, he hesitated, then sighed. Because I love you. He wanted to avoid the question, say some dumb shit, but he couldn't it. The mere though of hiding his desire and not following his instinct made something within him recoil. There was no beating around the bush. She made his heart flutter. He had no fucking heart. There was a fucking hollow hole where his heart was supposed to be, plus his hollow hole wasn't even on his body, that shit was outside. His golden eyes locked onto hers. Maybe it was just a crush at first, he admitted, but not anymore. I love you. And I'd do anything to be with you. Haribel was silent for a long moment. Then, she closed her eyes. You're still young. Ah. The fucking mother zone. That was painful. He didn't like it. I don't care, Gabriel shot back. I know what I want. And he was a hollow, he kind of lived off of desire. And what he wanted was this woman. Her golden gaze met his once more. I cannot be in a relationship right now, she said, her voice calm yet firm. I am being hunted. Berrigan sees me as a threat. If you involve yourself with me, you will be dragged into this war. Gabriel scoffed. Oh, so much care, he teased, though there was genuine warmth behind his words. Then his voice did soften a bit. You're making me fall even harder for you. Haribel exhaled softly, shaking her head. You are reckless. An idea suddenly appeared in Gabriel's mind. Berrigan. What if he was taken out of the equation? A timer was placed on the king life. Gabriel leaned forward, his eyes intense. If Berrigan was dead, would you marry me? She blinked, caught off guard. There was no hesitation in his voice. He was serious. Haribel studied him carefully before finally sighing. Yes, she said. If Berrigan is dead, I will marry you. Gabriel grinned. Promise? I promise. And that day, a timer began on Berrigan's life. The ruler of Yukomundo would die because a newborn hollow wanted to be with a shark hollow. Time skip. When they returned to the base, Gabriel was giddy. He had won. Well, not fully, but he had a promise. Yes, they had multiple bases, they worked as checkpoints. By return to base, he meant where the 3 other hollow chicks were. You look unusually happy, Sun mused. Of course, the snake lady noticed something. Gabriel didn't even try to hide it. Oh, I am, he said, leaning against the wall with a cocky grin. All right, I'll bite. What happened? Apaxi looked curious. I asked Haribel to marry me. The room was silent. Then, Mila Rose burst out laughing. You? You think you can beat Berrigan? Apaxi looked at Haribel for confirmation, and the blonde woman said nothing. That silence was all they needed. You serious? Apaxi blurted. You really told him yes? Haribel didn't respond. Lady Haribel, please tell us this is a joke, Mila Rose muttered. Please. Gabriel rolled his shoulders. What's so crazy about it? Berrigan is just a Vasta Lord. If I need to be a Vasta Lord to kick his ass, then I'll just become one. Apaxi snorted. If it were that easy, everyone would be a Vasta Lord. Well, she wasn't wrong. For someone to become a Vasta Lord, that shit was rare. Then, Gabriel's body began to glow. What kind of harem protagonist bullshit was this? A deep, primal energy surged through the room, the pressure so intense that the very walls of their hideout trembled. Sand outside began to rise, spiraling into the air as if caught in a storm of raw evolution. Sun's eyes widened. What the? Gabriel's skin began to lighter, his hollow mask shifting, reshaping itself into something more refined, more regal. His body grew taller, more imposing, his muscles compact yet brimming with power. His golden eyes took on a brilliant, almost divine glow. His body became slimmer, his fur receded back, and he began to take on a human appearance. His spiritual pressure exploded outward, a deep golden hue mixed with black streaks. His claws flexed, sharper than before. His horns, yes, horns, curled slightly backward, akin to a demon king. Chapter 28, Vasta Lord 28. Gabriel looked at himself. He looked pretty different than he did usually. His newly evolved form seemed to radiate a lot of power. His hollow mask had shifted, now resembling a regal crown of bone, while his once feral appearance now appeared more human. His sharp claws flexed, his now muscular yet streamlined body adapting to his ascension. Apaxi, who had been staring at him in shock, was the first to break the silence. How the fuck did you just become a Vasta Lord? She practically shouted, pointing an accusatory finger at him. You can't just, what? How the fuck did he just ascend into Vasta Lord status so fucking quickly? She refused to believe that it was just as simple as him really wanting it. If it was, then that was just pure bullshit. It's not like a hollow could just say, I wanna become a Vasta Lord, I wanna, and just become one. So what kind of bullshit was this? Gabriel looked her in the eyes before saying, I wanted to become a Vasta Lord. Apaxi's eye twitched violently. You wanted to? Yeah. He shrugged, flexing his fingers as if testing his new strength. I figured if I needed to be a Vasta Lord to kick Berrigan's ass, I'd just become one. The room went deathly silent for a second. Then, "Oh, you son of a," Apaxi lunged at him, fury written all over her face. What kind of busted potential was this? She felt like a broken clock, repeating the same thing in her mind again and again. Gabriel's potential made zero sense. Mila Rose held the deer back, somehow. He wondered how she could hold her lion paw in such a way. "Let me go, damn it." Apaxi struggled, arms, hooves, flailing as she tried to get free. Since when the hell was it that easy? Do you know how rare it is to become a Vastolord? We've been stuck as a Jushas for who knows how long, and you just decide you wanna evolve, and it happens? Gabriel smirked. Skill issue. Apaxi lost it. You little. I swear to God, she thrashed harder in Mila Rose's grip, her rage nearly breaking the taller woman's hold on her. Sun, who had been watching the whole exchange with her usual composed demeanor, let out a soft chuckle. Perhaps you simply haven't been trying hard enough, Apaxi. Wow, damn. Her spiritual pressure was getting pretty high. Maybe she was kinda pissed. Like, just a bit. It was no problem, though, considering Gabriel himself knew she stood no chance against him. For crying out loud, she had been out here grinding and trying to get stronger for hundreds of years, yet this hollow, who was barely 6 months old, had managed to become a Vastolord just like that. That was some bullshit. Gabriel yawned a bit. His power felt so intoxicating, yet he felt like he could grow so much more. His spiritual pressure flared even more, the sheer pressure coming off of him intense. He felt high off this power boost. He would feel a hand on his shoulder. This would stop him. That's enough, Haribel's calm voice could be heard saying. Shark Mommy said stop, and thus he stopped. Though he was a bit stunned, she would then point at 3 female hollows who were now on their knees. Your violent burst of spiritual pressure is crushing them. Oh. Being so caught up in his own power, he hadn't noticed that the 3 girls were, well, being crushed under the might of his superior spiritual pressure. They looked shaken, as if they had seen death in the face. I apologize for my outburst, he said, yet the girls said nothing. They remained frozen as if their souls had been sucked out of their bodies. As he lightly placed his hand on Apaxi's head, she snapped back to reality. The hell do you think you're doing? Oh, you're awake, he said, feeling relieved. Of course I am, she shot back. Her fiery personality seemed to awaken Mila Rose and Sun as well. Mila Rose still seemed a bit shaken as she looked at him as if expecting him to eat her now that he was stronger than Haribel. It was as if they knew he had gotten stronger than her. The suffocating feeling of his spiritual pressure had given them that idea. Stop looking at me as if I am going to eat you, Gabriel said, looking at Mila Rose. Not my fault you look like a predator, were the words from the lion's mouth. Says the lion, Gabriel retorted. What does that have to do with anything? Mila Rose exclaimed, wearing a confused expression as if she didn't know why her being a lion had anything to do with this. Wow. Anyway, this was some very helpful chat. Dragon-san won't eat us. After all, Dragon-san is a love-struck puppy. He would never dare lower his chances. Am I not right, Gabriel-kun? He didn't even need to look to know who was speaking. There was only one person in this group who would speak like this. And it was Snake Lady. Sunday Chapter 29. I don't want to believe it. 29. The kind of shit he wished he could do to her. Anyway, it had been a week since he had become a Vastolord. He would sometimes go to the Menos forest, and once there, he would gather Gillians and transfigure them. He had lost count of how many Gillians he had transfigured. He had also upgraded his soul like no other after consuming the souls of countless Ajushas. He had hunted about 200 Ajushas. There were quite a lot of them in the Menos forest. Just like there were practically millions upon millions of Gillians. If he were to place it, it would be something like this. There were billions, if not trillions, of hollows. From those billions of hollows, there would be a couple of million Gillians. A couple of thousand Ajushas. And about 10 or so Vastolords. Yes, this was how rare it was to become a Vastolord or to stumble upon one. You had a better chance of being struck by lightning 20 times over before you became a Vastolord. Anyway, that wasn't the issue. Gabriel basically had a mini army, just in case he ran into a pickle later. And the rest of the time, he would spar with Haribel. She was the veteran Vastolord, and listening to her was fine by him. He hadn't even reached 1 year old yet. His ass was exactly 7 months old. He had become a Vastolord in 6 months, that was his record. Now, to beat Barragan's ass and marry Haribel. That was all his small brain could handle. He was not stupid. Just lacked combat experience. It was like giving a newborn the power of Yamamoto. No matter how you put it, that wouldn't end well. Gabriel was the same in that case. He had no real control over his power. It felt so raw, so uncontrollable, That he had to put a limiter on himself in order not to accidentally hurt the people he was living with. And yes, he never stopped chasing her. Gabriel could be seen sitting on the sand, his gaze locked onto Haribel. The way she watched over the three Ajushas as they hunted resembled the way a mother would look after her children. It was almost as if she wanted the best for them. A bit more like this, and he could probably get. His eyes went towards some unwelcome visitors. Pop change, I don't like him. Me neither. The two haters, also known as Apaxai and Mila Rose, could be seen looking up toward where Gabriel and Haribel were, clearly not liking what they were seeing. What about you two use your heads for once? Sun Sun said, her snake-like form slithering in the sand. We use our brains. Apaxai added, not wanting to be called stupid. What does our heads have to do with us not liking him? Was Mila Rose's response. I use my brain, Apaxai added, clarifying her earlier comment. Mila Rose felt like she was being called out for something. Why do I feel like I'm being called stupid? You are. You're just very special, Sun Sun teased. Click. Are you calling me stupid? Mila Rose's voice roared out. How dare anyone call her stupid? She was not stupid, she was smart. Are you not? Apaxai had to hold Mila Rose back from trying to bash Sun Sundale at me at her. How dare she? Calm down, she's just teasing you, Apaxai added, trying to get Mila Rose to see reason. You two look adorable, like Dumb and Dumber, Sun Sun teased. Let me at her. Apaxai could be heard shouting, and now it was Mila Rose holding her back from ripping Sun Sun a new face. Though, after a while, they calmed down. So, what did you mean by use our heads? Apaxai asked after she finally relaxed. I know this is a foreign concept for you, so I will try my best not to lose you, okay? It took everything in Apaxai not to jump her. Gabriel and Haribel are both Vasto lords. Gabriel would not wish for any harm to fall upon us, as that would hinder his chances with Lady Haribel. And even if he were to get with her, he would still have to look out for us, as Lady Haribel would not let us go. To sum it up for Mila Rose's special brain, Haribel and Gabriel Strunk? Strunk is good. Okay, so maybe Sun Sun had to duck from Acero. Hey, no biggie. I don't need you to dumb it down for me. I am plenty smart. Mila Rose added. Sun Sun, despite being a snake, somehow managed to have this unconvinced look on her face. Yeah, sure. Mila Rose and plenty smart should never go together in a sentence. He is not worthy of Lady Haribel, Mila Rose muttered. Yeah, she may have had a grudge against male hollows, just a bit. Worthy or not, does it matter? As long as he's infatuated with her, that's good news for us. Maybe, just maybe, Gabriel wasn't a bad guy. But thinking of Gabriel and Haribel together? She couldn't. She didn't want to imagine it. Chapter 30, Dordoni, 30, as Apaxai and Mila Rose finished eating a Jillian Hollow, not because they necessarily needed to eat in order to avoid regression, the fear of regression had long since left them. Their hunger was practically the same as an average human's. They could feel an emotion that no hollow could fill. They could feel full. Like they ate enough. Yes, and as they were enjoying this privilege given to them due to a certain hollow trying to marry their leader, something felt off. Sun Sun, the most perceptive among them, subtly turned her head, the faintest flicker of her serpentine tongue tasting the air for abnormalities. Her narrow, calculating eyes locked onto two approaching figures in the distance, humanoid, yet unmistakably hollow. Her eyes widened a bit. They felt hollow, yet they looked nothing like hollows. As the figures stepped closer, their details became unmistakable. Dordoni Alessandro del Socaccio, a man with a flamboyant demeanor and a distinct accent. And the other was a bitch. Oh, my bad, I mean a gothic bitch. Cyrusai Sandurisai, her presence exuding a sadistic playfulness that made the air feel charged with danger. Dordoni was the first to speak, his tone deceptively jovial. He was probably the strongest out of the two of them. We are looking for Haribel. Tell us where she is, and we can make this easy. And if we don't? Apaxai truly had balls of steel. She was a female deer, so maybe just steel. Cyrusai's lips curled into a cruel smirk. Her violet eyes gleamed with delight as she tilted her head, her feathered headdress shifting slightly. Then I'll make your screams call her for me. You bitch, once again, they seemed to have forgotten that they were not that high on the food chain. Dordoni sighed loudly, shaking his head in frustration. Cyrusai, we don't need to do this. If Haribel is here, we can just, but the sadistic woman was already moving. With a snap of her arm, her whip-like weapons, the Gamuza, lashed forward, their razor edges slicing through the air toward the three Ajushas. Just like I described, she was a bitch. Probably some people's type, though. Before they could even react, bzzzt, boom. In an instant, Gabriel and Haribel appeared. The whip never reached the girls, as Gabriel had caught it before it even touched them. His version of Hyro was tough enough that this attack left little damage to his skin. He was practically unfazed by attacks of this caliber. He was a bit angry. Like, he was having the time of his life flirting, she was cracking, he could tell. That motherly-esque view was slowly breaking, and here they were ruining his fun. His gaze locked onto Sayasai, daggers of unspoken fury aimed at her. Sayasai's eyes widened slightly before her smirk returned, intrigued rather than intimidated. Oh? And who's this? Ninos, this does not concern you. His Majesty only requests for Harable. Gabriel ignored her, his mind processing something far more important. Dordoni's voice, that Mexican accent, triggered something deep in his memories. A familiar tone. A familiar presence. His father. TCH. So that's how it is. That old skeleton is really trying to take her by force? What is he, a walking corpse with no game? Fuck the skeleton. Dordoni straightened, frowning. Watch your tongue, Nino. You don't understand the king's power. Gabriel did not care. Though that accent the man had. It had a weird effect on him. He was almost brought to tears, damn it. Not in front of Harable, god damn it. Sayasai yanked her whip back, pulling free of Gabriel's grip. Harable, I didn't know you had a boy toy. Is that why you're defying Lord Barrigan? Because of this little pet? For once, he felt grateful for this woman, who was probably the type to whip her partners. Some people would really be into that. He wasn't. Wait. Harable's power was water. Did that mean nothing could get wetter? And as if sensing his thoughts, he felt her glare at him. He acted like his thoughts weren't about the wetness of her non-existent, as of now, Sharkacy. Is there truly no other way to resolve this without bloodshed? She was so cool-headed, he might be melting. Dordoni sighed, disappointment flickering in his eyes. If there was, we wouldn't be here. Orders are orders. We bring you back. Or we bring back your corpses. There was a plural in there. Well, guess calling the king a skeleton with no game does that. Gabriel exhaled sharply before rolling his shoulders. Then there's nothing more to say. Harable turned to him, already preparing to order him to take the others and escape while she held them back. But before she could speak, Gabriel took a step forward, his voice firm. Hell no. What kind of man would I be if I ran away and let you fight alone? Plus, he was trying to prove himself here. Prove himself to be reliable and all that stuff. Reliable and strong, someone she could rely on. And not a goddamn son. Being mother's own suctass. Harable studied him for a moment. She didn't argue further. That was good. Sayasai wasted no time, her Gamuza whip slashing out in a flurry of unpredictable movements, slashing toward Harable at breakneck speed. And Harable met each of her blows with powerful strikes of her own. And if she couldn't avoid a blow, then, bzzzt, boom. You're fast, Sayasai admitted, twisting her wrist and sending the whips in an erratic spiral, aiming to encircle and bind her opponent. But I wonder how long you can keep up? Harable's answer was swift. Bzzzt, boom. Appearing behind Sayasai, she aimed to cut off the woman's head to end this fight quickly and not drag out the suffering. Sayasai, however, was quick on her feet, managing to twist midair, narrowly dodging. But the force of the missed strike still sent a deep shockwave through the surrounding dunes, carving a trench in the sand. The two locked eyes, one filled with mocking amusement, the other cold and calculating. TCH. Sayasai licked her lips. This is getting fun. Once again. This was some people's type. She suddenly swung her whips downward, embedding them into the sand. Harable, knowing what Sayasai was trying to do, simply, bzzzt, boom. She used Sonido to get away as the whip came from behind her, trying to hit her blind spot. The espada laughed as she flipped midair, landing gracefully. You really thought I was just swinging them around like an idiot? Harable didn't respond. Instead, she rushed forward, her speed increasing. Sayasai met her, their strikes becoming a rapid blur of silver and gold, shockwaves rippling through Hugo Mundo as their battle escalated. The two women clashed in the air. Bzzzt, boom. Bzzzt, boom. Bzzzt, boom. Maybe, just maybe, a few Sonido were used. Meanwhile, with Gabriel, in a split second, bzzzt, boom, Dordoni had closed the distance. The man's foot slammed into Gabriel's gut with the force of a wrecking ball. Gabriel's eyes widened as he was sent flying, crashing through two dunes before flipping midair to catch himself. His Hyro was still sturdy, seeming to have barely taken any damage from that blow. This was good. Yet, even if Gabriel felt like he was higher up in terms of evolution, he was a Vasto Lord, this man seemed to be one step up on the evolutionary scale. But Gabriel was willing to bet this man was like Ifrit. He had awakened this power as an Ajusha and thus wouldn't be as strong as, say, if Gabriel unlocked this form. The boost the form seemed to give to them seems massive. He wasn't speaking like a 5x time boost, he was speaking of shit far, far beyond just a tiny 5x boost. Boost so immense that an Ajusha seems to have a fair chance against a Vastala of Gabriel caliber. He is suppressed RN. If he was being attacked by this man, it meant Harible must not be doing very well. If his wife gets hurt, he would not hesitate to consume them. Damn, he muttered, wiping sand off his face. So the old man's got some serious moves. You've got potential, Nino. But potential means nothing if you don't know how to use it. The man admitted that he had noticed Gabriel's quick reaction, as he enhanced his Hyro just milliseconds before the kick landed. BZZZT, boom. Gabriel was no pushover, using Sonido he was right behind the man, he threw a powerful kick, that the man blocked. Gabriel blocked the sword slash aimed at him. Barely. Using Dordoni's chest as a support, he jumped away from Dordoni, while flipping through the air, he launched a Sero at the man. Dordoni reacted by meeting Gabriel's Sero on his own. This was what Gabriel wanted while Dordoni was busy countering his Sero. BZZZT, boom. Gabriel had appeared behind the man. Spinning in the air, Gabriel launched a spinning kick toward the man. Dordoni barely managed to block, but the sheer force of the kick sent him skidding backward, his feet digging into the sand. This boy's potential was quite scary. Chapter 31, proving himself. Harible's blade flashed as she parried Sirasai's rapid strikes. The sadistic woman was fast, using Sonido to dance around her with fluid, unpredictable movements. But Harible was unfazed. Each swing of her sword sent ripples of pressurized water slicing through the air, forcing Sirasai to stay on the move. Sirasai grinned. You're strong, I'll give you that. She suddenly flipped backward, hers Zanpakuto glowing with energy. But let's see how you handle this. Yup, she wanted to crush this Vesta, oh lord. If Baragon asked, Harible was too weak and unworthy of his majesty's affection. Man out here looking like a skeleton trying to pipe chocolate. The fuck he thinks he can do with those bones? Bone her? Yeah, as if Gabriel would allow that. Anyway, let's go back to the gothic girl that you would allow to step on your balls. With a sickening crack, her form shifted. Her body elongated, her arms became razor-sharp appendages, and her wings expanded. Her resurrection had begun. I wonder, Sirasai purred, hovering above Harible, how deep does your despair go? Harible remained composed. Sirasai's words meant nothing to her. I suppose we'll find out. Harible was in no rush. She could take this one step at a time. BZZZT, boom. Sonido was being spammed today. Pop change meanwhile, with Dordoni, you would have expected that he wouldn't have released his Zanpakuto yet, considering he was the stronger one and he was fighting a 7-month-old hollow. Dordoni had already released his Zanpakuto. His power surged, the sheer force of his spiritual pressure kicking up a violent storm of sand around them. Nice trick, Gabriel said as flames came to life all around him. Yes, he was still using what he had learned from Nifrit, though he could now use water too. And since this man was nice enough to show his ability, wind too. All he needed to do was shape his soul in a way that mimicked his opponent's power, and tada, he had it. However, he wouldn't reveal that aspect of his power yet. He would let the man believe his power was fire, and when the time was right, sneak attack him, use idle transfiguration, and kill him in one go. Dordoni smirked. You're strong, kid, but this is where your story ends. BZZZT, boom. BZZZT, boom. BZZZT, boom. BZZZT, boom. Maybe, just maybe, a lot of Sonido were being used. Dordoni was relentless in his attacks, overwhelming Gabriel with rapid strikes from his dual-bladed Zanpakuto. Gabriel watched as the man controlled the wind to attack him. Gabriel could do nothing but harden his skin using Hyro. And when it got too much, he used his fire power, unleashing powerful flames that consumed everything in their path, even the wind. BZZZT, boom. Fire won't save you, Dordoni taunted, delivering a crushing kick to Gabriel's stomach. The younger fighter was sent skidding across the sand, coughing up blood. You know, that Sonido into a kick combo was getting quite annoying. It was effective, yes, but it was still annoying as heck. But he got up. Again. And again. Despite taking hit after hit, he never lost his grin. His body screamed in agony, but his spirit refused to break. He refused to falter now. Sure, this man was stronger than him. Suppress, Gabriel was man enough to admit that. His head wasn't so far up his ass that he couldn't see something so obvious. He, however, refused to lose now. Losing now would reset so much of his progress. He needed some sort of motivation. He needed something to give him more grit. Boom. A violent amount of spiritual pressure came pouring out of the boy's body. His power felt nearly limitless, the pressure coming from it so vast and so great that Dordoni, the closest person to it, felt as if someone was crushing his soul. Dordoni's eyes widened. Mirda. The boy's power had been sealed this whole time? Now we're talking, Dordoni said, a grin creeping onto his face. He lunged forward, eager to meet Gabriel head-on. They clashed once more, but this time, it was different. Gabriel's flames carried a new weight. Their intensity made the air shimmer. His punches now dented Dordoni's blades. Then, for a split second, Dordoni saw something. Behind Gabriel, a massive, infernal gate loomed. Its skeletal doors creaked open, revealing a ghastly, gaping maw. The gates of hell. Dordoni's instincts screamed at him to retreat, but it was too late. Gabriel's fist met his blade. Gabriel didn't care and kept pounding and pounding at the man. If this man was just a foot soldier, then how strong was the king? He was highballing it because it was better to be overprepared than underprepared. Better to enter a boss fight as a level 75 with maxed out heals, weapons, and gear to fight a level 25 boss than to be a level 25 player trying to fight a level 75 boss with 3 phases, and each phase, the boss's health replenishes and his level grows by 25. Making a flame whip, he pulled Dordoni in front of him. As what seemed to be the gates of hell opened behind the boy, Gabriel cocked his fist back. Sparks of black could be seen flying everywhere. Dordoni had lost contact with his Zanpakuto, meaning he was forcefully reverted back into his base state. As the boy came toward him, a fire dragon behind him, Dordoni did not feel scared. "Bring it, Nino." The man's voice roared. He had no fear. Pouring every ounce of strength into his body, the man managed to release a Sero. Chapter 32, Gabriel Fury. 32, the Sero had been devoured. Dordoni's anchor soul had been destabilized, and a couple of thousand souls escaped. Which meant he was weaker now. Not much weaker, but he'd have to train for a while to regain his former strength, maybe 5 years. Or go to the Minnows Forest and eat, like, 100 jillion. Oh, wait, he wasn't Gabriel. That 100 turned into 100,000. Either way, both options would take a long time. The man could be seen lying on the ground, his body aching. He had been run through. More than a Christian girl raised by her grandma. No comments. He couldn't even feel his legs anymore. It was like the soul had been sucked right out of them. Gabriel's flames weren't just fire. They were darker, and more ancient. Above him, Gabriel stood tall, his golden eyes burning like miniature suns. The flames around his body had begun to settle, but the heat still radiated from him in waves. The heat was hot. Like, very hot. Like Selena Gomez level hot. Dordoni coughed, forcing himself to look up at the young warrior. "Why? Cough. Didn't you finish me off?" Gabriel tilted his head, studying the older Rancor. His expression was unreadable for a moment before he let out a slow breath. "You sound familiar," he admitted. "Your voice. Your accent. Sound familiar." Yes, the man was only alive because he faintly reminded Gabriel of his dad. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. Dordoni raised a brow, his mind foggy. "Someone important?" Gabriel placed his hand on the man's chest. He spoke with the man for a couple of seconds. Before idle transfiguration was used. He swallowed the orb. The full power of the man now his to control. Instead, his gaze drifted toward the distance, toward where Hannibal was fighting. His eyes sharpened. Then, without another word, he disappeared. Bzzzt, boom. Pop change. Hannibal gritted her teeth, her breaths coming in sharp, controlled gasps. Sayasai hovered above her, enjoying her advantage. The Privaran Spada's body had changed entirely, her resurrection had granted her immense speed and razor-sharp wings that could slice through the very air. She wielded them like blades, striking at Hannibal relentlessly. She enjoyed this twisted game. Some of y'all would really let her whip you. Hannibal had fought well, countering with her water-based techniques, but Sayasai was faster. Every time she tried to retaliate, the sadistic woman simply danced around her attacks, slowly whittling her down, like a predator toying with its prey. Blood dripped from several of Hannibal's wounds. Sayasai was not the gentlest of women. She was currently kneeling, her sword buried in the sand that supported her weight. "Oh? Is that all, Ms. High and Mighty?" Sayasai landed gracefully, stepping forward with a delighted smirk. "You were supposed to be special, you know. But in the end, you're just another disappointment." Hannibal said nothing, simply gripping her sword tighter. Sayasai sighed dramatically. What a waste of time. Her wings extended outward, crackling with energy. "I guess I'll just split you in half and be done with it." She raised her bladed appendages, then lunged. A gust of wind. A blur. A shock wave. Bzzzt, boom. And then, a hand caught her attack midair. Sayasai's eyes widened in shock. Gabriel had appeared between them in an instant, his grip like iron around her bladed wing. Sparks flew as his spiritual pressure flared, sending waves of heat rolling off his body. Sayasai tried to pull back, but Gabriel's fingers dug into her weaponized limb. What the? Before she could react, a surge of power blasted outward. The sheer force sent her flying backward, crashing into the sand with enough force to leave a crater. Gabriel didn't even glance at her. His focus was solely on the woman in his arms. He wanted to make sure she was fine. Checking her state, he saw her body was battered. Yet, when her golden eyes met his, he saw no fear in them. I got you now, he said, holding her close. He placed his hand on her chest. Not like that. His flame could be seen healing her. Her eyes widened slightly. Then, her gaze shifted towards Sayasai. Oh, she sees. This is what he was doing. Once he made sure his wifey was healed, cringe all you want, he does not care, maybe he let his hand stay there a bit too long. Her breasts felt soft. Do not judge him. Bzzzt, boom. Sonido truly was a very nifty skill. In the blink of an eye, he appeared near Apaxai, Mila Rose, and Sung Sunday. The three fraction immediately snapped to attention, eyes wide in shock as he carefully set Haribo down before them. Apaxai clenched her fists. What the hell happened? Is she'll be fine, Gabriel interrupted. His voice was calm, but there was an undeniable edge to it. Mila Rose narrowed her eyes. And what about you? Where are you going? Gabriel straightened, his gaze turning back toward the battlefield. His golden eyes burned. No one hurts my wife and gets away with it. A stunned silence. Even Haribo's breath hitched slightly at the casual declaration. Before anyone could respond, Gabriel was gone. Gabriel's power began to soar even higher. One of the values he lived by was being disrespected. What kind of man would he be if he couldn't protect his wife? Bzzzt, boom. Gabriel appeared in front of Sayasai, who still hadn't fully recovered from the ass beating he gave her. Sayasai spat out sand, her body aching from the impact. She wiped blood from her lip, growling in irritation. TCH. That was annoying. She looked up, just in time to see Gabriel standing over her. His expression was unreadable, his body wreathed in flames. His eyes, however, were filled with something undeniable. Hatred. Sayasai scoffed, flicking her hair back as she rose to her feet. You really think you can intimidate me, boy toy? She spread her arms mockingly. I broke your precious little queen. What are you gonna do about it? Gabriel's expression darkened. Gabriel simply gave her a cold look, and she felt it. The hollow hole Gabriel tried so hard to suppress came back, as Gabriel himself decided to finally let out all that pent-up aggression he had been feeling lately. He disappeared. Sayasai barely had time to react before, bam. A fist slammed into her gut, folding her in half. The force sent her crashing through several dunes before she could even scream. She coughed violently, struggling to push herself up, but he was already there. Bzzzt, boom. Another blow. Bam. Her face snapped to the side. Sparks of black flickered around his fists. She growled, wings flaring as she tried to take flight. Bzzzt, boom. Gabriel appeared above her. A devastating axe kick sent her plummeting back into the sand. The earth cratered beneath her, a shockwave erupting outward. Bzzzt, boom. She tried to rise, only for Gabriel to stomp down on her wing, pinning her in place. Sayasai screamed, pain shooting through her body as the once powerful appendage was crushed under his strength. Gabriel leaned down, his golden eyes piercing. You like making people feel helpless? His voice was eerily calm. You enjoy breaking them. She gritted her teeth, refusing to show weakness. Another stomp. The bones in her wing audibly cracked. She shrieked. Gabriel exhaled sharply. I could kill you right now. Sayasai trembled, struggling to maintain her usual arrogance. Then. Do it, she spat. He stared at her for a long moment. Then, slowly, he lifted his foot, only to place it firmly on her face, pressing her into the dirt. You're not worth killing, he said coldly. So instead he transfigured her. Her orb would be used to heal Haribo. His golden eyes flickered toward the distant shadows of Las Noches. The old fuck would pay for this. Chapter 33, Anything to Protect Her. 33, time skip. A while had passed since the little skirmish between Berrigan's scout and Haribo and Gabriel. Haribo had been heavily damaged during the fight, meaning she had been knocked out cold for a long time. Half of her mask had almost been fully destroyed. Circusai had been quite harsh in her fighting style. Luckily, Gabriel was able to heal her mask before anything irreversible happened. Even if Gabriel had practically fed Harable 90% of Circusi's soul, the remaining 10% was left for him to study. He would twist and stretch her soul in order to find out how it ticked, how she had become what she was, and if he could use that power for himself. Gabriel was not really that pure-hearted. Sure, there was some good in him, but he was still a hollow. He had only become this strong after devouring countless souls. He had still used his idol Transfiguration to twist Jillian souls, making them more portable and easier to eat. Did he mention that while in ball form, the Jillian were still alive and were basically in endless suffering? He could hear their screams, yet he chose to do nothing about it. He had become numb to it all. And yet, somehow, this woman was stirring things in him that he thought he couldn't feel. Back to Harable. She could be seen lying still on a rather comfortable bed. Made out of the soul of a Jillian. Its ability to speak, communicate, think, sense of self, and emotion, all of it was stripped from it. Its sole purpose now was to make sure she had a comfortable resting place. And then, movement. Harable stirred. A sharp inhale filled her lungs as golden eyes fluttered open. She felt it instantly, the sensation of warmth coursing through her body, a stark contrast to the icy numbness she had felt before losing consciousness. Her fingers curled into the soft grains of sand beneath her, gripping tightly as awareness slowly returned. Harable. A voice, thick with relief and a hint of frustration, reached her ears. She turned her head slightly, vision adjusting as she saw Mila Rose kneeling beside her, claws clenched tightly at her sides. Despite the usual gruffness in her tone, there was no hiding the way her eyes glistened. The lion was happy their master was alive. "You finally woke up," Sun remarked coolly. She looked very happy about that, yet she put on a rather calm attitude as she observed their leader. "You were out for an entire week." "A week?" She had been knocked out cold for a week. She slowly sat up, a frown forming on her lips. Her body felt whole. She felt like she had gotten even stronger than she was before. She reached up her hand, her fingers trailing along her now fully repaired mask. There was no sign that it had ever been broken. Matter of fact, it felt even stronger than before. Sun, naturally being the most perceptive of the group, which wasn't hard considering she was competing with two people who lacked brain cells. It seemed like they could sense her thoughts. She swore she saw skulls in Mila Rose's and Apaxai's eyes. Anyway, she noticed the way Harable grabbed her mask. "Your mask was fractured during the battle," she explained. "It weakened you severely. Gabriel stabilized your soul." That name. Harable blinked, the last memories before her unconsciousness flashing through her mind. Golden eyes, burning with fury. Flames that danced like living creatures. A touch that healed instead of destroyed. Harable's figure now resembled a human more than a hollow. She still had the standard Vasta Olard traits, even her hollow mask was there, yet some of her armor seemed to have taken on a more human-like shape. There were now openings in her armor, revealing more human-like features, her stomach now partially exposed, revealing the chocolate skin beneath the white plating. Well, enough about how she had evolved to look like this. "He's been feeding you hollows," Sun continued, as if sensing the question forming in Harable's mind. "To speed up your recovery." Mila Rose exhaled sharply, crossing her arms. In clear reluctance before muttering, "I guess he helped." This admission seemed to have hurt her, even in her soul. Yes, she sounded ungrateful to the person who had made it impossible for her to regress into a Jillian and had given her the potential to achieve Vasta Olard. Yes, she knew that. Yet, the idea of that guy being around Harable annoyed her quite a bit. Something about him being near her master did not sit well with her. At this point, it seemed like she was hating for the love of the game. Harable's gaze drifted toward the distance, where the faintest flickers of flame could be seen dancing on the dark horizon. The grind continued for Gabriel. Bzzzt, boom. That was too slow. Again. Bzzzt, boom. He needed more speed. Bzzzt, boom. As anyone with a brain could tell. Gabriel was spamming the ever-living shit out of Sonito. He wanted more strength. Fusing the souls of countless hollows. Forcefully evolving a couple of Jillian into Ajushas. Then breaking the masks of those Ajushas, stabilizing their souls, and then boxing with them for hours on end. His understanding of their souls was lacking, which meant all the hollow Shinigami hybrids he had created were in pain, in endless agony, still mindless. That didn't matter to him, though. All that mattered was the fact that they were big and strong. He was using Dordoni and Circusi as examples, practically making an army of those creatures who only bent to his will. As the merciful king he was. He ended their suffering. The suffering that he caused. Yeah, he wasn't going to try and make himself feel better with that bullshit excuse. He wanted strength, and they were collateral damage he was willing to make. Their suffering meant nothing to him. He had grown numb to it. Anything to protect her. His eyes turned a deep shade of red. His negative thoughts. Chapter 34, Descent into Madness. 34. The air was thick with the scent of burned flesh and raw soul matter. The odor was so bad, so putrid, that it looked as if even the lifeless sands of Hucomundo recoiled. What surrounded Gabriel were a bunch of hollow corpses. And hollows with their masks destroyed, some even looking semi-human. Some of them seemed to still be in pain, caught between hollow and human, trapped in a limbo of suffering. Yet Gabriel had removed their mouths. Alongside their voice boxes. Their larynxes. Alongside their eyes and noses. He wasn't the most benevolent scientist. Well, he did remove their sense of self to end their suffering. They were now a blank slate. Gabriel stood in the center of it all. His eyes were devoid of any emotion, and his hands were at work, using his power to transfigure their souls further and further, uncovering their inner workings and using that knowledge to improve himself. Hollows, once monstrous and violent, had been reduced to half-formed atrocities, grotesque amalgamations of shredded masks, elongated limbs, and exposed tendons that pulsed unnaturally. Their bodies were stretched too far, their skin splitting apart as their essence was manipulated beyond its natural limits. Some had been compressed into small, shrieking lumps of flesh, their masks warped, eyes bulging with horror as their very souls collapsed in on themselves. Gabriel twisted his fingers slightly. One hollow elongated like molten wax, its limbs snapping off as it screamed. Another's body thinned too much, and in an instant, pop, blackened blood and fragmented soul energy splattered across the sand. Some still lived, barely, their broken forms twitching, trying to move with muscles that no longer obeyed them. Kill me. A voice gurgled. Please. Stop. Another sobbed. Gabriel ignored them. This was necessary. Their suffering? A small sacrifice for his evolution. His gaze fell upon two orbs of fractured soul energy hovering before him, faint remnants of those once called Dordunii and Sirasai. They pulsed weakly, like dying stars, still clinging to the identity they once held. What made you two different? Gabriel muttered, more to himself than to them. Why were you so strong? Why were you unique? He reached out, letting his fingers sink into their fragmented souls. He began to use them as a blueprint. Walking toward one of the Jillian he had caught, he placed his hand over the creature's face. The sheer fear and terror in the Jillian's eyes were evident. This Jillian had, unfortunately, gained sentience. And knew for a fact that whatever Gabriel was planning for him would be painful. Very painful. Hannibal had sensed something was wrong even before she saw it. She could feel it, the overwhelming pressure of twisted, tormented souls. The moment she stepped into the clearing, her eyes widened in disgust and horror. They were everywhere. Hollows, or at least what remained of them, lay scattered across the sand, their bodies barely recognizable. Some were nothing but stretched-out shadows of their former selves, long, thin frames that twitched with each breath, bones exposed and splintered from being pulled too far. Others were distorted beyond comprehension, fused masses of writhing flesh, half-formed limbs, and masks that barely resembled faces anymore. Their voices had been reduced to wet, gurgling pleas, their agony so profound that they could only wish for one thing: death. And at the center of it all, Gabriel stood, his hand outstretched. He was looking at a hollow who, surprisingly, looked human. Too mindless, he muttered. And in the very next second, his own creation was destroyed, its body distorted into a small ball that Gabriel would be using later. He wasn't a warrior right now. He was something else entirely. Hannibal took a breath, steeling herself before walking forward. Enough. Gabriel didn't even turn to look at her. No. His voice was calm, distant, as if she had said something foolish. I'm not strong enough yet. Hannibal's gaze hardened. Gabriel, I said no. His voice cracked like a whip, laced with a rare fury. His spiritual pressure flared wildly, heat distorting the air around him. Was he insecure about his own strength? She understood immediately. Her instinct told her all she needed to know. He was on edge. Desperate. Exhausted. If he was pushed to use all he had against some mere foot soldiers, how could he possibly wish to beat the king? You're 7 months old, she said, trying to make him see reason. You need to rest, Gabriel snapped. Why did she keep seeing him like he was a child? Sure, he was 7 months old, but it wasn't like any 7-month-old hollow could box with him. Matter of fact, even a few hollows who were over 200 years old probably couldn't box with him. I'm not a child. His eyes burned with anger, gold flashing red for a moment, his spiritual pressure surging. I don't need rest. I don't need your pity. I need to be stronger. Yeah. He was on edge. There was no denying it. Hannibal remained calm, but inside, something twisted in her chest. She had never seen him like this. Wild. Fractured. Obsessive. Though in his current sleep-deprived state he looked rather demonic, as if he were the vessel for true evil, he was less himself. She needed a way to stop him before he became, well, like every other hollow out there. Then do it for me. Gabriel froze. And he folded. Do not judge him, okay? He had goddamn problems. A good thing about relationships was that it was all about compromise. He could make this compromise. And he'd probably get a lap pillow later. Win-win in his book. Chapter 35, A Reward. 35. Have you ever been to heaven? No. Too bad. Because Gabriel was in heaven, not because he had died and his soul had gone there. Chances were, if he died, he would be dragged to hell. He had done quite a few atrocious things, probably had thousands of deaths on his soul and thousands more who had suffered due to his shenanigans. His heaven was something much greater than anything he could have now. He could feel her gentle, delicate hand running through his hair. From his point of view. Yup, those were her breasts staring at him. He respectfully stared at them. While thinking about how soft they looked, his mind began to wander. He wasn't good, nor did he claim to be. Maybe he was a good person as a human, but he was not human anymore. Clinging to human morality wouldn't do him any good. This did not mean he would become a heartless, sadistic monster. It just meant he would think twice about exterminating a threat to his loved ones. Even if it was a baby. Better nip it in the bud. This feeling of lying there on her lap, listening to her hum to him, still felt like a mother caring for a child. Yet, either because he was too tired or too preoccupied, he didn't say much about it. He would get it. His pursuit of it shall not wane. But not completely. His thoughts drifted, swirling like the fragmented souls he had twisted, molded, and broken in his relentless pursuit of power. His recent discoveries regarding souls fascinated him. Dordogne and Sirasai, former Espada class Rancor, had given him crucial insight into what separated true Rancor from the hollow abominations he had been creating. Their souls were whole, yet fractured in a controlled manner, like tempered steel, whereas his failures were jagged, unstable, and filled with endless suffering. There was a pattern, a balance, that he had not yet grasped. He needed to understand it. He needed to create an Rancor specifically designed to counter that old fuck's power. The answer was clear: complete suppression of unnecessary faculties. An Rancor whose sole existence was to negate Baragon's decaying touch. If he could erase Anajush's pain, fear, unnecessary emotions, and sense of self, leaving behind only the absolute will to endure, then perhaps, just perhaps, he could forge a perfect countermeasure. His fingers twitched as he thought about it, but then, why are you doing all of this? Haribel's voice pulled him from his spiraling thoughts. He blinked, staring up at her golden eyes, ones that carried both warmth and a silent demand for the truth. For a moment, he considered lying. Saying it was for power, for survival, for control. But that was bullshit. He wasn't really doing it for any of that shit. At the end of the day. Because I love you. He felt her body stiffen slightly at his words. A rare moment where she was caught off guard. She had always thought of his affection as something childish, something fleeting. Yet here he was, months later, still pursuing her. He wasn't a fool. He knew what he was, what he had done, what he continued to do. He was cruel, a monster by all definitions. He and humans were not the same. Did that mean he would just let a Shinigami slay him? Fuck no. He would remain a hollow. He had found a purpose, and he would use that purpose to grow even more. A moment passed in silence before he spoke again. What's your dream? Haribel studied him, then exhaled softly. To bring some form of order to this broken world. Gabriel closed his eyes for a moment, letting the weight of those words settle. Then, a slow smile formed on his lips. I can do that, he murmured. With my power. With us together. I can make it happen. He looked up at her, and to his utter shock, a kiss. Not on the lips, but a simple, soft press of her lips against his cheek. He was frozen. Mila Rose, Sun, and Apaxai, who had been observing from a distance, were frozen. Even Haribel herself seemed momentarily taken aback by her own action. Gabriel's mind blanked for a moment before rebooting entirely. Then, a grin, wide and dangerous, spread across his face. Hey. 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 His expression shifted into something far too giddy for someone of his nature. That was my reward? She gave him a small nod. Already filled with new purpose, he sat up slightly. All right then. What do I have to do for another? Maybe on the lips next time? To say he wasn't eager would be an understatement. Gabriel was pumped. He was kissed. He was so happy. Probably the happiest man in the world right now. Well, he was a hollow. But still. He had gained renewed purpose. He would find a way to create that Rancor, and once that was done, kill Baragon. The old fuck had been alive for too long. He is not going to evolve again, is he now? Apaxai muttered upon looking at Gabriel's giddy expression. The bastard had turned into a Vasto Lord just because he needed to get stronger. His strength seemed to double. Oh, for fuck's sake. Chapter 36, Preparation. 36. Gabriel still trained, but from time to time, he would take the day off, spending some time with Hannibal, who may or may not have warmed up to him. He had no idea if she had or hadn't. All he knew was that he got a kiss, and that was his wife-to-be. Apaxi and Mila Rose's disappointment be damned. He was getting it. Anyway, he looked at the hedgehog Ajusha he had just slain. He had destroyed the Ajusha's sense of self and identity before crushing its mask. The Ajusha became an Ajusha. It now looked more human. Sure, fragments of its hollow mask remained, but its form had become far more humanoid. Blue hair, blue eyes, and a sword sheathed at its side. Gabriel had even used the sand of Hucomundo to drip him out even more. This was the project he had been working on for a while. A way to create the next step in hollow evolution. Now, if only he could get his hands on some Shinigami Zanpakuto, he wouldn't mind playing around with them a lot more. Maybe study their link with their Zanpakuto and find a way to better strengthen his hollows. He looked at his creation. It had no personality. No desires. No will of its own. A blank slate. Gabriel's grin widened as he ran his fingers over its head, feeling the cold, unnatural stillness beneath his touch. It didn't react. It simply existed. Perfect? This being had been crafted for one purpose and one purpose only, to counter Baraganluz and Bairn. That was its whole purpose in life. Nothing more than just that. Just a hollow husk. To test his creation, he crafted a simple insect hollow, imbuing it with the same properties as the Rancor he had just forged. A lesser creature, but one that could demonstrate whether his theory was correct. With a flick of his wrist, he released the insect into the air, watching it flutter off into the dark skies of Hucomundo. Now, it was time to see if the God King could still call himself that. Before Gabriel would turn 1 year old, Baragan would die. Baraganluz and Bairn sat upon his skeletal throne, his bone-clad fingers tightening around the goblet in his grasp. The news had been delivered with all the trembling fear it deserved. 2 of his subordinates had perished. He was not angry about their deaths. They were weak. Weaklings perished. Such was the law of Hucomundo. But what angered him, infuriated him, was Hannibal's continued defiance. Sure, he had powerful servants far stronger than her under his rule, but he refused to let her roam free in his land. Stark was an exception. Probably because Baragan couldn't do shit to that lone hollow. He'd have gotten his shit rocked if he tried something. So instead of fighting the hollow that would lube him up real good, he chose to target the dark-skinned woman. What a powerful king he was. And now, like the powerful and mighty king that he was, he heard about a new Vasto Lord. From the looks of it, he was freshly evolved. Which meant he was inexperienced. This was starting to sound like some messed-up love triangle where the ugly old bastard tried to steal the girl. Actually, hentai. This was looking like the plot of a basic NTR hentai. The old man refused to lose. He was the God King of Hucomundo. Let them all burn in his respira if they dared to stand against him. He was not arrogant, he spoke the truth. Though, let's be real, God King as a title sounded hella arrogant. Come on, pick one. A low chuckle echoed from the corner of the room. Hollow Orochi, Zala Progrance. The pink-haired scientist, his smile ever curved in that infuriatingly smug manner, took a single step forward and bowed with an exaggerated flourish. If my lord permits, I would be most delighted to personally rid you of this little annoyance. Baragan's hollow eyes glowed with menace. You dare to think yourself worthy of handling my enemies? Oh, not at all, my lord. I simply wish to get rid of this annoying bug pestering His Majesty, Zalapro said, bowing his head to the king. Yeah, he just wanted to experiment on Gabriel. This new Vasto Lord would make an excellent test subject. Baragan didn't need to know that. Nor did he need to know why Zalapro had to shove his sword down his throat to transform. The perks of having no gag reflex. A moment of silence passed. Then, Baragan gave the slightest nod. You have my permission. Zalapro bowed deeply. You are most gracious, my king. He turned, his mind already racing with thoughts of the experiments he would conduct. This Gabriel. Oh, he was going to enjoy studying him. A few minutes later, a small, unassuming insect fluttered through the vast halls of Las Noxias, its wings barely making a sound as it entered Baragan's throne room. A mere fly. Baragan barely acknowledged it. With a casual wave of his hand, he released his respira, the creeping black mist of death rolling out, intent on rotting the insignificant creature into dust. The bug fell onto the sands of Hucomundo. And the ground seemed to absorb it. Just a bug. If only Baragan knew. His defeat had been assured the second he did that. Chapter 37, Hannibal Power-Up, 37. Gabriel had gotten the sample of Respira he needed. Once he handed it over to the Rancor, it was destroyed, near instantly. Apparently, he needed to stop the aging process entirely. This could work if Gabriel learned how to manipulate the fundamental structure of his soul to create a temporal anchor, preventing it from being affected by external aging forces like Respira. This would only work by freezing his soul's time state, making it immune to all effects that would normally degrade or alter it over time. Or the much riskier option, the fuck it, we ball option. Gabriel could simply reverse the soul's transfiguration state, instantly restoring it to normal and negating any decay. Though that was risky. He would need hella fast regen for that. Well, he would experiment on that stuff later. Wait. Gabriel looked at the Respira. He reached out his hand. Instantly, his hand was turned into a skeleton. 3 seconds later, his hand was back to normal. Okay, he needed to get better regen and have more spiritual pressure than Berrigan for this to work. He could do it. He had tortured thousands of souls for this very reason, after all. Well, he was planning to buff Hannibal later that day, so. Later that day the air crackled with raw energy as Gabriel gently cupped Hannibal's face in his hands. Her aqua-green eyes were closed, her expression serene, as if she were in the midst of a deep, transformative slumber. His fingers brushed against the remnants of her hollow mask, a lingering reminder of her past self. After a lot of failed experiments, and around 20 successful ones, he could confidently say he could create an Rancor with ease. More like with a 99.99% success rate. And it wasn't painful. So maybe he had to dull her pain receptors during the process. They would come back when she was fully evolved. Drawing in a slow breath, he activated Ideal Transfiguration, his signature ability, one that had already reshaped the souls of countless others. But this time, he wasn't merely evolving an Rancor. No, he was transcending the very limits of hollow evolution itself. The process required not just his own strength but the power and essence of 5 Rancors he had personally created. Their existence now fueled this metamorphosis, their souls dissolving into the spiritual energy now coursing through Hannibal's form. A radiant glow pulsed from within her, illuminating the vast chamber with a golden white light. Her body trembled, and Gabriel instinctively tightened his grip, steadying her as the energy swirled violently around them. Then, in an instant, the transformation reached its climax. With a sudden, explosive release of power, Hannibal's armor, her old, confining shell, was utterly obliterated. The hollow plating that once covered her body shattered into motes of spiritual dust, vanishing into the void. The force of the change sent shockwaves rippling outward, causing Mila Rose, Apaxi, and Sang Sun to brace themselves. Gabriel slowly opened his eyes, eager to witness the fruits of his labor. But as his gaze landed upon Hannibal, his breath hitched. She stood before him, fully transformed. Her previous armor was gone, revealing smooth, unblemished skin that glowed with an almost ethereal radiance. The remnants of her hollow mask now framed the sides of her face, her sharp jawline emphasized by its structure. More remnants extended down her neck, forming an intricate, organic pattern that wrapped around her collarbones and trailed downward, enough to conceal, but also enough to emphasize the sheer humanity of her new form. And apart from that, she was naked. Completely, breathtakingly bare before him. How would you feel seeing such a woman in front of you? Practically naked? If Gabriel had a dick, shit would be rock hard. He gulped. Oh, shit. A muffled gasp came from behind him. Apaxi. Mila Rose. Do something. Before Gabriel could react, both Apaxi and Mila Rose lunged forward, immediately shielding Hannibal from view. Apaxi's face was nearly as red as his own, while Mila Rose glared at him with undisguised disapproval. The hell are you staring at? Apaxi snapped, holding out her arms as if to physically block his sight. Gabriel immediately turned away, rubbing his temples. His face burned, and to make matters worse, a small trickle of blood slipped from his nose. He wiped it away quickly, cursing under his breath. I massacred thousands of souls for this experiment. I orchestrated the evolution of the hollow species itself. I should not be getting flustered right now. And yet, the image was already seared into his mind. Hannibal, proud, powerful, beautiful, thanks to his help, had become something stronger. Damn it, Gabriel, he muttered. Pull yourself together. Behind him, he could hear the flurry of movement as Hannibal gathered herself. There was a faint whoosh of spiritual energy, followed by the sensation of her spiritual pressure stabilizing. A moment later, Apaxi let out an awkward cough. You can turn around now. She's clothed. Gabriel hesitated, then slowly pivoted back. The golden radiance of her transformation dimmed, revealing the newly reborn Tyr Hannibal standing tall, exuding an aura of both regality and unshakable power. The remnants of her old armor were gone, replaced by an elegant yet commanding ensemble that signified her evolution beyond the limits of an Rancor. A luxurious fur-trimmed cloak pillowed behind her, its deep blue and black hues shifting like the rolling tides, framing her figure like the mantle of a queen. It draped over her shoulders with effortless grace, the dark fur adding a primal, untamed presence to her regal poise. Her new outfit was a fusion of hollow remnants and royal attire, sleek, battle-ready, yet undeniably majestic. A high-collared vest, split down the center, exposed her toned midsection, emphasizing both her beauty and her lethality. The once restrictive armor that had bound her chest was gone, replaced by a more refined, flowing design that retained her iconic hollow markings while granting her a newfound freedom. The lower half of her attire consisted of pristine white, flowing pants, tailored to allow fluid movement, fastened by a striking golden sash that trailed downward in a ceremonial display of authority. The golden emblem resting at her waist shimmered under the chamber's dim light. Her feet, adorned in gilded heels, barely made a sound against the ground as she stepped forward, each movement deliberate, as if testing the weight of her new form. Yeah. Gabriel had fallen. This chick was just too hot. Looking at her spiritual pressure, in terms of sheer power, she had become stronger than him. Going from being a decent bit weaker than him to a decent bit stronger than him was a huge leap in power. Granted, unlike natural-born Rancor, his method of awakening her power was far more potent. She got like a 5x boost on top of the additional boost she had gained from becoming a Rancor. Holy shit, she was hot. She had gotten strong, very strong. His gaze landed on the woman in front of him. Gabriel Sanguinazo. Holy shit, she was using his full legal name. Are you serious about taking down Barragan? Yes. You promised to marry me, didn't you? Don't you dare back down now. Gabriel had already invested too much into this. I am not. I will simply go with you, were her rather calm words. No. I will go and fight Barragan. He is too strong, and I will never forgive myself if you were to die. So you want me to watch my husband die? I refuse. Wait. Did she say? Chapter 38, The Great Zalapro, 38. Gabriel blinked, his mind momentarily blank as Haribal's words sank in. Husband. She had just called him her husband. For a brief second, his brain completely stalled, the weight of her declaration hitting him like a sarrow to the face. His brain was currently fried. Cooked. He couldn't even think right now. He didn't know who he prayed to for his prayer to be answered, but he would pray to that person again. Such a pretty woman accepting his offer. He touched his hollow mask. I dreaming? He pinched his hand, making sure this was real. Mila Rose and Apaxi, however, were not handling this nearly as well. Huh? Apaxi practically screeched, pointing at Haribal with a look of absolute betrayal. Since when? What? How? Mila Rose looked like she had just been hit by a bala at point-blank range. Hold on, did you just call him your husband? Since when did this happen? Sung Sun, ever the composed one, merely covered her mouth with her tail. She was very flexible. Well, to be fair, she was a snake. The glint in her eyes suggested she was enjoying the chaos. Oh my, what an interesting development. Why are you surprised? You helped me for this purpose, did you not? Haribal's calm words cut through the noise. Yes, I did, but at the same time, this feels like your way of avoiding a fight with Barragan. Oh my, seems like he can read you pretty well. Doesn't take a genius to guess who was talking. Haribal walked close to him. He could tell, she was practically willing to sacrifice herself as long as he lived. Was he that weak that she needed to think of something so drastic? No. Those tender eyes. Reminiscent of the way his dad used to look at him. She was worried about him. But why sacrifice so much for someone who had been living for such a small amount of time? Before he could say more, he heard a sound. That sound. His eyes snapped to the source, his gaze sharpening as he spotted a familiar figure standing at the entrance to their hideout, draped in his obnoxiously bright fuchsia cloak. Zalapro Grants. The Aspada's grin was nothing short of predatory, his amber eyes gleaming with undisguised delight. Oh my, what a fascinating spectacle I've stumbled upon, he purred, pushing his glasses up with a smug tilt of his head. A brand new evolutionary breakthrough. And a charming little marriage proposal on top of it? Truly, I must be the luckiest researcher in Hugo Mundo today. Gabriel tensed, his playful demeanor vanishing in an instant. Zalapro had found them. And now, they were his research subjects. Hunt, Tiburon. This man really came here uninvited and expected for shit to be all sweet. BZZZT, boom. Man really thought he could interrupt Gabriel when the man was trying to get a smooch from his wife-to-be. Playing the gentle way did not seem to work at all, so maybe the hollow way would. Gabriel did not care how long it took. The man who blue-balled him shall pay. BZZZT, boom. Faster than I expected, the great Zalapro said. The man dodged all of their attacks. He was taking this easy, After all, he was a Vasto Lord class Rankar and a spot number 0. Bzzzt, boom. He was stronger. A powerful kick landed to his side. Bzzzt, boom. Hellfire consumed his body in flames. If not for him activating Hyro at the last second, he might have died here. Crack. For some odd reason, Szayelapro felt as if Gabriel had some pent-up rage against him. The boy's fire was now even hotter than before. The flames were so intense that the man was being dried out. Gabriel deactivated his fire. Szayelapro had a questioning look on his face. Why would he do that if continuously attacking him would have helped deal great damage? Boom! Szayelapro crashed into a nearby dune. His bones were not feeling the best right now, and yet, instead of fear, what seemed to be excitement flashed in his eyes. Haribel's water was way stronger than he had anticipated. She had become an Rankar after all. Her power was simply magnificent. He must study her. If she was a natural-born Rankar, Szayelapro wanted to study her anatomy to see how she had evolved. Which, to be fair, he wasn't fully wrong. Technically, she was a natural-born Rankar. Realistically, she was artificially made, not like by the Hogyoka or anything, but by a man. Gabriel had infused the soul and power of 5 artificial Ajusha-class Rankar into her body, using them to enhance her soul to a new level. And by boosting her soul, her mask naturally came off on its own. Gabriel himself did not remove it, nor did he use his idol Transfiguration to destroy the mask. The power transferred to her was great, and her soul was enhanced so much that she simply evolved. And the power of her water techniques had increased because, 1, she was way stronger now, and 2, with Gabriel's fire working like a buff, anytime he stopped using those flames, the humidity in the air increased dramatically. Which meant her water control got a lot better. It would be a shame if the fun ended here, the man said calmly. Gabriel looked at the man as if he was insane. Did he expect to win this with the way he was getting his ass beat? Gabriel watched as the man took out his Zunpacto and began deep-throating it. Sip, fornicaras. And just like that, Gabriel watched a grown man deep-throat a sword. Though, it seemed like deep-throating the sword served another purpose. The man's body began to change. His body then swelled to enormous proportions, releasing spiritual energy that covered his immediate vicinity in a fine mist that slowly cleared away as he transformed. In his released form, the lower half of his body became a multitude of purple tentacles reminiscent of a sea anemone. His feet extended from under the tentacles, which were then replaced by a layered dress-like garment. His upper torso became a segmented and form-fitting gray suit, with white sleeves extending from the elbow down to a wide opening at the wrist, revealing a purple interior. 3 small, dark purple extensions spanned upward from the elbow, while 4 long, dark purple strands that looked like falling drops hung from the underside of the sleeve itself. His hands turned white, and his fingertips became slightly elongated and purple. His hair gained various purple drop-like strands as well. His hollow mask took the form of a headdress that formed a thin band across his forehead, as well as what appeared to be half the bottom structure of his hollow mask glasses, attached on either side of his head by fan-like coverings. His left eye gained purple markings that took the shape of 4 lines on the top and bottom. He also grew 4 large, gray branch structures on his back, 2 on each side, which formed a shape similar to the wings of a butterfly. Each branch had 12 equally spaced red strands that resembled falling drops. These strands could expand out, becoming thicker until they looked similar to feathers, giving them the appearance of actual wings like those of a bird. Now, the second act will begin, the man said quite arrogantly. Chapter 39, Defeating a Scientist. 39, Gabriel and Haribel fought this creepy dude. Though while fighting, Gabriel noticed a piece of the guy in Haribel. Yeah, that ain't happening. He alone was allowed in there. Plus, was this man really planning to do some slick shit while Gabriel was here? Gabriel barely had to do shit, just mainly making sure to remove any piece of him anytime they spawned on her. She didn't even need him for this fight. The only reason it may have seemed like she struggled in the beginning was quite simple. She had gained this power like 5 minutes ago and had zero control over it. However, now, on the battlefield, her battle instincts kicked in, and she began to shift into high gear. Szayelapro, noticing this, couldn't help but pause. This is getting dangerous, he thought to himself as he barely managed to get out of the way of one of Haribel's moves. This woman was dangerous. Bzzzt, boom. You're not planning on running away now, are you? Gabriel had a smile on his face, his palm resting against the man's back. Me? Run away from you? You're overestimating yourself. How the fuck does one get so much arrogance while getting their ass beat? Oh. Yeah, he must think he could beat them, that they were only a threat because they were working together. Which, to be fair, he wasn't wrong. They were still a threat by themselves, though. Plus, that strange ability of his, He could probably come back to life if he got killed. Such a shame he met Gabriel today. Gabriel used his fire, which burned the man and even sent the great Zalapro flying toward Hannibal. Bzzzt, boom. The man barely managed to use Sonido to avoid the tsunami that was aiming to end his life. Petty tricks like this will not defeat me, the man said arrogantly. You talkin' mad smack for someone who detransformed. Looking down. Yeah, he was no longer in his resurrection. But how? That fire, did it perhaps contain some sort of drug that disabled his ability to transform? As if this would stop me, the mad scientist added. Before running away. Hey. Hey. Bzzzt, boom. Gabriel could be seen, his hand touching the man's chest. He had Sonido'd right in front of him. It was never the fire. Was it? Gabriel was stunned. Wow, he figured it out. Congratulations to him for not being a complete dumbass. He had his head shoved so far up his ass, he didn't even notice every time Gabriel had distorted his soul. Zalaprogrance's head exploded as his body began to twist itself in front of Gabriel. He was becoming nothing more than a grotesque, compressed sphere of flesh, still pulsing faintly with lingering spiritual energy. The guy was strong. But the second he allowed Gabriel to touch him, it was GG. You never wanted to be touched by Gabriel during a fight. Gabriel compressed the man's soul into a ball, all of his power and ability, all of it, compressed into this little sphere. If he wanted to have a solid chance to face Theragon, he would need strength. Absolute strength. Taking the ball, he ate it. He had a decently hard time swallowing it, it tasted weirdly bitter, but that was not what mattered. Gabriel's body began to change once more. His aura shifted. Power surged into his body. He had just absorbed a Vasta-O-Lord, not just any Vasta-O-Lord, but a Vastakar. This was a huge buff. Apparently, the pink-haired idiot was actually pretty strong. He was just horribly, and I do mean horribly, outmatched. Fighting someone whose power allowed her to comfortably fight from afar, and a man with the ability to transfigure his soul. The test subjects he so badly wanted to experiment on. Yeah, somehow, against all odds, they killed him. If he had attacked before Dordoni and Cyrusai, then he would have had a much better chance. Still probably would have lost, though. Gabriel's transfiguration was busted, and he was quite literally a big nua to all of the man's attacks. Gabriel's hollow body now practically resembled a human, with the fur he had left on his arms vanishing altogether. His horns now practically resembled a crown. He took in a deep breath, feeling as if his very existence was being changed. His eyes were closed, he was at his most vulnerable right now. Trusting Hannibal to protect his body while he took care of the millions upon millions of souls that had now entered his body. He began to slowly destroy them, one by one. Then in groups of 10. Then groups of 10,000. Then in groups of 100,000. Then finally, in the millions. He erased any sign of personality or will, turning them into a blank state. Once that process was done, he fused them with his body. Once that was done, he noticed he had a lot of excess energy. Well, since it was there, he might as well just allocate his stats. His gaze went toward another part of his soul. It was wild. It was hungry. It desperately needed food. The energy from that part of his body felt off, probably some shit he picked up from trying to attain that primordial energy that lingered in the sands of Hugo-Mundo. On one hand, he could become an Rancor right now and go home and probably pipe his wife. On the other hand, he could feed all the energy into that side of himself for a lot more power. Time skip. As Gabriel opened his eyes, his spiritual pressure flared once more. His hollow mask was still there, looking like it hadn't been touched at all. Meanwhile, Gabriel's spiritual pressure felt suffocating. Hannibal, for 1 second, thought she saw death in his aura. She thought she saw the Grim Reaper in there. Gabriel's energy felt primal. Meanwhile, with Baragon. What do you mean he is dead? To say the old man was mad would be the understatement of a lifetime. Before the hollow could say anything, Baragon's respira had consumed him. He was dead. Not even his bones were left behind. Everyone else in the throne room shook. This was the terrifying power of the God King of Hugo-Mundo. As Baragon was about to vent his anger by plowing one of his female Rancor and then killing her if she did bad. A familiar feeling washed over him. Ike Mikadomoe, were the words that left the man's lips. That spiritual pressure felt so primal, so raw, so old. It could only have been. No, Ike Mikadomoe was no longer in Hugo-Mundo. The God King of Hugo-Mundo shall kill this new Vasta-O-Lord. Totally not because he was scared of the boy's growth. Like, come on, he only went from Dordoni and Cyrusai's level to a level equal to, if not a bit beneath, his own in a couple of weeks. PFFT. As if he would be scared. The boy could train for 100 years and never reach his level. Seems like I cannot trust any of you guys to do it. I will do it myself, the man said arrogantly. He would kill this boy himself, preferably in less than a month. Maybe a week. Can't be too sure. Back with Gabriel. He could be seen holding Hannibal bridal style as he carried her back. Sure, she wasn't injured, but only heaven knows the shit he had planned. Though, for now, as much as he would want to explore this chocolate delicacy, he would make sure she at least had decent control over her power. Chapter 40, Unintentional Harem, 40. Time skip. Gabriel looked at the three hollow girls. They seemed to be looking down. Gabriel gazed at them. So, who's first? The deer approached first. For those wondering what was happening, they wanted to become Rankar. They didn't want to stay weak anymore. They wanted to become strong, to be able to defend themselves from trouble, and to not be a burden to Lady Hannibal. Gabriel gazed back at his side of the room. On the bed, Hannibal could be seen peacefully sleeping. They were all so lucky he didn't have a human form yet. The second he became an Rankar and had some free time, well, his thoughts would be obvious to anyone with a fraction of a brain. Anyway, back to the deer. Placing his hand on her head, he started to transfigure her soul, bending it to his will. Her hollow mask shattered, and her body slowly started to become more humanoid. Over time, slowly yet steadily, she was changing. Thankfully, with some fabric he created, manipulated some soul for that, he made her an outfit to fit her. He was in no mood to stare at a naked girl. As the light that enveloped her vanished, Gabriel could finally see her. She was a tomboyish Rankar with heterochromia. Her right eye was ice blue, while her left eye was amber with a red outline around it. She had black, jaw-length hair, and her mask fragment rested on the top of her head with a horn in the middle. She wore the standard Rankar uniform, but hers had shoulder-length sleeves with black cuffs, a V-neck, gloves, and collars over her wrists, which were actually hers unpacked toe. Her human form looked nice. Her power had grown, though she didn't receive nearly as much of a boost as Hannibal. If you still feel weak, I can help you train. And if you bring me some hollows, I can use their souls to strengthen yours and make you stronger, okay? He said, giving the girl a smile. Was that a light taint of red on her cheek? As if I would ever need your help. Geez, were these women hard to please? Now, next. Mila Rose. You know what? I'm just calling you Rose, don't you dare, you're the one asking me for a favor, so I can do what I want. Some growling could be heard, but that was about it. Touching her head, his hands began to glow once more. This process was getting easier and easier the more he did it. He did the same as he had with a Paxai, and the clothes were already on her as she turned human. She transformed into a tall, dark-skinned, green-eyed Rankar woman with long, thick, wavy brown hair and large breasts. Her hollow hole was positioned midway between her navel and breasts. Her mask fragments formed a three-sectioned crown around her head and a thick necklace. Her Rankar attire was heavily modified. It resembled the outfit of an Amazon warrior, with multiple pieces of armor covering her breasts and upper arms, gauntlets on her forearms, and a white skirt. Hannibal's are better. That was truly something to say to a woman. Perv. That would require me to be interested in you to begin with. Well, damn. Gabriel-kun is quite insensitive. Of course, as long as he listened for that teasing tone, even from 100 miles away, he would know who is speaking. How am I insensitive? She was calling me a pervert, Gabriel shot back. Huh, you truly are a newborn. His eyebrow twitched. Bzzzt, boom. In an instant, he had Sonied out in front of her, practically pinning her against the wall. Someone's needy, she said in a teasing voice as she wrapped her snake-like body around him. Get to the point. What is it with a Paxai and Mila Rose acting like this? He asked, looking at the snake lady. She was the smartest of the three, probably the tactician and the most perceptive one. When a lion takes over a pride, what do you think happens to the female lions in that pride? Color began draining from his face. Oh god, yes, wait, what? Foo-fa-foo, you're the leader now, Dragon-kun. And of course, he was being teased. You want to be in Rankar or not? His voice sounded rather dry. Oh my, you're quite in a rush to get yourself a concubine. Be gentle with me. He was being fucked around with. He could tell. She was having way too much fun with this. Placing his hand on her head, he began the process of turning her into an Rankar. Just like the others, the process lasted about 30 seconds before it ended. As the light dimmed down, she was finally revealed. There she stood, a slender female Rankar with long, flowing olive green hair, long eyelashes, and lavender eyes, with 3 pink dots just below her right eye. Her mask remnants created 3 hair clip-like extensions on the right side of her bangs. She wore a furry black necklace around her neck. Her outfit consisted of a long white dress with long sleeves that extended well past her hands, with a single slit in each one, and 2 thin belts crisscrossing around her waist. Anyway, you three need to get stronger. From what I can tell, if you grow enough, I feel like there's another power you can release, he admitted calmly. Sun Sun still had that teasing smile. Aren't you just trying to have fun with Lady Hairball? Damn, was he that easy to read? He wouldn't fold. What? Did you want me to do it to you instead? I wouldn't mind. I'm quite skillful, and I'm a snake, so you wouldn't have to worry much about me. Oh damn, she knew how to press his buttons. He knew she was fucking with him, and he was practically threatening her with a good time, but he refused to let that be known. You three better work on your power. From what I can tell, Baragon could arrive here any day, so train like your life depends on it. Because it does. A grim expression appeared on their faces as they nodded their heads. They went toward the secret training area he had made. In there, they would train like their lives depended on it. A bit later, his wife, in all of her beauty, could be seen. Her olive skin seemed to glisten under the moonlight, her green emerald eyes were simply beautiful, and her messy hair only added to her charm. Oh, how fun. They seem to have accepted you, she added with a thoughtful look. Sure, it took a while, but hey, it finally happened. By the way, what Sun Sun said. Is it correct, or? He just wanted to be sure. Yeah. Her gaze then turned toward him. Do you have a problem with it? He calmed down a bit. How did I become the leader again? Last I checked, I still followed you. She got close to him before opening her mouth and saying, in Hollow Society, where the strong prevail and the weak die, the second you became stronger than me, you became the leader. That was only solidified when you helped us find a stable food supply and helped the girls not regress. We follow our instincts, and as much as I try to resist mine, even I can feel it telling me that you are a safe option. Oh. So that's how it happened. That was good info to know. Chapter 41, A Clash of Kings, 41, Time Skip. Roughly a week had passed since that day. The girls had been training hard every day, and Gabriel would randomly show up to buff them, more precisely, buff their speed and ability to run away. Just in case shit went south. Like for Sun Sun, after brutally molesting Amola Jusha, he gave her a burrow ability. She could now burrow in the sand of Hukomundo and move quite fast. Hell fast. For a Paksai, a rabbit Jusha had to run M1, got robbed of his legs. On a side note, in her resurrection, her legs were now much more powerful, and she could jump quite a distance. As for Mila Rose, he had decided to find a predator-type animal and also give her speed. A trait all three of them now shared was that their eyes had been upgraded. They could now see more, basically, Ultra HD vision. The girls didn't seem to mind the upgrades. Sun Sun even teased that he was spoiling his concubines. Yeah, he was never going to get used to that. But yeah, it was on the table. Either that, or she was fucking with him, and considering Sun Sun's personality. Yeah, she would do that. Gabriel had gone into the Minnows forest about a week or so ago. Apparently, he was going to find some reinforcements to help them. The present day inside the towering depths of the Minnows forest, the air was thick and laced with tension. The reason was simple. The so-called God King of Hukomundo, the undefeated, glorious, extravagant, all-powerful majesty. The magnificent Baraganlusenbairn. The man who claimed to be the strongest. Yet when say Hitler would whoop his ass, a bald monk would make him beg for mommy, and an old man in his retirement home would make him piss himself. No, he was the strongest in Hukomu. Second strongest in Hukomundo. Behind the self-proclaimed king of Hukomundo, an army of hollows stood in eerie silence. Gabriel noted that Baragon only had a few Rankar left, meaning they couldn't be mass-produced. Gabriel definitely could not create hundreds, if not thousands, of Rankar daily. Nah. Gabriel looked at the old man. He wasn't worried. Matter of fact, this would be quite fun for him. Next to him, Tyr Harable stood firm, and behind her, the three newly transformed Fraction. The difference in numbers was vast, though. Baragon exhaled, a condescending scoff escaping his ancient, decayed lips. So, you are the one who thinks himself worthy of challenging my reign? His voice was laced with disdain, echoing through the forest like a death knell. Boy, kneel before your king, surrender your little toys, and perhaps I will let you live. Gabriel didn't flinch. His arms remained crossed. Who the fuck did this old man think he was? Over my dead body. Baragon's expression didn't shift. He had ruled for centuries, seen countless creatures challenge him, only to crumble before his might. That can be arranged, he muttered, his skeletal fingers gripping the hilt of his massive battle axe. His empty eye sockets glowed with an eerie light as he turned toward Gabriel's companions, his voice thick with mockery. Even if by some miracle you have the strength to survive me, your little toys, partners, not toys, Gabriel corrected sharply. Baragon paused before chuckling. Humphrey. Fine. I will humor you, boy. partners. His tone dripped with condescension, as though the mere act of acknowledging their worth disgusted him. But it makes no difference. They will die screaming all the same. Who said there were only 5 of us? Gabriel said in a calm voice. The moment those words left his lips, about 50 or so Rancor emerged from the shadows. Gabriel thought he did quite well with them. Sure, they were expendable soldiers, but they were strong, and all he needed was their strength, nothing more. As of now, he didn't care about their individuality. They all wore white uniforms, but on their backs was an image of a demon, just a little touch he added. He found it suitable. This place was practically hell, and if Gabriel was to make an army, what better way to represent it? Also, these Rancor would never betray him, not because they were loyal for being given so much power. No. They were formerly Jillian. They had been mindless, but now they could think and speak. Gabriel had forcefully evolved them from Jillian to Ajusha. The difference? Apart from their size, an Ajusha had a proper anchor soul, a dominant soul, while a Jillian was a mess of countless souls fighting for control. So, all Gabriel had to do was find a Jillian, identify the most likely anchor soul, forcefully awaken it, stabilize its existence as an Ajusha. Then rip off its mask. It was quite consuming, since Gabriel was still unfamiliar with the technique. So, like, a few hundred Jillian may have died. Well, just minor sacrifices. Baragon barely spared them a glance. His bony shoulders shifted in a dismissive shrug. And what of it? He sneered. This pitiful rabble? Do you think this is enough to challenge me? Well, it's better than whatever you have here, Gabriel replied calmly. He wasn't wrong. This was basically a real-life showcase of quality over quantity. On his side stood a Vasta Lord Inheritable, who could easily take on 5 of Baragon's top fighters at once and still come out on top. Then, there were the 3 Ajusha, who were hella powerful. And then, behind them, were 50 Ajusha turned Rancor. Yeah. Taking care of Baragon's army would be easy. The hard part was the old fuck himself. A flash of irritation crossed Baragon's decayed face. No one had dared to speak to him with such disrespect in centuries. No one. He took a single step forward, and with it, the very air around him began to decay, distorting as an ominous black mist started to seep from his body. Respira. The instant the deathly miasma spread, bzzzt, boom. Gabriel sonitoed away, reappearing at a safe distance. At the same time, he unleashed a massive wave of fire, an intense wall of blue flames rising between his forces and Baragon's army. The inferno split the battlefield in 2, forcing the combatants apart. The message was clear. This fight was between them. Gabriel wasn't trying to have his allies become collateral damage. Baragon narrowed his eyes. Hiding behind flames, are we? His voice was heavy with mockery. Pathetic. I decide where we fight, child. Gabriel tilted his head, amusement dancing in his gaze. Oh? Then why are you here challenging me? Baragon's jaw tightened ever so slightly. It was true, he had came to crush Gabriel, to erase the anomaly that had begun gathering strength in his domain. But for this boy to say it so blatantly. Gabriel smirked wider. You're the one coming after me, old man. So that means I'm the one who gets to decide where we fight. Baragon's fingers twitched. The arrogance. The sheer impudence. This boy had no respect for his authority, no fear of his power. The king of Mundo would teach him his place. The miasma of death around Baragon thickened. His respira spread outward, rotting the very ground beneath him. Gabriel didn't move. His golden eyes shone bright in the darkness. Let's see if you can even make me kneel. With that, the battle began. And Gabriel swore on his damn life. He would drag this bastard soul to hell. Chapter 42, The King of Mundo versus the Hollow Who Defies Fate. 42, Inside the Minos Forest, 2 figures clashed, their spiritual pressure colliding like titanic waves, each refusing to be swallowed by the other. The very air trembled beneath their presence, as if the world itself knew only one of them could leave this place alive. Behind Baragon Bairn, an ominous skull of death loomed, waiting to claim its next prey. As for Gabriel, something far more sinister was manifesting. Behind him, what could only be described as an eldritch horror took shape. It was ancient. Primordial. The outline of a colossal hollow, a Jillian in form, yet its power was far beyond even the Ajusha class, seeming to rival, if not surpass, the king of Mundo himself. The beast opened its massive maw, as if preparing to claim Baragon's soul for its next meal. A chill ran through Baragon's followers. Even the most loyal of his subjects hesitated. For in that moment, the boy did not appear as an opponent, he appeared as an inevitability. It was as if their glorious king was about to be devoured. Baragon watched the creature, sensing a piece of Gabriel's ambition, or perhaps something even deeper. A powerful wave of unease crept over him. For the briefest of moments, he saw it, his own body, broken and beaten, while the demon from hell itself claimed his soul. His fists clenched. He was the God King of Hugo Mundo. His will was absolute. He would not falter before such paltry tricks. With a deep, scornful breath, he exhaled. Humphrey. You think theatrics will frighten me, boy? His voice dripped with contempt. I have ruled for centuries. I have seen the rise and fall of countless creatures. Their ambitions crumbled beneath my power, just as yours will. His skeletal fingers lifted. Die. A wave of black miasma erupted from his body, Respira, the very manifestation of entropy, surging forward like a creeping plague. Gabriel didn't flinch. He was ready for this. Bzzzt, boom. He sonitoed away in an instant, and where he once stood, the very air itself rotted into nothingness. The sand disintegrated, leaving only a dark, lifeless void. Barragan's power was formidable, yet Gabriel was only getting excited by this. Gabriel conjured a wall of fire, using it as a buffer to block any stray tendrils of Respira that might reach him. Not even 2 seconds later, another tendril of Respira surged forth. Gabriel moved again, his body coated in swirling blue flames that devoured everything around him. The flames absorbed the death mist before it could reach him, dissipating with a faint hiss. This was the property of the flames that Ifrit used. They devoured spiritual energy, meaning they could not be plundered. Those flames of his consumed all spiritual pressure or spiritual energy that wasn't his. So even if Barragan's Respira reached them, what of it? They would simply cancel each other out. His flames would burn away, and Respira would be consumed. Barragan exhaled slowly. So that's your game, he mused, watching the flames dance along the boy's body. You allow your fire to take the brunt of my power, letting it rot away instead of yourself. Gabriel grinned. Not bad, old man. You're quick on the uptake. At least this time, his opponent wasn't slow. Barragan chuckled darkly. Boy, it makes no difference. You are simply delaying the inevitable. Lifting his hand, he unleashed a massive wave of Respira, a torrent of blackened death that surged forward, consuming everything in its path. Whoosh! Gabriel met it head-on. He released a violent surge of fire, clashing against Barragan's attack. His fire and Barragan's Respira devoured each other like there was no tomorrow. Respira killed his flames, and his flames ate Respira. It looked as if death itself was being consumed by hellfire. For a moment, they were locked in a stalemate. And then, whoosh! Gabriel's flames ate through the Respira before dissipating into embers. The two attacks had completely negated each other. Barragan's expression darkened. His ultimate power, the ability that made him the king of Hugo Mundo, was being negated. By fire. If his power was so absolute, how could mere flames match it? His pride refused to accept such an insult. Barragan exhaled through his decayed nose. Amusing. So your flames devour spiritual energy. A clever trick, but no trick will save you. With a single, lazy flick of his hand, another wave of Respira surged toward Gabriel. Bzzzt, boom. Gabriel sonitoed away just in time. The ground where he stood disintegrated instantly, vanishing into nothingness. Barragan's Respira was proving to be annoying. But even as Gabriel reappeared, he frowned. His left hand felt off. Slowly, he lifted it, watching as his fingers aged and withered, the flesh shriveling into a brittle husk. Ah, fuck, he muttered. With zero hesitation, he sliced off his own hand. SHNK. The severed limb dropped onto the decayed earth below, and within seconds, it crumbled into dust. Barragan laughed. A deep, resounding laugh that shook the Minnows forest itself. See now, boy? Even you are not immune to time. He spread his arms wide, his presence suffocating in its sheer arrogance. No matter your power, all things succumb to age. Your fire is nothing more than a child's trick, you are nothing before me. Gabriel looked at where his hand used to be. So this is how unrestrained Respira feels, Gabriel thought to himself. Well. Using his idle transfiguration, his hand grew back, as if it had never been cut off in the first place. Barragan's laughter stopped. Gabriel clenched his newly formed fist, inspecting it casually. Man, that stung a little, he muttered. Gotta say, that was some nasty shit, old man. Then Gabriel looked up. And he smiled. A smile that sent a deep, primal chill through those who saw it. As if the Grim Reaper had arrived to collect their souls. Barragan's instincts, not his arrogance, but his instincts, screamed at him that something was wrong. It felt like hell's maw was opening to swallow him whole. Gabriel rolled his shoulders. Now, that just ain't fair, he said, tilting his head playfully. You've shown me what your ability feels like. Guess it's only fair I return the favor. Barragan was about to sneer when he saw it. The primordial Jillian behind Gabriel shifted. It was no mere illusion. No mere manifestation of spiritual energy. No. It was real. It was waiting. And it was hungry. For the first time in centuries, Baragon felt it. A long-forgotten sensation buried beneath centuries of arrogance. Dread. Gabriel's fire roared out from his body. What seemed to be hellfire could be seen, even burning the air itself. It was as if hell itself was being spilled into the world of Hugo-Mundo, as if Gabriel was reshaping the landscape into hell itself. His flame roared out even more, as a demonic-looking smile could be seen on his face. This was the guy that threatened to hurt his wife, his woman. For that simple reason he must die, he will die. Gabriel swore it on his name. This king will die, and Gabriel will claim his soul. Chapter 43, Let's Play Old Man, 43, Pop Change. While Gabriel was getting ready to beat down on the elderly, Hannibal could be seen facing off against Baragon's top three. A shark hollow, a rancor with an afro, and one with less than human-like features. Each of them oozed arrogance, their confidence bolstered by the belief that their king was absolute. If they could, they would probably decry their glorious, righteous, perfect king till the end. One of them, a tall shark hollow wielding twin scimitars, sneered. "This fight will end soon, woman." His voice carried the certainty of someone who had never tasted true defeat. His Majesty's will is absolute. You have no hope of victory. Hannibal met his gaze without flinching. Her answer was simple. She didn't even say much, that was her silence. She would not even give them the satisfaction of hearing her speak. They did not seem to like her answer, nor did she care. And then, she struck. With a flicker of sonido, Hannibal closed the distance, Tiburon flashing in the moonlight. A single, fluid movement, a clean cut, and the hollow's head flew from his shoulders, his expression frozen in shock. The remaining two barely had time to react before her blade ripped through the air once more. They had underestimated her. And now, they would pay the price. She wouldn't kill them, though, just severely weaken them. Gabriel might have some use for their souls. She needed to end this quickly so she could join him in his fight. Meanwhile, elsewhere. The battlefield was a massacre. Mila Rose, Sung Sun, and Apaxi moved like a pack of predators, tearing through Baragon's soldiers with terrifying efficiency. Dozens of hollows fell beneath their strikes, their teamwork impeccable, their movements synchronized in perfect harmony. The buffs given to them were really showing here. With their teamwork, they were showcasing amazing coordination. Apaxi ripped through a bunch of Jillian, slicing their heads clean off with her horns. Using Resurrection the second the fight started was indeed a good idea. Mila Rose spun, her great sword cleaving through multiple enemies at once, splitting their bodies in half like butter beneath a hot knife. There was no denying it. Her current self would absolutely dog-walk her past self any day of the week. As much as she wanted to be a hater, as much as she wanted to deny it, she held herself back. He was helpful. Oh, that hurt her to think. Sung San elegantly avoided an attack, twisting her body before striking with venomous precision, a green mist surrounding her enemy before his body dissolved into nothingness. All around them, thousands of hollows were being slain. The 50 Rancor under Gabriel's command fought with ruthless efficiency, cutting through their enemies in groups, their blades tearing through flesh with merciless precision. This was no battle. It was a bloodbath. Pop change. Baragon felt disgust, though not at Gabriel, but at himself. How could he, the god king of Hugo-Mundo, feel dread? The strongest king in Hugo-Mundo history, feeling dread from a vast holler that hadn't even been won for long? I am no prey. Baragon snapped out of his stupor, his bony face twisting into one of pure, undiluted fury. The very idea that someone, anyone, could make him hesitate, even for a second, was unforgivable. His authority was absolute. His power was undeniable. With a furious snarl, he raised his skeletal hand. Die. A surge of respira, thick, black, and corrosive, exploded outward, flooding the battlefield with its decaying touch. Bzzzt, boom. Sonido was truly useful for getting away from this man's very dangerous technique. If Gabriel was covered by it, he would probably just die. That was how powerful it was. Baragon's sockets burned with fury. Running will not save you, boy. Lifting his hand, he gathered a tremendous sphere of spiritual energy, the very air distorting from the sheer power condensed within it. Die. Gabriel did not expect it to spread so fast. Fuck. The Respiro blast had caught up with him. Shit. Gabriel watched as his body began decaying at a speed visible to the naked eye. A burst of fire enveloped the whole area where Gabriel was. For a moment, silence. Then, the flame died out. There was nothing behind. Gabriel was gone. Baragon let out a deep, resonant laugh. Fool. You challenged a god and thought you could win? He was about to continue, crack. A fist smashed into his side, sending a powerful shockwave through the air. Baragon's body lurched to the side, cracks forming along his skeletal frame. His eyes widened. He turned, and there Gabriel stood, in all his glory. Gabriel. Standing there, completely unharmed, looking at his fingers and flexing his muscles as if making sure everything was okay. Shit, Gabriel muttered, looking at his hands. Almost died there. Berrigan's mind raced. How? He had hit him with Respira. He had seen him decay. There was no way he should be alive. No, he had seen Gabriel's fire die out, not Gabriel himself. He had seen the boy's insane healing factor. Chances were, he had used the fire to take the brunt of the Respira while he escaped. With his high-speed regeneration, Gabriel could heal back pretty fast. So, the boy must have used his flames, then dug into the sand, leaving behind the fire that was being destroyed, making it seem like he was dead. He had lured Berrigan into a false sense of security. Bastard, Berrigan growled. Gabriel chuckled, lifting his hand, only to see Respira still lingering on his fingertips, rotting away his flesh. Without hesitation, he sliced it off, watching as the limb fell to the ground and decayed instantly. Then, before Berrigan's very eyes, the limb regenerated. Gabriel flexed his new fingers and grinned. "All right, old fuck," he said as the fire armor returned. The flames didn't just burn, they moved, spreading unnaturally, crawling toward Berrigan like living creatures. Gabriel then placed his hand on the floor, using idle transfiguration. He even began to manipulate the soul of the sand in Hugomundo. A massive sand tsunami rushed toward the so-called God King of Hugomundo. "Useless," Berrigan hissed. "Nothing can." Smash. A hand struck him across the cheek. But, it wasn't connected to anything. Berrigan's sockets widened. Gabriel had used his own severed arm to strike him, throwing it mid-sonido and landing a clean hit. Gabriel let out a wild laugh, his flames roaring as he spread his arms wide. "Let's have fun, OLD man." Gabriel took out about 10 or so transfigured Jillian souls. Gabriel forcefully fused all of them together. The very next second, a monster could be seen. It looked to be a giant snake-like hollow. The beast rushed toward Berrigan at full speed. Berrigan sneered and unleashed Respira once more. But the creature did not fade. His eyes widened. Because it wasn't just one soul. It was hundreds. Hundreds of layers. What Berrigan's Respira had destroyed was just the first layer, there were still 99 more to go. Respira could not destroy them all at once. Berrigan's fury grew. Bzzzt, boom. He sonidoed away, his mind racing. "Impossible," he muttered. His power was supposed to be fire. "What is this?" Before he could think further, the creature appeared before him. A massive, grotesque axe appeared in Berrigan's hand. Slash. The blade came down, splitting the entity in two. Berrigan scoffed. "Even without my power, I am still the strongest hollow." Seconds later, Berrigan made eye contact with a ball of transfigured humans. He looked at it. It looked back at him. Respir, boom. A huge explosion engulfed the area. A sun appeared in Hugomundo. Gabriel smiled. This was exhilarating. Chapter 44, The Death of a King. 44, The Scent of Burnt Flesh. That was all Gabriel could smell. He wondered why he could smell flesh when the man before him was just a walking skeleton. Though this probably had something to do with the bomb he had sent. There were a lot of souls in there. When it exploded, it was as if thousands of bodies had detonated at the same time. And since he had imbued some souls with fire, the flames released had reduced everything to a crisp. Berrigan's hero must be top tier if he could survive so easily. Well, it was good, nothing to write home about, though. The old man was hella reliant on his technique. Gabriel watched the old man's broken skeletal body. He could see the cracks running through him, how his royal clothes were now in tatters. He was just a skeleton now, none of that jewelry remained. A corpse, hanging on to life. Berrigan, on the other hand, was pissed. He would kill the boy for showing him such disrespect. Taking out his axe, the old king imbued it with Respira, making the weapon even deadlier than before. Gabriel just smiled. It wasn't an arrogant smile, nor was it demeaning. It was the kind of smile that seemed to say, no matter what you do, your fate has been sealed. Except your death. Berrigan's hatred boiled. The man who would kill him was not yet born. If anyone could kill him, it would be himself. Enough. His voice was deep, rattling like a death knell through the battlefield. "I tire of your insolence. Your very existence is an affront to my throne, to the order of this world." "I don't care about your throne or this world order," Gabriel replied coldly. "You made my woman's world miserable, and for that simple reason, you shall die." That was a promise, not a threat. Berrigan snapped. The man roared out, he would not fucking lose to a child. He refused to. Bzzzt, boom. Using Sonido to get close, Barragan spread his Respira all around them, forming a deadly circle that trapped them inside. This is my domain. Here, he would force this boy into close combat and slay him with his axe. Gabriel met the man head-on. Reaching into his storage pouch, he conjured a massive sword, one forged from the souls of countless hollows. With a battle cry, he clashed with Barragan. Blow after blow, they exchanged devastating strikes, each attack carrying enough force to annihilate lesser beings instantly. Barragan's Respira-coated axe tore through the air, but Gabriel met it with precision, parrying, twisting, maneuvering with a level of fluidity that made it seem as though he was dancing in the face of death itself, and then, it happened. Barragan's biggest wet dream in this fight. With one powerful swing, Barragan's axe cleaved through Gabriel's sword, the cursed weapon rotting away instantly, unable to withstand the absolute decay of Respira. Barragan grinned. Die. With a single, clean motion, he swung at Gabriel's neck, fully expecting the kill. And then Gabriel, showcased by his power, was such a pain in the ass to deal with. His head shot out of his body. Barragan froze. For the first time, his mind blanked. His axe swung through empty air. No resistance. No impact. Nothing. His sockets widened. What? Gabriel's headless body still stood there, as if mocking him, while his detached head flew through the air, his grin still very much intact. You thought that was it? Gabriel's voice echoed, distorted yet full of amusement. Barragan's fury doubled. With a snarl, he turned sharply, raising his skeletal hand, ready to release Respira once more, but Gabriel had already moved. While in the air, Gabriel forcefully fused 20 souls together, knowing full well they had the highest rejection rate. Body repel was used once more. Barragan swung his axe at the creature, and using his tremendous strength, he managed to cleave it clean in half. He refused to be underestimated. Enough. Lifting his hand, he unleashed a massive surge of Respira, a burst so intense that the very sky darkened. Half of Gabriel's body vanished instantly, and yet he survived. Just like a cockroach. Still standing. Still smiling. Barragan's hatred burned hotter than ever. Why? Why won't this insect die? His Respira had never failed. It had reduced countless enemies to nothing. It had stripped flesh from bone, reduced time itself to dust, and yet this boy stood before him, unfazed. Before Barragan could voice his rage, before he could even begin to comprehend this absurdity, Gabriel struck. A fist collided with his chest. Crack. A shockwave exploded outward, the very ground beneath Barragan's feet shattering like glass. And then, Barragan, the king of Hugomundo, puked blood. A lot of it. He could hear them, the voices of the countless souls he had devoured ringing in his ears. He could feel himself losing control over his body. Even his Respira wasn't working anymore. He couldn't even control it. Before the old man could regain even the slightest bit of control, bam! Another strike landed. If before, he could faintly hear the voices, now he could hear them clearly. Bam! He could feel their hatred, their greed. He could feel it enveloping his body, trying to consume him. His soul. His soul was being destroyed. Gabriel, meanwhile, had a smile on his face. Barragan had lost control of his body. He couldn't even move anymore. I am the king of this land. I refuse to perish like this. Barragan's spiritual pressure flared out. If he was going to die, he would take everyone with him. He would release a massive wave of Respira, using every ounce of his spiritual pressure and life force. The king of Hugomundo would not die to such a person. But Barragan never got the chance. Instead, he felt Gabriel's palm press against his chest. I'm not letting you do another Ifrit, Gabriel said calmly. You lost, he continued, his voice unwavering. Your soul is mine to claim. As those words left Gabriel's mouth, Barragan saw it, the maw of hell opening in his vision. And before the king could do anything about it, the giant Jillian bit down on him. The king of Hugomundo had fallen. Gabriel had used his idol Transfiguration to turn Barragan into a transfigured husk. Now, for his part. Chapter 45, I am in Rancor, 45. Gabriel looked at the orb in his hand, not really an orb, but the transfigured soul of Barragan. This was his prize as the victor. With this, alongside Ifrit's fire, that weird scientist's rebirth ability, and all his other busted powers, Gabriel would now gain access to Respira. He was an ever-evolving hollow, anyone he consumed, he would gain their power. He could even fuse Ifrit's flames with Respira, creating fire that not only burned hot but negated durability, a flame that was essentially fire and death combined. Hellfire, one might even say? Without hesitation, he opened his mouth and swallowed it whole. The effect was instantaneous. A tidal wave of energy crashed through his body, reshaping him at a fundamental level. His spiritual pressure pool quintupled in an instant, so overwhelming that the very air around him twisted and cracked under the pressure. His hollow mask, which had been on his face for the last 9 months, completely shattered, breaking away from his face. Only his horns seemed to remain. And for the first time in 9 months, Gabriel looked human again. Curly black hair cascaded down his shoulders, framing his olive-toned skin. His eyes, still glowing with that predatory yellow hue, now held an undeniable sharpness, like a beast that had ascended beyond its nature. The remnants of his mask had not disappeared entirely. Instead, they reformed into 2 curved horns arching from his forehead, shaped in such a way that they resembled a crown. Well, he had just defeated a king, so he guessed it wasn't that big of a deal. He had transcended his limits as just a vasto lord. Going from a baby hollow to what he was now, the whole process had taken 9 months. Going from a basic hollow to this. Yeah, it had been one hell of a journey. Sure, he speedrun the hollow route, but he didn't care. He was strong now, strong enough to protect his wife. But he wouldn't get complacent. Berrigan had shown him exactly what complacency did to a man. Gabriel refused to let that happen to him. He would train every day if he had to. He would gain more strength. Enough to protect the ones he loved. And now that he looked human again. I have skin again, he mused. He glanced further down. And a dick. A slow grin spread across his face. I'm finally gonna smash my wife. But he was butt-ass naked, his meat hanging out for the world to see. Luckily, there was no one nearby. I don't remember it being this big. Well, he wasn't gonna question it. Who would complain about being hung? Not like he was gonna let everyone see his privates, though. Walking toward Berrigan's corpse, Gabriel calmly stole the king's clothing. He needed it more than him, it wasn't like a dead man had any use for it. As Gabriel put on the robe, he altered it using his control over souls, shifting its design. It was now all white, with the symbol of a demon on the back. He had claimed the throne. And, honestly, the drip suited him. Now, it was time to go home and take care of the very important business waiting for him. That bed back at their cave? Yeah, it was made extra durable for a reason. Gabriel glanced at his hollow hole, it was still there, outside his body. With that, he began walking, heading toward the battlefield where the remnants of the battle still raged. The second he arrived, the battlefield fell silent. His golden eyes scanned the people below, and without a word, he tossed Berrigan's jewelry to the ground. Then, he threw down the man's crown. Berrigan is dead. The loyalists of the fallen king reacted with pure, undiluted rage. You dare to claim such a thing, wretch. You lie. Our king is absolute. You. Gabriel, not in the mood to deal with a bunch of dick riders, simply unleashed his flames, imbued with respira. The moment the fire touched them, they ceased to exist. Instant death. Gabriel raised his hand in the air. In the next second, every single hollow that had died on this battlefield, their very souls, began rushing toward Gabriel, joining his body as if he were the Grim Reaper, as if he were claiming their souls for himself. And thus, Gabriel's power grew once more. So many souls. So much power. His potential was truly terrifying. His gaze turned cold as he looked down at the remaining forces below. Your king is dead. Do you wish to lose your life and follow him to the grave? His eyes softened only slightly when they landed on his group, but they returned to their icy sharpness immediately after. Then, one by one, they knelt. Every last one of them. And in unison, their voices rose. All hail the new king. All hail the king. Gabriel blinked. He tilted his head, looking behind him. Yeah. There was no one else there. Wait. He was the new king? Since when? He doesn't remember filling out a form wanting to be king, and last he checked he and Berrigan were not related, so they got the wrong guy. Chapter 46, Smashing My Wife, 46, That Gabriel. Apaxie's mouth was wide open. She knew that becoming and Rancor gave them a human-like appearance, so maybe in her mind, she was imagining him as a middle-aged fat man with a bald head. Like the perfect Jun antagonist, not her fault, he just spawned into their life and took Lady Harrible away. But she wasn't ungrateful, she knew he had helped them, greatly. Was it that bad of her to assume he looked like that? Another look she thought was of a guy in his early 20s with black hair, porcelain skin, and so on. Both of her guesses were proven wrong. Gabriel was in fact an olive-skinned man with curly hair and piercing yellow eyes. His 2 horns, the remnants of his hollow mask, added more to his allure. Hey, considering his personality, Lady Harrible would be safe. She was still not comfortable with the idea of calling him Master since, well, he was technically that. Though he seems to chill with it. Gabriel's voice could be seen looking serious. A few seconds later, Harrible appeared by his side. She seemingly said something to him that seemed to have given him more vigor. From today onward, I am the new king of Hugo Mundo. As long as you follow me, I promise to give you power. The fear of regression will be a thing of the past. As long you swear your absolute loyalty to me, becoming powerful will no longer just be a dream. I pledge my loyalty to the king. It seems like his little speech work. Now back to Las Noches. There was a chair, he sat on it. For Hollow carried the chair around as they walked back to Las Noches, Harable just there on his lap. Leaning in, he left a pretty noticeable mark on her neck, as her body shook a bit on top of him. I will take what is mine, corny maybe. The point was still there. Their guts finna look like scrambled eggs when he is done, and since his technique is idle transfiguration, the combos that will be hit would be diabolical. Contemplating the combo he was going to hit, it deserved a name. What about soul reconfiguration, lustful rendition, the art of demon stroke? As for what it does, that would be a secret. Time skip. Las Noches was pretty big, but just like Barragan, it was bland, and thus some guards were ordered to redesign it. Gabriel even gave them some instructions. He wanted this place to have fewer pictures of Barragan. For fuck's sake, every corner he turned he saw the man face. How far can someone's own head can go up their ass? Later tomorrow, he planned to cement their loyalty by turning several Ajusha into Rankar and some Jillian into Ajusha, and the Jillian with the potential would be turned into Ajusha. The Ajusha would be turned into Vastala Erd if they had the potential, and the Vastala Erd into Rankar, basically growing his army. He would also set up training grounds for them to train. With this and him unlocking their potential, eating hollows would be less efficient than training, as why bother spending years eating other hollows for a small buff, when if they train with their potential unlocked, they would grow leaps and bounds. And with the fear of regression gone, eating each other wouldn't be that big of a deal. That hunger that defined Hollow was practically gone. Sure, they could still eat the same, but it would serve basically zero purpose. By the time a certain glass man comes to Hugo Mundo, he will be mildly surprised by what he sees. Now. If you were wondering, what about right now? What was happening with Gabriel currently, the man that had become a Vastala Erd in less time than anyone before him, the people who just spawned as one? The art of demon stroke was quite amazing. For my friends wondered what the amazing art of demon strokes is. Here is a little breakdown for you. Sensory overdrive, feels like your soul itself is getting worked on. He reconfigures pleasure receptors in real time, making them exponentially more sensitive and responsive. Every stroke, touch, and movement reverberates through her entire soul, like a shock wave of euphoria. Even the slightest motion feels unbearably good, making restraint impossible. Side effect, the body starts trembling involuntarily, unable to process the overwhelming sensation. 2. Phantom aftershock, the moment he pulls away, the sensation lingers. And then hits again. Gabriel distorts time perception, making her body experience the same pleasure multiple times in delayed succession. Each stroke leaves an imprint, meaning even when he stops, her body is still repeating the last motion over and over. The phantom echoes of every move stack until she can't tell if it's reality or a lingering aftershock. Side effect, unable to differentiate between past and present pleasure, leading to continuous overstimulation. 3. Depth recalibration, doesn't matter how deep, her body will feel it all the same. Gabriel remaps depth perception in a way where every single inch of movement feels like it's hitting the deepest point. The nerves recalibrate so that even the shallowest motion sends earth-shattering waves through the body. No wasted strokes, every movement is cataclysmic. Side effect, the mind loses control of bodily functions, leading to instinctual, involuntary responses. 4. Synaptic hijack, he hijacks the nervous system, forcing the body into automatic reaction mode. Idle transfiguration lets him override natural motor control, meaning he can make her body move on its own. Whether it's arching, trembling, gripping, or even pulling him deeper, it's all out of her control. The body acts on its own, fully synchronized to his rhythm. Side effect, the loss of bodily autonomy, making everything twice as intense. 5. Orgasmic zero-point feedback, resets the body to its peak state instantly, making back-to-back finishes inevitable. Normally, the body needs time to recover before another peak, but Gabriel removes that limitation. The moment she hits her peak, he resets all neurological and muscular fatigue to zero, making it possible to keep going endlessly. Each one feels as fresh and powerful as the first, leading to a state of continuous euphoria. Side effect, she won't know when one ends and the next begins, it's just an unbroken loop. Final move, eternal ecstasy, Kamamuki no Etsuraku, time and space don't exist anymore, only endless pleasure. Gabriel combines all the previous techniques at once. The body, mind, and soul enter a state of complete surrender, where there is no distinction between past, present, or future pleasure, it's all happening simultaneously. The result? Pure, eternal euphoria. Side effect, mind-breaking levels of pleasure. Speechless. Shaking. Crying. She's not walking for a week. You need to understand that when Gabriel had promised to be in there, he in fact did go in there. He did make sure the room was soundproof though, he didn't really care that he was banging his wife on a dead man's bed. HN. Her breast was bouncing up and down as she matched his rhythm, her arm wrapped around his neck, while she bounced on it. The two lovers engaged in a very intense kiss. They look like savage beasts in moments like these. Her clothes were all over the floor. And since her hollow hole was basically located on top of her womb, Gabriel could in fact see it, not her womb. His. He did not question the logic behind it. How the fuck does something manage to be this tight and yet hollow at the same time? He would never know, nor would he care. Take it, he held her by the waist as he unleashed one final thrust. He was not going to lie, he came, and both of them did. For like a brief second, her peak and his clashed, like a garlic gun and Kamehameha. Was it crazy work that he was making anime comparisons about their orgasms were clashing? He still held her close, kissing her fiercely, as a white substance could be seen leaking out. A demonic smile could be seen on the man's face. He was not yet done yet. Chapter 47, New Era, 47, Time Skip. Gabriel had found a lot of fun in the past few days. He had enjoyed every second of it, it felt like a well-deserved reward. But now, reality was being a dick again. He had to nurture a kingdom back to some semblance of its glory days. He sighed a bit and gave his sleeping wife a light kiss. The clothes scattered on the floor were a mess. There was no real concept of a shower here. Well, hollows were spirits. Still, Gabriel cleaned himself using his flames, removing any impurity from his skin. Though he kept the nail marks on his back. They would heal on their own, and healing them now would be kind of useless, considering new ones would take their place in a day or two. Was Gabriel horny? Maybe, just for his wife, though. As for her 3 little followers, he would protect them and care for them, but he wouldn't forcefully try and stick his dick in there. Best case scenario? They don't break. Worst case? They couldn't handle all of that. Not like he couldn't fix that by making them thicker or more plump. Nah, they would stay the way they were. Even if he knew his wife wouldn't mind or care really, as long as she was the main one, he kind of didn't want to get into multiple relationships. Shit felt way too draining. The way his dad raised him made it hard for him to have a harem since, there was an emphasis on connection. Okay, he knew the guy who had slaughtered thousands and experimented on thousands more shouldn't be the one talking about women's feelings in relationships like these. It wasn't his fault his morality was all fucked up. Doctor, he didn't like it. Didn't mean he wouldn't do it, he just didn't like it. So if Sun tried some shit to tease him, she would slither out of his room sore. And he especially pointed her out because Apaxi wasn't that type of girl. She wouldn't be caught dead in his room. Same went for Mila Rose, and yet, they were practically given the concubine role, not that he did it. Yuko Mundo was like the rule of the jungle. He was the only guy in their group and the strongest. Just like 2 + 2 = 4, that was an immediate assumption. He didn't even try to deny it, as that shit would make him look more guilty. So rather than argue, he let them have the title of concubine. That shit worked well for them. What hollow would dare lay a hand on the king's concubine? So, hey, it helped. Time skip. Gabriel sat on his throne, his gaze fixed on his new subordinates. Their numbers had dwindled since Paragon's time, probably because thousands of them had been slain in battle. Right now, they were at their weakest in terms of numbers. But he still had those 50 rancor. So in terms of power, they were still quite strong, and that strength would only grow by the day with him here. Next to him, on a throne that had been installed a few hours earlier, Haribel sat. Her posture was regal. She 100% looked like a queen. She 100% did not look like she was a mess beneath him just a few hours ago. Chocolate truly was a good choice. Now, it was time for him to be a king, considering he still had shit to do. The first to step forward was a wounded Ajusha, his mask cracked, his form trembling from the pain of a fresh injury. A chunk of his side had been bitten away by another hollow, exposing raw muscle beneath the fragments of his bone-white armor. Your Majesty, please help me. I cannot regress back into that thing. Please help me, he begged, his voice full of fear. In the past, this would have been his end. If a hollow was wounded and too weak to fight, they would either be devoured or fade into nothingness, their evolution undone by their own limitations. But Gabriel had promised change. He had promised something different. And unlike most politicians, he would keep that promise. He raised a single hand, placing it over the Ajusha's injury. A soft hum filled the air as idle transfiguration activated, threads of unseen energy weaving through the wounded flesh. The injury reversed itself, the missing chunk of his body reforming as if it had never been lost. There was no scarring, no lingering weakness, he was whole once more. Murmurs spread through the crowd. Some scoffed, assuming it was mere healing, a temporary solution at best. It must have been just high-speed regeneration. Gabriel fully healed the hollow's mask. Bring him a hollow. As those words left his mouth, one of the Ajusha in the room ripped off his own arm and handed it to Gabriel. Gabriel made sure to remember the face of this goat Ajusha. Upon feeding it to the wounded hollow, his power grew dramatically. He was no longer stagnating. And to the surprise of all, he didn't even need the whole thing. I am not hungry. All hail Gabriel. All hail the new god of Mundo. Geez, it didn't take them long to fully pledge themselves to the cause. Next, time to set a new regime. This goat Ajusha deserved a reward. He, by far, seemed the most loyal. Chapter 48, Regimen 48. It was about time Gabriel started molding this hollow society, putting some form of law and order into this lawless wasteland. He gazed at the hollows staring at him, their eagerness barely hidden. They had been promised so much power, and now they had seen with their own eyes that he could, in fact, grant them that power. This was starting to look like a cult. But who cared? In front of him stood a Jillian, a mindless one at that. Well, not fully mindless. Gabriel could see it had a solid anchor soul, a foundation that just needed a push. And so, before all his subordinates and a couple hundred minnows, by the way, they weren't in Las Noches right now, but deep within the minnows forest for some good old-fashioned recruiting, Gabriel reached out his hand and touched the creature's face. He used his idol Transfiguration. Right before everyone's eyes, the Jillian's towering form began to shrink. Its massive body twisted, muscles condensing, limbs growing sleeker and more defined. Its mask cracked slightly before reshaping into something unique, something individual. The transformation was complete. A once mindless Jillian had now become an Ajusha. And Gabriel did it all in front of his soldiers. He made sure that several other mindless Jillian had witnessed the scene. Sure, they were mostly mindless, but there was one universal drive they all shared. The instinct to evolve. And now, watching one of their own undergo evolution in an instant, many of the surrounding Jillian began to bow. Well, it was hard to tell if they were bowing since they were so damn tall, but their submission was clear. Even the lower-ranking hollows who had merely been watching from afar felt an irresistible temptation. This was the goal all along. Gabriel's army currently stood at around 3,000 hollows, the vast majority being Jillian or standard hollows not yet at the Ajusha level. Only about 200 were Ajusha, and even fewer were Rankar, just 54 in total. And let's be honest, 99.99% of them came from Gabriel himself. The remaining 1% came from Barragan's already established, half-assed army. There was no structure in Barragan's ranks. No real hierarchy. Just a system where whoever gazed at him the longest and happened to be strong enough got a high position. How could someone like that call himself king? Well, since Mundo was basically hell, Gabriel figured he'd build his army using hell as inspiration. The sheer impossibility of what he had just done, it was something no hollow had ever achieved. Evolution had always been a struggle, a constant battle against regression. But now, with Gabriel, that struggle could be bypassed. The newly born Ajusha collapsed to the ground, panting heavily, its clawed hands trembling. Then, realization dawned in its eyes. It was stronger. Smarter. Free. Gabriel turned his gaze toward the masses. This is the future I offer you. His voice rang through the air like undeniable truth. Join me. Prove yourselves, and I will remove the risk of de-evolution from your existence. No more fear of regression. No more insatiable hunger dictating your every action. This was nectar to hollow ears. This was that good stuff. His words sunk into them like gospel. Hollows had always been slaves to their hunger, forever driven to consume or be consumed. But now, there was another path. Gabriel took a step forward, standing at the very edge of the gathered hollows. For my most promising soldiers, I will grant something even greater. He raised a single hand. I will transform you into Rankar. They had no fucking clue what an Rankar was. So, Gabriel had Mila Rose demonstrate. She gladly accepted. A cocky shark Ajusha stepped forward to challenge her. He was confident, after all, he was fighting a woman. He was winning. Mila, you can go all out. Bam. Boom. Slam. Kapah. Holy shit. Was she just waiting for him to say that? She beat the ever-living shit out of this man. To the point that if Gabriel didn't know how to repair the soul, this guy would have been gone. Good for her, he guessed. Well, this worked in his favor. What you have just witnessed is the power of an Rankar, Gabriel stated. This is the next evolution for Hollokind, and I will be merciful enough to grant it to you. As for the Ajusha who show the most potential, you will undergo a strict training regimen under my watch. Your evolution will be carefully monitored. You will not only grow stronger, but you will evolve into something beyond what you've ever imagined, Vasta O Lord. Wow. That was too easy. Dangling power over them like this? Their desire was palpable. Just hearing the word Vasta O Lord sent waves of excitement through the crowd. They had seen what he could do, and at this point, even if he told them he could ascend them beyond Vasta O Lord, they'd believe him. They had seen what he could give. And they wanted it. They really wanted it. And those of you who successfully evolve into rank are the strongest among you will be granted the highest honor. A smirk played on his lips as he let the suspense build. You will have the chance to join my elite force, the 7 deadly sins. The area fell silent, the name alone striking intrigue into the minds of those listening. 7 warriors who will represent my power. 7 who will stand above all others as the pinnacle of Hugomundo's might. His voice was steady, commanding. Each member of the 7 deadly sins will bear a tattoo of their respective sin somewhere on their body, a mark of their power and status. Hannibal, seated beside him, watched with quiet interest. She understood the significance of what he was doing. He wasn't just giving them structure, he was giving them purpose. Oh yeah, speaking of which, she was seated. As in, Hollows had carried in 2 chairs for them. Those among the sins will be given another privilege. The right to take in subordinates, your own fraction. He let that sink in. Consider them your lesser sins, those who will serve under you and grow stronger alongside you. The Hollows stirred with excitement. They may not fully understand this system yet, but they understood the most important part. Power. 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 No regression. More power. Gabriel's smirk widened. This is your new reality. You want strength? Earn it. You want power? Prove yourselves. He let his flames crackle faintly around him. I will raise you beyond your limits. But fail me. His golden eyes gleamed with cold amusement. And you will become fuel for those who are worthy. There was no hesitation. All hail Gabriel. All hail the new king of Hugomundo. Well damn. And just like that, he had recruited hundreds more Hollows, including about 300 Jillian. Chapter 49, Hierarchy, 49. Alright, it's been a few months. Gabriel was officially like a 1-year-old. Yay, fun. The strongest 1 year in existence, he was truly living the Hollow life. Well, who cares, he was king and had a hot wife. He had finally gotten used to seeing his meat there. Her hollow hole was basically where her womb was supposed to be. He still wondered how the nut did not just fall out. Anyway, in those 4 months, which included setting a system up, creating some rancor, strengthening his army, you know the good stuff, and pipping his wife at night. Yeah, that was also extremely important. Alongside training her 3 followers, they were stronger, just not strong. They were quite ass at card games though. Their mission was never in territory where he could sense something that could kill them, so they were usually within Sonito's distance from him. So anywhere within like a 20-mile radius, they were practically 1 Sonito away. He was hoping to change that to half a Sonito. Anyway, while he increased his own strength by training every single day, he also trained with the goat Ajusha. Apparently the man's name was Belial Cabron. Gabriel had personally started training this man. Over the past 4 months, this hollow had been getting the best treatment and 5-star meals, souls, all in order to stimulate his soul enough for him to reach Vastalaord. Shit was way too easy. With Gabriel's power, as long as the hollow had the mindset for it, and Gabriel had enough souls, anyone could basically become a Vastalaord. Shit was draining on resources though, like 20k Jillian had to be sacrificed for this evolution. Anyway, Belial in fact did not have the potential for Vastalaord. He however reached Vastalaord's strength as an Ajusha, so, hey, that'd work I guess. Anyway, Gabriel had set up a new system. The system was simple. This hierarchical system ensured that power flowed upwards, rewarding those who proved their worth and eliminating those too weak to keep up. At the heart of this system were 3 primary ranks, the lesser sins, the 7 deadly sins, and the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, each representing a different level of power and authority. However, even below these elite warriors existed a structured path to ascension, allowing any hollow to climb the ranks through sheer will, strength, and loyalty to Gabriel. 1. Foot soldiers, the lowest tier of the hierarchy. At the very bottom of the system were the basic foot soldiers, mindless, expendable hollows that served as the first line of offense and defense. These hollows had little individuality or power, their sole purpose being to obey orders and overwhelm enemies with sheer numbers. Composition, mostly of hollows that haven't reached Minnow's grand tier. Purpose, used for reconnaissance, territorial defense, and battles where sheer quantity mattered more than quality. Fate, if a foot soldier showed promise, either through exceptional strength, intelligence, or adaptability, they would be trained extensively and pushed toward the next stage of hollow evolution, Jillian. 2. The transition, from Jillian to Ajusha. Once a hollow displayed enough potential, they would be forced through intense training and combat to reach the Jillian stage. Jillian tier, these massive, mindless beings typically lacked individuality, but those that did retain their sense of self would be further nurtured by Gabriel's system. Path to Ajusha. Once turned into a Jillian, Gabriel would evolve them into Ajusha at the Ajusha stage. A hollow's trajectory in Gabriel's empire was determined. 3. The lesser sins. The path to true power. Upon reaching the Ajusha stage, the hollow was no longer considered a mere soldier but was now eligible to become a lesser sin, the direct subordinates of the 7 deadly sins. They currently only have 3 members. Give Gabriel a break, he only started managing stuff like 4 months ago. Selection process. An Ajusha could either be chosen by one of the 7 deadly sins or prove themselves worthy of joining a particular sin's faction. Sin alignment. Once under the command of a sin, they would inherit a lesser sin title, a trait reflective of the greater sin they served. For example, an Ajusha under sloth could be given the title laziness, idleness, indolence, or sluggishness. Similarly, under wrath, one could be given the title rage, fury, or bloodlust. However, Gabriel did not allow just anyone to become a lesser sin. Before officially joining, an Ajusha had to be transformed into an Rankar, unless they showed exceptional promise for reaching Vasta O Lord. In such cases, Gabriel would personally ensure that they evolved into Vasta O Lord first before breaking their mask. However, that shit had a very slim chance to happen. Who could have thought Vasta Lord would be rare? Advantages of being a lesser sin. Direct training from an elite Rankar. A structured path to strength and potential evolution. Once strong enough, they could challenge their superior and take their place within the 7 deadly sins. Basically, once you were a sin, it didn't mean your position was guaranteed, as your subordinate were allowed to challenge you once per month for your role and rank. Thus, the lesser sins were the stepping stone to absolute power, bridging the gap between the weak and the elite. 4. The 7 deadly sins. The captains of the empire at the pinnacle of Gabriel's structured military were the 7 deadly sins, 7 elite Rankar who embodied the very essence of the sins they represented. Power level. Each member was equivalent to a Shinigami captain or a stern ritter, with some far surpassing that standard. Origins. Chances were, anyone who became one of them, was a Vasta Lord beforehand, except Belial. He was an Ajusha. Anyone TLDR, this was to say, only strong as Hollow could join such a rank. As long as their spirit class was 3 and above, they could enter. So captain level was the baseline. Identification. Every sin bar a tattoo somewhere on their body that reflected their assigned sin, marking them as one of the elite. The current 7 deadly sins, since Gabriel had only recently established his rule, had only 3 confirmed members: Envy, Belial Cabron, originally an Ajusha with a distinctive goat-like appearance. Upon becoming an Rankar, he was significantly enhanced by Gabriel's power. Envy's power allowed him to mimic and replicate the abilities of others, making him one of the most versatile warriors in the army. Greed. Aniero Ururi, originally a Jillian, Aniero was subjected to Gabriel's idol Transfiguration, allowing him to evolve into an Ajusha, and then an Rankar. His ability to consume other hollows and absorb their abilities made him the perfect embodiment of greed. With no limit to his consumption, he could continuously grow stronger by devouring powerful foes. Lust. Dear Harable. While Harable isn't traditionally lustful, lust in a broader sense represents desire, attachment, and deep emotional connection. Her protective nature over her fraction and strong-willed personality fit lust's deeper meaning. Plus she was hella strong, though not strong enough for the group even higher up. This group would be a compromise of the strongest hollow, hell. He means Yuko Mundo had to offer. 5. The 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, the ultimate elite. They would be the peak of his army. Unlike regular Rankar, these 4 were to be personally modified by Gabriel, granting them access to power only the most elite among Rankar had, the ability to have a second released state. TLDR, another transformation. He wonders what to call it. Power level. These 4 would be leaps and bounds above the rest, a symbol of strength. Selection process. As of now, no one had proven themselves worthy of becoming a horseman, but in time, Gabriel would find them. Identification. Each of the 4 horsemen would bear a unique ring signifying their role: death, black ring conquest, green ring famine, yellow ring war, red ring once appointed. These warriors would act as Gabriel's right hand, standing only below him in the hierarchy. The 7 deadly sins, strong as they were, would still bow to the might of the horsemen. Also TLDR, the rings were not there for the cool factor, they were needed in order to facilitate the second release form. Once they pour enough spiritual pressure into it, the ring would fuse into them, unlocking 100% of their potential, and granting them access to power they didn't even know they had. The weak could ascend through merit. The strong could thrive under discipline. The elite would shape history under his rule. Chapter 50, Trouble. 50, Gabriel could be seen kissing his wife. Why, you may ask? Because he was free, and free time wasn't something he had often nowadays. We're talking about a man who had to straight up make a clone of himself just to work overtime while he slept. Who would have thought rebuilding Hugo from the ground up would be this difficult? So much had to be done. Gabriel had to go around building training facilities, ensuring his soldiers didn't regress, and more. Not to mention turning any loyal Jillian who had proven their loyalty into Ajushas. The power they now possessed had increased several times over. Gabriel meant several. This little army he had gathered could wipe out Barragan's previous army with minimal difficulty. The real problem lay with Barragan's power itself. But that wouldn't be an issue. Gabriel had the power now. Hannibal broke the kiss, their saliva connecting their lips for a brief moment before she took a deep breath. Husband, control yourself. This is still working hours. You can try it later. Gabriel smiled at that. So, she wasn't against making out, just not in public. That's a promise you'll have to keep, he said calmly, looking at his wife. I shall. Wasn't that just good news? Mila Rose, however, didn't look too happy. You are so biased toward Lady Hannibal. You completely ignored me. It didn't take a genius to guess who was speaking. Geez, it was one deck of cards. You're acting like I took your soul. Like, come on. It could never be that deep. You had me draw plus 100. It is, in fact, that deep. Okay, fine. Maybe, just maybe, he went a tiny bit overboard. What's the worst you can do to me? Gabriel said, sipping his tea. He then stopped when he saw her looking at the teacup. That was her essence in the tea. Are you not going to finish it? Wow. So this is how she wanted to play? Before he could proceed with what he had planned to do, the door to the room opened. One of his subordinates, a lanky Ajusha with a jagged mask resembling a praying mantis, stepped forward and kneeled before him. The Hollow's entire posture screamed unease. Gabriel tilted his head. Well? Speak. The Hollow hesitated for only a moment before delivering the news. My lord. The 4th scouting team, destroyed. And just like that, she was saved. For now. How far? Yes, my lord. They were approximately 30 kilometers southwest of our position. We knew something was wrong when they failed to send their half-hourly signal. Gabriel leaned forward, resting his chin on his knuckles. You're certain? We are, the Ajusha affirmed quickly. The scouting protocol you established worked. Their last confirmed position was reported, but when the next signal was due, there was nothing. The nearest team attempted to contact them but received no response. When they advanced toward the last known location, they too felt nothing. A system meant to prevent unknown losses. And yet, here was an unknown loss. At least we found out now instead of a week later. He sighed before looking at his wife. Wife, I will have to be gone for a while. I'll be back soon. Take care. He gave her a smile before flashing a glare at Sun, who just acted all innocent. That snake girl just knew how to annoy him. BZZZT, boom. Sun, why do you tease him so much? Aren't you scared of what he might do to you? Apaxai randomly asked. After all, Sun had been poking the bear for too long. What would happen if the bear fought back? It's fine. Gabriel.Kun wouldn't hurt a fly. Apaxai's eyes went toward the remains of a hollow that had gone against orders, lying on the floor. Couldn't hurt a fly, my ass. Sure, this guy was nice to them, but she had seen how deranged he could get. Have you ever seen a mindless beast begging for you to kill it, to put it out of its misery? That was terrifying. So much power at his fingertips, it was insane. She might have been brash, but she wasn't that brash. A certain memory came to her head as she thought of him. She had just finished training her resurrection, she had finally gotten the full grasp of it. It no longer drained her, and she could keep it on for hours. So, naturally, she wanted to tell Lady Hannibal about it. Apaxai had been walking through the corridors of their domain, her chest puffed with pride at her recent achievement. She had finally mastered her resurrection, no longer a fleeting burst of power that drained her dry, but something she could sustain, wield, control. She was eager to tell Lady Hannibal, to hear her acknowledgement, maybe even get a rare word of praise. But as she approached Hannibal's chambers, something made her pause. Plap plap plap, she wasn't clapping her hands. She knew damn well she wasn't. So what was that sound? A low, rhythmic noise filtered through the heavy doors. At first, she thought it was a battle, grunts, strained breaths, the occasional sharp intake of air. Had Gabriel challenged Lady Hannibal? Was she training? Well, to be fair, Gabriel did challenge her a lot. Curiosity got the better of her. Apaxai found herself inching toward a small opening where the door hadn't fully closed. She peeked through the gap. And immediately froze. Inside, the sight that greeted her made her stomach flip. Gabriel. Lady Hannibal. They weren't fighting. They were doing something, though. It wasn't battle. It wasn't training. It was something else entirely. And from the way her normally composed, unshakable leader arched and trembled beneath Gabriel's relentless movements, Apaxi realized he was winning. Her brain short-circuited. Her first instinct was to pull away, pretend she hadn't seen anything. But her body betrayed her. Earth to Apaxi, Sun's voice suddenly snapped her out of her dazed state. "I am fine," she immediately said. Sun had a teasing smile on her face. Apaxi was just too easy to read. "Why the heck do you randomly zone out?" Mila Rose asked, raising an eyebrow. "Lady Harrible was speaking to you." "I'm sorry, Lady Harrible. Did you need anything?" She added obediently. "Yes, I wish for you to train the 4th Squadron. They need more battle experience." "Yes, Your Majesty," she said, bowing slightly. "You do not have to be so formal with me," Harrible said in a regal tone. This was the Harrible Apaxi knew. Yet, every time she looked at her, the image of that day flashed in her mind. Upon noticing the look on Apaxi's face, Sun's teasing smile grew wider. Chapter 51, Son of Sloth 51. After leaving his wife to rule the kingdom, he soon arrived where the last squadron was. Sonido was proving to be quite the useful ability. He was mastering it quite well, and covering that great distance with just 2. Sonido showcased how truly fast he had become with it. With some more research, torturing some hollows, which, to be fair, this was Hugo Mundo, so he would never run out of research subjects for his experiments, he could continue refining his knowledge. Though, he did need some Shinigami corpses. He should send some soldiers to the human world, some lower-ranking ones. Make them lure out a Shinigami by taking a human or two. And then, once the Shinigami showed up, have one of his high-ranking members sneak them. And Gabriel would experiment on them. That sounded fun enough. Gabriel looked around. There were corpses everywhere, so many hollow bodies just dead on the floor. But that wasn't even the most chilling part. It was the fact that he could see no sign of struggle, no sign of a fight at all. As if they had just died. That couldn't be possible. Hollows were naturally stronger than other races and were practically immortal. As long as they weren't killed, they could continue getting stronger. A ceiling of power was not something a hollow had. Hollows were superior in that way. Plus, in some twisted way, hollows could be seen as the true path to strength, the natural evolution of the human soul. Enough about hollows and how they were just better. These dead corpses made no sense. It was as if they had simply died. Gabriel crouched near one of the bodies, placing a hand on its chest. The corpse was cold, drained of all life. His golden eyes narrowed as he examined the others. Each one told the same story. They had suffocated under a force too great to bear, their souls crushed under the weight of something immense. Did they get spiritual pressure dipped? A smile appeared on Gabriel's face. This was either a fight, or he was about to get a new ally. Either option, he got a powerful soldier, whether as an idol of Transfiguration or a member of the 7 deadly sins. Gabriel turned his gaze toward a lone figure sitting lazily atop a large rock. A man with unkempt brown hair, tired blue eyes, and stubble lining his jaw. His Rancor uniform was messy, the jacket open, revealing his toned chest. He looked as if he had just woken up from a nap, one arm resting on his knee while the other hung lazily at his side. A single, jagged hollow mask fragment wrapped around the crown of his head like a broken headpiece. Gabriel immediately understood what had happened. This man, no, this Rancor, hadn't lifted a finger. His mere existence had been enough to kill everything around him. "You must be pretty strong if even breathing around you is a death sentence," Gabriel said casually, standing upright and dusting off his coat. The man tilted his head slightly, regarding Gabriel with a tired expression. "Didn't mean to kill him," he muttered, his voice as lazy as his posture. "They just got too close. Not my fault." "Well, I can tell that. Just like it's not the ocean's fault when people drown." He looked at the man closer. Yup, he had found his son of sloth. "Guess you got a point," the man said in a rather calm voice. Gabriel, feeling like this could end rather peacefully, decided to open his mouth and say, "So, what's your name?" "Stark," the man replied. "Stark, huh?" Gabriel repeated, rolling the name around in his head. "Well, Stark, I can tell you're not really the murderous rampage type. But let me guess, you've been alone for a long time, haven't you?" Stark didn't respond immediately, but his silence was an answer in itself. Gabriel smirked. "Thought so. That spiritual pressure of yours, people can't even exist near you without dying. That's gotta be pretty lonely, huh?" Stark let out another slow sigh. "Maybe," he admitted. "But what can I do about it? It's just how I am." Gabriel crossed his arms, his grin widening. "Well, lucky for you, I have a solution." Stark raised an eyebrow. "Join me," Gabriel said simply. "I've built something different, a place where the strong don't have to be alone. A real army. You won't have to hold back, and you sure as hell won't have to be lonely anymore." Stark's gaze remained unreadable. An army, huh? Sounds like work. Gabriel chuckled. Not as much as you think. I run a fun operation. You'll have people to talk to, people who won't drop dead just from standing next to you. Hell, you might even enjoy yourself. Stark leaned back slightly, rubbing his chin. Sounds better than wandering around alone, I guess. Gabriel extended a hand. So? What do you say? Stark stared at the offered hand for a moment before sighing, a small smirk forming at the edge of his lips. Why not? With that, he reached out and shook Gabriel's hand. Chapter 52, Motivation, 52, so, Gabriel got his sin of sloth. Stark was overpowered, ridiculously so. Gabriel would have to go into his release form in order to actually beat this man. And that said a lot. Considering he could beat Barragan while only being a Vasta Lord and not an Rancor. Now, as an Rancor, he had a release state. He could feel like he had another release state after his first one, but he could not achieve it right now. He needed to master his release state. Speaking of which, his Zunpacto, the remains of his mask that he needed to use his release state, was doing decently fine. Now about the busted man. Coyote Stark. Had to get the man dressed, gave him a custom-made suit and everything. The man was quite a chill guy, plus he had the strength to make Gabriel actually try in battle. The guy was so chill and lazy, he refused to become a sin. His excuse? Too much work, he didn't want to do any work at all. You will be the sin of sloth. Sin of sloth. So, if I take this title, I don't have to actually do much, right? The man asked, as if to make sure this was no dream. Exactly. As long as you're strong, you get to enjoy peak laziness. Gabriel gave the man a smile. Stark seemed to be deep in thought. Peak laziness, you say? Stark hummed in consideration, closing his eyes as if about to nap right there. I don't know. We've got comfy beds, Gabriel added. Stark cracked open an eye. Good beds? Gabriel's smirk widened. The best. A long pause. Stark stared at him, then exhaled through his nose. Fine. Guess I can't turn down a good bed. Yup, this man fit the sin of sloth perfectly. And just like that, the deal was sealed. That very night, Gabriel led Stark to test out one of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse beds, furniture so divine that even the strongest warriors would melt into them. Stark plopped onto the bed, stretched out, then simply sank. The bed was comfy like this because of Gabriel. Who said idle transfiguration could only be used to torture people? He had made those beds extra comfy. The stronger the hollow he transfigured to make certain items, the better the item would be. You see, the bed the man was on was a bed made from an Ajusha class Rancor, someone at the peak of that class. He was hoping to give the 4 horsemen Vasta Lord beds, but those bastards were rare as hell. No biggie, he would find a way to mass-produce them later. Damn, Stark muttered, eyes fluttering shut. Gabriel watched as the Rancor let out a deep, content sigh, completely still for a moment. Then, with what seemed like an immense effort, Stark barely tilted his head toward Gabriel and muttered, I ain't never getting up. Told you. Well, guess he got his loyalty. Stark exhaled again, shifting slightly. I think I might actually die here, and I'd be okay with that. Yeah, enjoy it while you can. Remember, this is a 4 horseman bed. You're only a 7 deadly sin, your bed's not that comfy. You are evil, Stark said lazily, out here getting him to experience peak comfort only to tell him he would have to experience something worse than that. Even have ventilation in the room, a swimming pool, and free 6-star meals. Stark's brow furrowed even more. He felt like he was making a deal with the devil. How could he possibly give this away? The next day, however, Gabriel was not expecting to find Stark training. He blinked. He rubbed his eyes. Yup. That was definitely Stark. Moving. Not just moving, fighting. Gabriel leaned against a nearby pillar, watching as Stark went through drills with his Sero and Sonito, refining his speed, testing his power output. Sure, the man still had that lazy air about him, but this was effort. Huh, Gabriel muttered to himself. Guess he's still getting used to the concept of peak laziness. Oh well. He'd figure it out. This was totally not because of what Gabriel had done. Ha 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 ha. He was not evil. He just knew how to motivate people. Now that this was settled, it was time to execute his next plan. Gabriel sat on his throne, golden eyes flicking toward the kneeling figure before him. Belial Cabron, his sin of envy. The man had a tall, lithe frame, with sharp green eyes filled with a quiet intensity. His long, raven black hair was tied loosely behind him, the goat Rancor. Gabriel had a plan for him. I have a job for you, Gabriel said, resting his chin on his hand. Belial bowed his head deeply. Yes, my king. Gabriel smirked. You'll be heading to the human world. I need some Shinigami corpses for my research. You know what that means? Belial lifted his gaze slightly. You wish for me to hunt? Gabriel nodded. Exactly. Send a couple of weak hollows out to lure some Shinigami. Once they show up, you kill them. If you can get some strong Shinigami, they would also be welcomed. Belial's eyes gleamed with something dark. Understood. I shall make the kingdom proud. Gabriel leaned forward slightly. See that you do. I'm trusting you with this. Don't disappoint me. Belial immediately lowered his head once more. I would rather die than fail you, my king. Gabriel chuckled, waving a hand. No need to be so dramatic. Just get me some bodies. Belial nodded once, then vanished with a sonito. Gabriel leaned back in his throne, exhaling. He wanted to experiment with some Shinigami corpses. Maybe some Quincy corpses too, the more, the merrier. He wanted to see what made them tick and use that info in order to strengthen his hollow army. Make his hollows strong. Make Yuko Mundo the peak of what it could achieve. Since he couldn't achieve shit on Earth, he would do it here. Chapter 53, The Mission. 53, Belial Cabranspov. His Majesty had trusted him with a mission. As one of His Majesty's strongest soldiers, he would not disappoint. The king had asked, and the king shall receive. Now, he looked at the soldiers who had managed to grow strong enough to join his ranks. The level requirement to join one of the synth squads was 7-tier spiritual pressure, any less, and you were kicked out. So 8 and above were far too weak. To be a Sin, one must reach level 3 spiritual pressure at the bare minimum. Belial himself was on the lower end of a 2, and the higher end of a 3, so he was quite strong. It was His Majesty who had taken him from a class 5 to this, and for that, he was forever grateful for the strength His Majesty had bestowed upon him. His Majesty had even given him power, a power worthy of the sin he represented. The power of envy. To be strong enough to stand by His Majesty, he must become stronger. All abilities that were not His Majesty's should be his. He shall use them to better serve His Majesty. Standing amidst his gathered soldiers, Belial assessed the group before him with a silent, calculating gaze. He had yet to find a lesser Sin, a right-hand warrior worthy of standing beside him. For now, all he had were a handful of Ajusha class Rankar, competent, but none truly exceptional. His Majesty could now mass-produce Ajusha. It was only a matter of time before he could mass-produce Vesta, O Lord. So, the average strength of the army was Ajusha tier. No matter. His Majesty deserved only the best. For now, he would work with what he had. Belial's piercing green eyes scanned the lesser hollows before him, pathetic, nameless creatures desperate to prove themselves. He needed weaklings for bait. They would do just fine. You, and you, he pointed to 4 of them. Come with me. The chosen ones hesitated for only a second before falling in line, hunger and desperation gleaming in their monstrous eyes. They had not been given His Majesty's blessing yet. They still had this hunger. Belial could remember when he, too, was this hungry. No more. He was better than that. He then turned to his Ajusha class Rankar, selecting 5 of them for the mission. Each one straightened at his attention, awaiting orders. We move, Belial commanded. With a flick of his wrist, he ripped open a garganta. His Majesty expected swiftness. He would deliver. The swirling abyss of black and white yawned open before them, revealing the human world beyond. Without hesitation, Belial stepped inside, his forces following like shadows in his wake. The human world. Belial breathed in the air, the scent of weak, fragile souls filling his senses. Disgusting. Weak beings. These creatures were vermin, existing only to be devoured or crushed beneath superior beings. And yet, the Shinigami wasted their time protecting them. Pathetic. Though it seemed like His Majesty did not want too many of them to die. If Belial were to guess, it probably had something to do with the fact that humans were the blueprint. Hollows were tortured human souls, and Shinigami were just strong human souls, or simply human souls given an Azaki. He turned to his soldiers, his voice sharp. Begin. One of his Ajusha class Rankar smirked and fired a Sero into the most crowded part of the town. Boom. Screams filled the air as buildings crumbled, human souls ripped from their bodies in an instant. The lesser hollows swarmed in like hungry wolves, devouring the fresh souls before they could fade. Belial stood still, watching, arms crossed. This was not a massacre. This was a signal. Sure enough, it didn't take long for the Shinigami to show up. A Senkaiman opened in the distance, black butterflies fluttering as the Soul Reapers arrived. Belial narrowed his eyes. 2 of them. Judging by their spiritual pressure, they were at least second seat level. More than strong enough to put up a fight. Good. Belial tilted his head slightly. You Keep their attention, he ordered one of the Ajusha. The Rancor nodded and stepped forward, smirking as he taunted the approaching Shinigami. You bastards took your sweet time. Almost thought you wouldn't show. The Shinigami looked confused. Who were these creatures? They looked human. Were they perhaps rogue Shinigami? No. Their presence felt hollow-like. What were they? It didn't matter. They pulled out their Zanpakuto, ready to fight. Their identities didn't matter. What mattered was that they had caused trouble and deserved death for their crimes. As the Shinigami prepared to fight, Belial appeared behind them. His hands crushed their necks in one fell swoop, snuffing the lights from their eyes. Though he didn't kill them. Just crushed them enough to knock them out. His Majesty, after all, needed live corpses. The dead wouldn't suffice. For His Majesty, he would even bring down the moon. Capture 20 human souls. His Majesty might need them. Yes, sir. The Hollows obeyed his order. Some of them even suppressed their hunger. His Majesty was above that. His Majesty deserved the very best. For the glory of Yukomundo. For the glory of Yukomundo. And just like that, this small town was ravaged for its soul supply. All the souls present were taken. Though no actual living, breathing human were hurt. Some special human souls were taken as well. Chapter 54, Terrible Understanding, 54, Souls Society, 12th Division Barracks. The air in the 12th Division was tense. The normally controlled and methodical lab was filled with murmurs as reports flooded in. Seated at the center of it all, a bespectacled Shinigami adjusted his gloves as he read the report once more, his golden eyes narrowing behind his glasses. All dead. Not a single survivor. The squadron of Shinigami sent to the human world had been completely wiped out. But that wasn't the strangest part. There was no detectable energy signature from the attackers. No trace of spiritual pressure. No sign of a Sero, Sonito, or even a single clash of Zanpakuto. It was as if they had been erased. The head researcher tapped his fingers against his desk, deep in thought. Something was very wrong. Whoever did this had found a way to remain hidden. This was looking like the hollow incident that happened a bit ago. What was happening? They needed to study this. Yukomundo, Belial's return. The Garganta tore open in the throne room of Gabriel's castle, darkness giving way to the grand hall of the Demon King. Belial Cabron stepped forward, dragging the corpses of the fallen Shinigami behind him. His soldiers followed, silent and disciplined, knowing better than to speak before their king. They were mostly corpses. They were alive, although barely, and the pluses he came with were quite scared. Being surrounded by hollows shocked them to the core. If only they knew, their fate would be much, much worse. Gabriel's idol Transfiguration was going to have a field day with them. While they were gone, he had spent some time turning more hollows into Rancor and getting rid of some hollow hunger. Over the last couple of weeks, he hadn't had time for some alone time with his wife. Truly sad. Well, time for some research. With his power, he could mass-produce hollows and turn pluses into hollows, maybe even turn them into Shinigami with hollow powers. Have himself a group of people like that. Since Shinigami viewed themselves as the good guys, the balancers, the angels, one might say, what happened when an angel and a human had a kid? Probably call this group Nephilim, because it was fitting, Shinigami with hollow power. And anyone that wasn't in his army who dared to have hollow power shall have their hollow power removed, stripped from them. Unless they were born with it, then that shit would be harder. He could still do it, but it would be a lot easier to just remove it from some Shinigami who gained hollow power instead of someone born with it. Belial knelt, lowering his head in respect. The mission was a success, Your Majesty. The targets were eliminated, their bodies retrieved for your research. Gabriel's smirk widened as he looked down at the lifeless Shinigami. Efficient. No mess. No energy traces left behind. As expected of you, Belial. Belial simply bowed his head. I live to serve, my lord. All is for your glory. Gabriel chuckled. Good answer. He leaned forward and extended his hand, conjuring a small, glowing orb from the void. The sphere pulsed with raw, primal power. Inside, the compressed souls of 20 Ajusha-class hollows swirled violently. A gift. Gabriel tossed the orb to Belial. You've done well. Take this as your reward. Belial caught it effortlessly, staring at the swirling mass within. His fingers trembled slightly, not from fear, but from anticipation. This is too generous, my king, he murmured. Gabriel waved a hand dismissively. You've earned it. Now eat. Belial did not hesitate. He crushed the orb between his fingers, devouring the raw essence of 20 hollows in a single motion. A surge of power erupted through his body. His veins burned with raw energy, muscles tensing as the souls melded into his very being. His spiritual pressure flared violently, the primal instincts of the consumed hollows roaring within him. His strength had doubled. Belial clenched his fists, feeling the raw ferocity coursing through his veins. He was stronger, faster, more worthy of standing at Gabriel's side. He bowed deeply, his voice filled with gratitude. I thank you, my lord. This power. I will use it well. Gabriel merely nodded. Good. Now go. Belial rose, turned, and left, his mind racing with possibilities. He would become even stronger. Experimentation begins with Belial gone. Gabriel turned his attention to the Shinigami corpses. They would survive. He snapped his fingers, summoning a group of low-ranking Rancor. They were weak in combat, but their abilities in other fields were invaluable. Strap them up, he ordered, motioning toward the bodies. The Rancor obeyed without hesitation, dragging the lifeless Shinigami to the far end of the chamber, where dark metal restraints awaited. Straps. Chains. Hooks. Gabriel watched, his eyes gleaming with something twisted. Haribel did not even bat an eye at Gabriel's actions, she had grown used to his brutality. Plus, what he was doing was further helping Hollowkind, she could look away for this. She was no saint. She knew that in order to put order into Hugo Mundo, some dirty work must be handled, and he was handling it just fine. And knowing her husband, he probably would be in there for days, experimenting on Shinigami, hollow prisoners, and pluses. She would call up some hollows in the court. Form a squad and enter Soul Society. Your mission is simple, gather as many souls as you can, lure out the Shinigami, and kidnap them. If she knew her husband well, chances were, he would break the current supply he had, so better have some more in stock. Yes, Your Majesty, the hollow bowed. They already had a squad ready for this. A squad that she had made a while back. Of course, Belial was present, if it was to help His Majesty, he would be there. He didn't care who he had to face. For His Majesty, he shall always be there. Chapter 55, Experiment, 55, Hugo Mundo, the Demon King's laboratory. Gabriel was ready for some testing. Anyway, he would probably be in his lab for a while, testing out soul shit took a long-ass time. Gabriel also had Grance's revival ability. He had several hollows in whom he had planted a seed. They were all Rancor, after all, he needed the energy. So, if for some unknown reason, he died on the battlefield, he had several revives. And the revives were also full heals, so there was that. He might even plant a seed in some Shinigami. I mean, who would expect their enemy to revive in their territory? So, yeah, he was kind of immortal. The same thing went for his wife, she was also kind of immortal. That revive was crazy. He would make one for each member of the Four Horsemen. That would be good. His eyes went toward the chamber. The chamber was cold, lit only by the eerie glow of spiritual energy swirling within the experimental devices. The air hummed with suppressed power, the lingering presence of death and transformation thick enough to choke on. Gabriel stood at the center of it all, golden eyes gleaming with anticipation as he surveyed his latest test subjects. 3 Shinigami. Alongside several plus. The former Soul Reapers were bound in place, their limbs restrained by black, pulsating restraints forged from condensed Rishi. Their Zanpakuto had been stripped from them, leaving them defenseless, their spiritual energy muted by suppressing seals. The plus, a mere human soul, lay on a separate table, trembling, eyes wide with primal fear. Gabriel cracked his knuckles. Let's begin, shall we? Gabriel turned his attention to the plus first. A normal human soul. Weak. Fragile. So easily lost. He raised a single finger, letting a thin tendril of energy snake from his fingertip. It pierced into the plus's chest like a scalpel, sending a violent shudder through the spirit's form. Oh, relax, Gabriel mused, twisting the energy inside. This is for science. The plus screamed as Gabriel peeled apart its soul, layer by layer, like one would dissect an insect under a microscope. Interesting. Gabriel murmured. A soul, in its most basic form, is just a mass of spiritual particles. But look at this, he twisted his fingers, and the plus's body distorted, stretched, and cracked. It's like soft clay. Ready to be reshaped. This soul had so much potential, to become a soul reaper, or a hollow, or even a Quincy. Or a human with hollow power, a fullbringer, and reshape it, he did. He stretched the soul, elongating limbs, thinning the torso, watching as its spiritual structure warped and reformed. Then, with a flick of his wrist, he compressed it. The plus convulsed, shrinking down, folding in on itself, its screams growing weaker as Gabriel compacted its very essence into a dense, palm-sized orb. Holding the quivering sphere in his hand, he smirked. A human soul, stripped of identity. Now, let's see what happens when I reintroduce structure. He split the orb in two. From the first half, he stretched and molded a new form, elongated limbs, a hollow chest. He forced hunger into it, forced instinct. Within seconds, the once human soul twisted into the form of a hollow. The newborn creature thrashed violently in its restraints, its mask forming as it released a guttural screech. Gabriel smirked. And just like that. You're something new. Then, with a snap of his fingers, he crushed it back down into a sphere again. So easy to undo. He turned to the remaining half. This time, he reshaped it with intention, forcing balance, structure, discipline into its core. As the energy pulsed and shifted, he mimicked the soul of the Shinigami present. But something was off. Gabriel's grin widened. It lacked will. Without a natural progression into a Shinigami, this was nothing more than an empty shell. Fascinating. So, to become a Soul Reaper, it requires more than just raw energy restructuring, he murmured, tossing the failed experiment aside. The soulless construct shattered like glass, dissolving into Rorishi once more. Good to know. Now, for the real test subjects. Gabriel turned his gaze toward the restrained Soul Reapers, their bodies still shaking from the horror of watching the plus be torn apart before their eyes. One of them, a young man with short black hair, gritted his teeth. You monster. Gabriel chuckled, placing a hand over the man's chest. Oh, please. You flatter me. He didn't care much about their words. Monster or not, he was still Gabriel. And he knew Shinigami were not ones to speak about balance. With zero warning, he plunged his hand straight into the man's torso. The Shinigami screamed. Wonderful music to Gabriel's ears, because if the man screamed, that meant he could feel. He was still alive. It would be more worrying if he didn't. Gabriel wasn't touching flesh. No, his fingers had slipped between the layers of the soul itself. He twisted, pulled, peeled. And like stripping bark from a tree, he began separating the Shinigami's spiritual structure. Now this is interesting, Gabriel mused, watching as layers of the man's spiritual pressure unraveled like threads. There's something unique here. A fundamental difference from a normal plus. The Shinigami convulsed, veins bulging as his body resisted the unnatural tampering. Gabriel smirked. Your soul's composition has been altered. Trained. Refined. Is that dark energy? Gabriel was surprised, there was so much of it there. Hey, if a soul had too much of that energy, it would go to hell after dying. Gabriel had the energy in spade, that was to be expected. He was a Hell Hollow. Haribel did not have an ounce of it, as a Vastilord, she had some as an Rancor though. TLDR, all of this to say, this energy was something that did not originate from this realm. He pressed his other hand over the Shinigami's chest and extracted something deeper. A chain-like structure flickered into existence, coiling and glowing with ancient, intrinsic energy. The chain of fate. Gabriel mused. But unlike a normal plus, this chain was bound, reinforced, stitched into something stronger. So this was how Shinigami were different, huh? Though he wondered if he could. Gabriel's eyes gleamed with dark amusement. Let's see what happens when I snap it. The Shinigami's eyes widened in pure horror. No, crack. Gabriel snapped the chain in two. The moment it broke, the Shinigami convulsed violently, his body twisting unnaturally, his spiritual pressure flaring out of control. His soul's structure collapsed. It was like watching a dam break. Gabriel stepped back, watching with fascination as the man's form melted, distorted, his features elongating, his mask starting to form. He's hollowifying, Gabriel murmured with amusement. Looks like a Shinigami soul is just one bad day away from being a hollow. The transformation, however, was unstable. Without the natural process of hollowification, the Shinigami's body tore itself apart, his screams fading as his soul collapsed into nothingness. Gabriel sighed. TSK. Unstable. He turned to the next restrained Shinigami. The woman's eyes were wide with terror, sweat drenching her brow. Gabriel grinned, stepping closer. Now then, let's try a different approach with you. Her screams echoed through the halls of the Demon King's domain. This was pure torture. This was too painful. Chapter 56, Shadow Ability, 56, Gabriel cracked his neck. Welp, he had some more Shinigami to mess around with. His golden eyes gleamed with amusement as he got close to the other Shinigami present. It was a woman. Alright, sweetheart, let's see what makes you special, he murmured, his fingers pressing deeper into her spiritual body. She shuddered, trying to pull away, but the restraints held firm. Gabriel wasn't just testing her, he was testing the very nature of what made a Shinigami. A Shinigami. He would use this info to further evolve, to further adapt himself into a better, stronger version of himself. When he had experimented on the Plus earlier, it had been obvious how fragile human souls were, soft clay, easily shaped, easily destroyed. But Shinigami? Their souls were different. Layered. Structured. They weren't just souls with spiritual pressure. Their very essence had been reforged, reinforced through training and experience. They were something that made them very special. Gabriel's finger slid deeper. With his power, he bypassed the woman's physical body altogether, only focusing on her soul. He could feel the refinement of her soul, structured, tempered like steel folded over thousands of times. He grinned. You soul reapers really do take your time crafting yourselves into weapons, huh? No wonder you think you're so special. Her breathing was ragged, her eyes wild with fear. Gabriel kept going. She felt it. This monster was touching the link. The link between her and her Zanpakuto. He felt something pulsing at her core, something different from a normal soul. And then, he found it. A second layer of her soul. Gabriel's smile widened. Well, what do we have here? Most souls were just that, souls. A singular structure of spiritual particles. But Shinigami? They had something more. There was an embedded imprint within their very being. A dormant presence, slumbering until awakened. Gabriel traced his fingers along the edge of it, feeling how it resonated with the woman's spiritual pressure. He then picked up the woman's sword. This is your Zanpakuto, isn't it? Yeah, the link between the blade and that imprint was quite strong. The woman clenched her teeth, saying nothing. Gabriel chuckled. No need to answer, darling. I can already tell. A Shikai wasn't just a weapon. It wasn't just a fancy sword. It was a manifestation of the Shinigami's own soul, a piece of them, refined and shaped into something tangible. It was why they had to communicate with it. Why they had to call it forth. Gabriel hummed in amusement. So, your sword isn't just a sword. It's a fragment of you. You don't wield it, you negotiate with it. A partnership. He pressed down, forcing his rishi into the imprint. The woman let out a strangled gasp as her soul shuddered, reacting violently to the intrusion. Ah, I see. Gabriel mused. Your Zanpakuto spirit doesn't like me being here. It's resisting. That means it has a will. Fascinating. So, Shikai wasn't just a power boost. It was an agreement. A moment when the Shinigami and their blade agreed to work together. An alliance, one might even say. If he disrupted that bond. Gabriel smirked and ripped his energy through the connection. The woman screamed. Her spiritual body cracked. The Shikai imprint, once a harmonious part of her soul, now flickered violently, unstable. The sealed power within her Zanpakuto was forcibly severed from her essence. Gabriel watched in satisfaction as the strain of losing that connection caused her to convulse. Her soul was incomplete now. And just like that, you're weaker, he whispered. Your power isn't really yours, is it? It's borrowed. A fragile relationship, dependent on your blade's approval. How pathetic. If full soul reapers relied on such a weak link. TCH, they weren't strong to begin with. Though, it was quite satisfying seeing how the Zanpakuto seemed to be made. It almost seemed like a Jillian. But made of the souls of soul reapers. If he had to guess, when soul reapers died or had to stop working, their souls got collected and piled together, pressing all of them together until it created a lifeless husk. A blank slate, ready to have someone's soul imprinted onto it. To think the Shinigami would go this far to copy hollow power. How intriguing. He let go, watching as the woman's body trembled. She was still alive. Still conscious. Good. Because now, it was time for the real experiment. It was time for him to forcibly awaken someone's Bankai. Shit, it might kill them. But it is what it is. Gabriel turned toward the other restrained Shinigami. The last one, a man with streaks of silver in his black hair, was glaring daggers at him. He looked older, more experienced. Stronger. Gabriel grinned. You're the interesting one, aren't you? He placed his hand on the man's chest. And immediately, he felt it. Deeper. More intricate. This one had Bankai. Gabriel exhaled, fascinated. Now this is different. If a Shikai was an imprint, a fragment of the Shinigami's soul, then Bankai was something else entirely. Gabriel dug deeper, slipping his energy through the first layer, then the second. And then, he found it. A third layer. A fully integrated piece of the Shinigami's soul, something deeper, more permanent. Gabriel's golden eyes shimmered. So this is what makes a Bankai. He could feel it. The Zanpakuto wasn't just an external weapon anymore. It had fused with the Shinigami. Bankai was soul alchemy. The moment when the weapon became part of the user in a way that couldn't be undone. The moment where the blade and the Shinigami became one. In a sense, the blade and them became one entity. Though the man seemed not to have reached that enlightenment. Even if his Zanpakuto and he seemed close. It wasn't that close. That explains why it's so rare, Gabriel muttered. Not every soul can handle this level of transformation. He tapped his fingers against the man's chest. So, if I tear this out of you? The man's glare faltered. Do you just die? Gabriel's smirk widened. Let's find out. He yanked. The reaction was instant. The Shinigami screamed as his soul fractured, spiritual energy erupting in violent, unstable waves. The structure of his spiritual pressure twisted unnaturally, caught between destruction and incompletion. His body resisted, trying to hold itself together. But Gabriel saw the cracks forming. Without a Benkei, without that final fusion, the Shinigami felt hollow. Something that had been part of him for so long was being broken away from him. He was breaking apart. Gabriel let go, stepping back as the man collapsed, coughing up blood. His spiritual pressure was shattered, his spiritual structure barely holding together. So that's how it works. Gabriel mused, running a hand through his hair. Shikai was in agreement. Benkai was like a fusion, maybe a rebirth. And without it, the Shinigami lost the vast majority of his power. Like 70% at the very least. Gabriel clicked his tongue. Well, that was fun. The man lay motionless, barely breathing. The woman beside him sobbed, her own soul fractured, her power stolen. Gabriel exhaled. I suppose I should thank you both. You've been very educational. His eyes landed on the Benkai he had stolen from the man, a clump of energy, vibrating with power. Gabriel wondered if he could. Gabriel opened his mouth and swallowed it. Immediately, he felt a change. A new power, a brand new moveset implemented into his body. Oh. This Shinigami's power was now his. The Shinigami power seemed to be like shadow-based, so it was stronger in dark place. He might low-key give that to one of his sin. He had no purpose for it as of now. Gabriel used his idol transfiguration in order to remove the ability from himself. Shadow manipulation. Gabriel walked toward a nearby plus. Grabbed the being dot before transfiguring it. Using the plus energy in order to create a powerful upgrade for his shadow ability. He watched as the ability was upgraded. So this could be used after all, fused with his flame ability, if he could steal other people's shadow alongside his idol transfiguration, and Grant's rebirth ability, couldn't he technically revive them? Make them his minions. So, opening the gates of hell to get himself his soldier. That sounded fun. Very fun. Gabriel cracked his neck. Welp, he had some more Shinigami to mess around with. His golden eyes gleamed with amusement as he got close to the other Shinigami present. It was a woman. Alright, sweetheart, let's see what makes you special, he murmured, his fingers pressing deeper into her spiritual body. She shuddered, trying to pull away, but the restraints held firm. Gabriel wasn't just testing her, he was testing the very nature of what made a Shinigami. A Shinigami. He would use this info to further evolve, to further adapt himself into a better, stronger version of himself. When he had experimented on the plus earlier, it had been obvious how fragile human souls were, soft clay, easily shaped, easily destroyed. But Shinigami? Their souls were different. Layered. Structured. They weren't just souls with spiritual pressure. Their very essence had been reforged, reinforced through training and experience. They were something that made them very special. Gabriel's finger slid deeper. With his power, he bypassed the woman's physical body altogether, only focusing on her soul. He could feel the refinement of her soul, structured, tempered like steel folded over thousands of times. He grinned. You soul reapers really do take your time crafting yourselves into weapons, huh? No wonder you think you're so special. Her breathing was ragged, her eyes wild with fear. Gabriel kept going. She felt it. This monster was touching the link. The link between her and her Zanpakuto. He felt something pulsing at her core, something different from a normal soul. And then, he found it. A second layer of her soul. Gabriel's smile widened. Well. What do we have here? Most souls were just that, souls. A singular structure of spiritual particles. But Shinigami? They had something more. There was an embedded imprint within their very being. A dormant presence, slumbering until awakened. Gabriel traced his fingers along the edge of it, feeling how it resonated with the woman's spiritual pressure. He then picked up the woman's sword. This is your Zanpakuto, isn't it? Yeah, the link between the blade and that imprint was quite strong. The woman clenched her teeth, saying nothing. Gabriel chuckled. No need to answer, darling. I can already tell. A Shikai wasn't just a weapon. It wasn't just a fancy sword. It was a manifestation of the Shinigami's own soul, a piece of them, refined and shaped into something tangible. It was why they had to communicate with it. Why they had to call it forth. Gabriel hummed in amusement. So, your sword isn't just a sword. It's a fragment of you. You don't wield it, you negotiate with it. A partnership. He pressed down, forcing his rishi into the imprint. The woman let out a strangled gasp as her soul shuddered, reacting violently to the intrusion. Ah, I see. Gabriel mused. Your Zanpakuto spirit doesn't like me being here. It's resisting. That means it has a will. Fascinating. So, Shikai wasn't just a power boost. It was an agreement. A moment when the Shinigami and their blade agreed to work together. An alliance, one might even say. If he disrupted that bond. Gabriel smirked and ripped his energy through the connection. The woman screamed. Her spiritual body cracked. The Shikai imprint, once a harmonious part of her soul, now flickered violently, unstable. The sealed power within her Zanpakuto was forcibly severed from her essence. Gabriel watched in satisfaction as the strain of losing that connection caused her to convulse. Her soul was incomplete now. And just like that, you're weaker, he whispered. Your power isn't really yours, is it? It's borrowed. A fragile relationship, dependent on your blade's approval. How pathetic. If full soul reapers relied on such a weak link. TCH, they weren't strong to begin with. Though, it was quite satisfying seeing how the Zanpakuto seemed to be made. It almost seemed like a Jillian. But made of the souls of soul reapers. If he had to guess, when soul reapers died or had to stop working, their souls got collected and piled together, pressing all of them together until it created a lifeless husk. A blank slate, ready to have someone's soul imprinted onto it. To think the Shinigami would go this far to copy hollow power. How intriguing. He let go, watching as the woman's body trembled. She was still alive. Still conscious. Good. Because now, it was time for the real experiment. It was time for him to forcibly awaken someone's Bankai. Shit, it might kill them. But it is what it is. Gabriel turned toward the other restrained Shinigami. The last one, a man with streaks of silver in his black hair, was glaring daggers at him. He looked older, more experienced. Stronger. Gabriel grinned. You're the interesting one, aren't you? He placed his hand on the man's chest. And immediately, he felt it. Deeper. More intricate. This one had Bankai. Gabriel exhaled, fascinated. Now this is different. If a Shikai was an imprint, a fragment of the Shinigami's soul, then Bankai was something else entirely. Gabriel dug deeper, slipping his energy through the first layer, then the second. And then, he found it. A third layer. A fully integrated piece of the Shinigami's soul, something deeper, more permanent. Gabriel's golden eyes shimmered. So this is what makes a Bankai. He could feel it. The Zanpakuto wasn't just an external weapon anymore. It had fused with the Shinigami. Bankai was soul alchemy. The moment when the weapon became part of the user in a way that couldn't be undone. The moment where the blade and the Shinigami became one. In a sense, the blade and them became one entity. Though the man seemed not to have reached that enlightenment. Even if his Zanpakuto and he seemed close. It wasn't that close. That explains why it's so rare, Gabriel muttered. Not every soul can handle this level of transformation. He tapped his fingers against the man's chest. So, if I tear this out of you. The man's glare faltered. Do you just die? Gabriel's smirk widened. Let's find out. He yanked. The reaction was instant. The Shinigami screamed as his soul fractured, spiritual energy erupting in violent, unstable waves. The structure of his spiritual pressure twisted unnaturally, caught between destruction and incompletion. His body resisted, trying to hold itself together. But Gabriel saw the cracks forming. Without a Bankai, without that final fusion, the Shinigami felt hollow. Something that had been part of him for so long was being broken away from him. He was breaking apart. Gabriel let go, stepping back as the man collapsed, coughing up blood. His spiritual pressure was shattered, his spiritual structure barely holding together. So that's how it works. Gabriel mused, running a hand through his hair. Shikai was an agreement. Bankai was like a fusion, maybe a rebirth. And without it? The Shinigami lost the vast majority of his power. Like 70% at the very least. Gabriel clicked his tongue. Well, that was fun. The man lay motionless, barely breathing. The woman beside him sobbed, her own soul fractured, her power stolen. Gabriel exhaled. I suppose I should thank you both. You've been very educational. His eyes landed on the Bankai he had stolen from the man, a clump of energy, vibrating with power. Gabriel wondered if he could. Gabriel opened his mouth and swallowed it. Immediately, he felt a change. A new power, a brand new moveset implemented into his body. Oh. This Shinigami's power was now his. The Shinigami power seemed to be like shadow-based, so it was stronger in dark place. He might Loki give that to one of his sin. He had no purpose for it as of now. Gabriel used his idol Transfiguration in order to remove the ability from himself. Shadow manipulation. Gabriel walked toward a nearby plus. Grabbed the being dot before transfiguring it. Using the plus energy in order to create a powerful upgrade for his shadow ability. He watched as the ability was upgraded. So this could be used after all, Fused with his flame ability, if he could steal other people's shadow alongside his idle transfiguration, and Grant's rebirth ability, couldn't he technically revive them? Make them his minions. So, opening the gates of hell to get himself his soldier. That sounded fun. Very fun. Chapter 57, Potential Future Sin, 57, Stark side. The first mission, huh? Nothing major, just a routine patrol, maybe recruiting some allies. Easy enough. Once a month was doable. Yeah. This should be easy. Time skip. Stark stood there, visibly bothered. How the hell did this turn into a problem? Across from him, a group of Ajushas bared their fangs at him, their leader, a panther-like hollow with piercing blue eyes, growling with an all-too-familiar arrogance. Great. Just what he needed. This was supposed to be easy peasy. The heck? He yawned, rubbing the back of his neck. Listen, I'd rather be anywhere else right now, so let's make this simple. His voice was as lazy as ever. Either you leave His Majesty's territory, or you join up. Otherwise, you die. He would much rather they leave. That would make his job way easier because all of the other options would require him to actually have to do his job. He was the goddamn sin of sloth. He refused to do anything more than he had to. Bet. He might just kill them and get this over with. Grimjow, of course, scoffed at the ultimatum. The cocky bastard was already running his mouth about how devouring Stark would be his ticket to becoming a Vasta Lord. Stark sighed. Of course, it wasn't going to be easy. Of course, the one day he decided to work was the day he ran into some arrogant Asajusha. Instead of yapping away with Grimjow, he let his spiritual energy loose. The moment it washed over them, the entire group of Ajushas froze. Suffocating, oppressive, it was like staring into the void itself, death staring right back. Their instincts screamed at them. It simply told them to do one simple thing. Run. Stark remained as unfazed as ever. He tilted his head, gazing at the group of Ajusha. If it's power you want, His Majesty can give you that. Gabriel owed him for this. What the hell do you mean? The most likely to die exclaimed. Stark stretched, looking like he was about to nap mid-conversation. No, I'm not even a high-ranking member. Granted, he wasn't a high-ranking member because he was lazy. The highest-ranking were the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. Stark would find a way to make war become a 7 deadly sin and sloth become a 4 horseman. Yes, he wanted to doze off that badly. Do not judge him. The beds were comfy. That made Grimjow pause. Wait. Someone this strong wasn't even in the top 4? What kind of monsters were in Gabriel's army? Stark let out another lazy sigh. Oh yeah, forgot to mention, he can remove that whole fear of regression thing. Last I checked, he was turning an Ajusha into a Vasta Lord before I left. That got their attention. Grimjow's eyes lit up, though he clearly didn't trust the offer. This sounded way too good to be true. Like when a predator lures prey using traps. Shalong Kufang, the smartest one in the group, stepped forward. And why would someone with that ability just give it away so freely? Not everyone gets the chance. Besides, Vasta Lord isn't even the peak of hollow strength. Stark still had that lazy look to him. That silence? That was their brains trying to process what the hell he just said. Stark pondered on his choices for a bit. Well, he told them about it, so now they had the choice to scram, or he would have to pull out the Glock 19 and let it fly. Killing them wouldn't really be too time-consuming. He could crush them with his spiritual pressure. Apart from His Majesty, he was the strongest person in the kingdom. The hierarchy went like this: Gabriel, Stark, Hannibal, Belial, that weird dude with 2 floating balls for a head that Stark did not bother learning the name of. And those 3 chicks, the Trisbestias, if he remembered correctly. The gap between Hannibal and Belial was quite vast, and the gap between Belial and that weird dude was also decently big. The gap between him and Gabriel was pretty small. Like, they were damn close to being equal. If they did fight, though, Gabriel would win 9 times out of 10 because, for some reason, the heavens forgot to give him his balance patch. Gabriel's ability was so busted that unless you could one-shot him, which chances were high you couldn't, he could still kill you. So to beat Gabriel, one must first be so far above him that it wasn't even funny anymore. Then and only then did they have a chance at winning, and considering Gabriel was harder to kill than a cockroach. Yeah, shit wasn't looking too good. Have his ass find out the shape of your soul, and bam, he was as strong as you now. Busted ass ability. Plus, Stark didn't want to be king. He saw the paperwork Gabriel had to deal with. Fun fact, the paperwork was the size of a jillion. Yeah, he was not touching that shit with a 10-foot pole. Fuck. No. So now, what would their choice be? Join. Or die. Chapter 58, Neliel, 58, Neliel Pavhuko Mundo was never kind. It never had been. Nellie Eel stood protectively in front of a small group of weak hollows, scanning the desolate landscape. The endless white sands stretched before her, cold and indifferent as always. The only thing different now. There was order, however strange that seemed. She had heard the rumors months ago. Baron, the so-called God King of Hugo was dead. Killed. She hadn't cared much at the time. One tyrant gone only meant another would take his place. That was how things worked. But then, something unexpected happened. A few months after the new ruler took power, safe zones started appearing. Not traps to lure weak hollows in and prey on them. They were actual safe zones. Actual areas where weak hollows could reside. Places where they would be protected from the threat of being devoured. Areas where weaker hollows weren't constantly hunted, where groups could exist without the ever-present fear of being consumed. And strangest of all? These zones were guarded. She had watched for weeks, observed from the shadows. Human-like hollows, clad in uniform, patrolled these areas. There were about 20 of them here, and each one of them was stronger than her. The strongest person there seemed to be a lesser sin, whatever their title truly meant, they were strong. Even if there were 10 Eels, they would all lose to this lesser sin. For the first time, she felt something unfamiliar in this wasteland. Hope. Maybe this place wasn't doomed to shit after all. Maybe, just maybe, there was hope for Hugo Mundo. 3 months later Nellie Eel had remained in the shelter, and in those 3 months, she had seen things she never thought possible. Hollows came, drawn by the scent of weaker prey. They thought shit was sweet, that this was going to be free eats. They were all brutally molested. Not literally, of course. The lesser sin of lust, a woman named Lilith Ava or Oza, was here. And when she touched them, it was over. Her power seemed to revolve around sucking the essence out of someone. Not once had a hollow breached the defenses. Not once had the weaklings in the shelter been left to fend for themselves. And perhaps strangest of all, the bodies of the defeated weren't wasted. Their meat was distributed. No one here went hungry. Though Nellie Eel did notice that all the food they were given looked drained, as if the souls of the hollows had been brutally sucked dry. She had expected the inevitable. She thought that by staying in one place too long, she would eventually begin regressing. It was a law of nature for Ajushas. Yet, despite months of stability, despite not consuming other hollows in combat, she had not devolved. How? The answer was simple. The food provided, whether from fallen enemies or otherwise, was enough to sustain her. Her fingers curled into a fist. This wasn't normal. This wasn't how Hugo Mundo worked. And yet, it was working. She had watched the changes firsthand. She had seen the system in place. The strong protected the weak, not out of pity, but out of some structured order. There was no senseless slaughter, no mindless consumption. For the first time, there was balance. And if that was the case, then maybe it was worth fighting for. That was why she now stood in front of the registration area. She had spent months watching. Now, she was ready. If this army was what it claimed to be, if it was the reason Hugo Mundo was changing, then she would take her place in it. She shall join His Majesty's army. And thus, this is what she did. She would find a nearby camp where they offer entry into the army and apply. Was she nervous? Yes, she was. However, she saw hope for this world. Maybe Hugo Mundo wouldn't stay so hopeless. There was hope. She saw hope. The process to join was quite simple. They just needed to test her strength. If that was it, she could do it. Time skip. She lost. Horribly, to Miss Lilith. Lilith licked her lips. This Ajusha had potential to be great. The Ajusha class Rankar who were there couldn't help but shudder. Miss Lilith was at it again. Well, it was a tradition at that point. However, Miss Lilith, His Majesty requested that you do not scare hollows with potential. That was no fun. Lilith had so many toys lined up ready to be used. Nellie Eel felt a shudder down her spine as if she had just dodged the biggest of bullets. Well, guess this plump little hollow would not get a taste of truth warmth. Well, she was bored. Her gaze landed on an Ajusha class hollow. Her finger will touch her lips. Well, if she couldn't have the woman, well, there was someone there for the devouring, was it? If only Nell knew how much danger she escaped. Chapter 59, Nell Promotion, 59, Time Skip. Gabriel is now 6 in hollow years. Gabriel sat upon his throne. This king shit was not getting easier with the years. Well, at least he had a hot wife. Speaking of which, Gabriel had found that some of his hollows were going missing, so he began adding safeguards within them. The second they were captured, they would revert back to just a normal Ajusha, leaving no trace of them as in Rankar. Whoever was behind this was clearly interested in Rankar. So Gabriel went one step further. He even implemented a self-destruct sequence and set up an alert system. If any hollow left their patrolling route, he would be notified immediately. This seemed to have stopped the thief for a bit. Gabriel would have personally gone out to hunt this mouse, but every time he arrived, the bastard managed to escape just before he got there. Fucking annoying. Later, reports surfaced that the culprit was experimenting on other hollows. Well, as long as they weren't in Gabriel's territory, he didn't mind. Plus, this actually helped him. Some hollows sought shelter under his rule to escape the experiments. So, it was what it was. Though, his research on Shinigami had reached a bottleneck. He needed stronger Shinigami, ones that were very powerful. Currently, he was looking at his newest prospect. A centaur like Ajusha bowed before him. She had the distinct features of a gazelle, with golden fur streaked with green patterns and a long, flowing mane. Her hollow mask covered her head, with sharp, antelope-like horns curving backward. She presented herself formally. "My name is Niliel to Ottleswang." He nodded, already aware of who she was. She had potential. And he wasn't saying that in a predator way. He could see her soul, and she had potential to become a Vasta Lord. Tilting his head slightly, he asked, "Do you know why you were summoned?" Niliel hesitated, then shook her head. "No, Your Majesty." "Because of your contributions," Gabriel said simply. "You've rescued more hollows than anyone else." Her eyes widened slightly. She hadn't expected that. "You've even outperformed Stark," he added with a smirk. A lazy groan came from the background. Gabriel didn't need to turn his head to know that Coyote Stark was slumped in his chair, barely paying attention. The man had probably just woken up from a nap. Yes, Stark was napping. And yes, he was more than 6 times stronger than when he first joined this army. To quantify his jump in power, let's say he went from Super Saiyan to Super Saiyan 4, addition. Yes. He got stupidly strong. No one shall take his bed privileges. Plus, there was his resurrection and his. Yeah, that was going to stay a secret. So, as the strongest soldier in the army, slander would be moderately tolerated. "TCH, not my fault she is working overtime," Stark muttered, scratching his head. "Besides, when I do go out, I do the work of an entire squadron." Gabriel chuckled. He wasn't wrong. Stark only went on patrol once a month, but when he did, he got 2 months' worth of work done in a single day. Hey! Give the man a break. Gabriel refocused on Niliel. "Because of your efforts, you have been chosen to enter the Vasta Lord program." Her eyes widened in shock. I have? It was a great honor. She had seen firsthand how hollows desperately clawed their way up the evolutionary ladder. And here she was, being given the chance freely. She lowered her head further in reverence. "Thank you, my king. I will not disappoint you." Gabriel gave her an easy smile. "No need for all that. Just stand strong and keep moving forward." From his pocket, he pulled out a small, glowing orb. It pulsed with power, its essence radiating a deep, controlled energy. Niliel stared at it, entranced. Gabriel stepped forward, standing before her. "Eat it." She hesitated only for a second before obeying. The moment the orb entered her mouth, a surge of energy exploded within her. Her body trembled violently, her form shifting, morphing, evolving. Her centaur-like body receded, her lower half dissolving as she took on a more humanoid form. Her golden fur faded into smooth, tan skin, though faint streaks of green patterns remained along her arms and back. Her mask changed as well, shifting into a helmet-like structure that now covered only her face. 2 curved horns, resembling a knight's crest, extended backward, giving her a regal and powerful presence. She looked at her new hands, human-like yet still holding the essence of her hollow self. Her fingers flexed, her strength now leagues beyond what it had once been. She had become a Vasta Lord. Give it a week, and Gabriel was turning her into an Rancor. Gabriel watched, impressed. She was strong. Stronger than he initially expected. Slowly, she dropped to one knee and bowed deeply. "Thank you for this gift. I swear to use it wisely." Gabriel waved a hand dismissively. "No biggie." Yes, it would take him time to master the king way of speaking. Then, his expression turned serious. "Use this strength. Not just for yourself, but for this kingdom. Help it flourish." Niliel raised her head, eyes filled with new resolve. "Yes, my king." Chapter 60, Nell Power, 60, 2 days. 2 fucking days after promoting Nell, there was trouble, not with her of course. She was a sweet girl, lovely woman and she did her job. He had thought that once his kingdom stabilized, things would be easier. But no, hollows were idiots. They fought, killed, and rampaged without a shred of foresight. Even with his army securing territories, some dumbass always had to cause trouble. And today's dumbass? A praying mantis Ajusha attacking the southern gates. Gabriel wanted to go himself. But since Nell needed to prove herself, plus Stark has been draining, Unwillingly, Gabriel 100% did not dangle up some games from the real world in front of the man. So yeah, Nell got trained. And Gabriel later found, Stark split his soul and let his clone train her while he slept. Nell was none the wiser as the clone was still a lot stronger than her, like leagues above her. Fun stuff. Anyway, back to the hollow Gabriel was going to make suffer. From the reports, this one was particularly unhinged. Unstable. Deranged. The kind of hollow that just existed to kill and eat. Gabriel exhaled sharply. Alright, send Nell. Stark, still half asleep in his chair, cracked open one eye. Huh? Already throwing the newbie into the fire? Better now than later. Gabriel shrugged. Besides, it's a good test. Nelliel, who had been standing silently at the side, straightened. Understood, my king. I will not fail you. With that, she was gone, heading toward the battlefield. It was time for Nell to showcase her worth. When she got there, she saw that the shelter was in chaos. Several weaker hollows had already been slaughtered, their remains scattered across the sand. Others huddled inside the protected zones, eyes filled with terror. And at the center of the carnage stood him. The man that if he survived Lilith would make her personal sex slave. Might make him Lilith new butt plug. A twisted, towering Ajusha with elongated limbs and a praying mantis-like form. His mask was jagged, sharp, and formed a grotesque grin across his face. 6 serrated arms twitched with excitement, if only he knew his fate. Fucking cowards. Noitra howled, swinging his scythe-like arms down and carving through the sand. Come out and fight. Before he could advance further, a blur of green shot in front of him. Nelliel landed between the lunatic mantis and the shelter. Her golden eyes were sharp, her expression cold and unyielding. She placed a hand on the hilt of her blade. You will go no further. Noitra blinked, then tilted his head back and cackled. He expected a strong hollow to show up, but a dishwasher, for real. Oh? Oh. His voice dripped with amusement, his mandibles twitching. They sent a bitch to stop me? Nelliel's eyes darkened. Leave. Now. She was still quite kind and offer an easy way out. The bug however seemed to really want his fate as a butt plug. TCH, fuck that. Noitra's grin widened. You really think a weak-ass female can stop me? Know your damn place. Nelliel's grip tightened on her sword. She had met his kind before. Arrogant. Mindless. A creature of pure destruction. She exhaled. Fine. If he wouldn't leave. She'd make him. With a single motion, she drew her blade. The air around her shifted, her spiritual pressure flaring dangerously. Noitra's cocky grin faltered just slightly. Was the dishwasher stronger than him? No, Andrew he mean Noitra shall not lose to a woman. Nelliel leveled her sword at him. This kingdom is under his majesty's protection. You will not harm anyone here. Noitra snarled, snapping back into his usual bloodthirsty self. Oh yeah? Then try and stop me, you weak-ass bitch. He lunged, a blur of jagged, deadly scythes. Nelliel met him head-on. She would protect Gabriel's kingdom. No matter what. And thus she prepared herself, she was going to put her life on the line if it meant protecting this kingdom, she would win. As the bug rushed toward her, she raised her sword. She only had a problem. Why was he moving so slow? The praying mantis move was moving in ultra-slow motion in her view, she could tell where exactly he would be. Maybe that was bait, she would not show any weakness, and she would not lose. The second he got in range. So that was a one-shot, it wasn't even a fight worth writing about, he went out sad, he went out very pathetic. She didn't even use her full power, looking at her arms, she seemed to have forgotten the kind of boost that she had received. She was so much stronger than her past self it wasn't even funny to compare them, it was like night and day. As she looked at the bleeding out body in front of her, she finally snapped back to reality, she must report back to His Majesty about how her mission went. Chapter 61, Noitra Punishment, 61, Nelliel's control over her Sonito was, strangely enough, way stronger than usual. It seemed as if the boost that His Majesty had given her was quite vast indeed. She, however, needed to report back to her king. She had the culprit. It was time he faced judgment. Pop changed the throne room was silent. Stark barely acknowledged Nelliel's return, lazily glancing up from his chair with a yawn. Mind you, he was the only hollow who could act like this. He was strong. If you had a problem with his attitude, come and deal with it, unless your name was Gabriel, you would lose that fight. Badly. Gabriel made his way toward the man causing trouble for his empire. Goddamn hollows. He wondered if he could use him for research purposes. He had the potential to be a strong rancor, but he swore when he looked at the hollow, he saw a bald man. He looked at the praying mantis. On one hand, the mantis was strong and would be a good soldier. On the other hand, He didn't want no mad dog in his army. With a look of mild disinterest, Gabriel tilted his head. So, this is the insect causing trouble in my kingdom? Neutra groaned, struggling to push himself up. For some odd reason, he felt as if death itself was pressing down on his neck. Gabriel's boot pressed down on his skull, forcing him to kiss the floor. Gabriel had the floor done a while ago. So he wasn't eating Hugo Mundo sand. Tell me, Gabriel said coolly, his voice carrying an unsettling calmness. What do you have to say for yourself? Despite his position, despite the overwhelming power pressing down on him, Neutra still had the audacity to laugh. He was maybe just a bit insane. TCH, those weaklings deserved it, Neutra sneered, his voice hoarse but defiant. The weak have no rights. They exist only to be devoured by the strong. So this was this guy's philosophy, huh? Stark looked at the ceiling, tossing his gun and catching it. He could tell that this hollow would die soon. The man looked at his ring. He really did not want to be a horseman. The sloth title was so good. He slept for 14 hours straight, and no one bothered him. This was the life. But now, Gabriel probably had plans to make him train that Nelly Eel girl because she had potential. He had nothing against it. Gabriel had kept his promise. He found strong people here, found some comrades, and even some drinking buddies. Though he would rather stay 10 feet away from Lilith. He saw what she did to the sin of greed. Man looked empty. How the fuck does someone manage to do that to someone like that? Back to Gabriel. Gabriel stared at Neutra, his expression unreadable. His foot pressed down harder, forcing Neutra's face deeper into the ground. Then, he smiled. Oh? He mused. Well, to me, you're just a bug. And with a snap of his fingers, fire. A black inferno erupted from Gabriel's palm, consuming Neutra's body entirely. The flames were not ordinary, they were hellfire. They burned not just flesh but soul. A blood-curdling scream of absolute agony tore through the throne room. Neutra thrashed, convulsed, his soul being scorched to its core. Nelly Eel stood still, her body rigid. Even with all she had seen in Hugo Mundo, this was different. This was true, inescapable suffering. This was gruesome. The hollow soldiers present lowered their heads, some visibly trembling. Even they could feel that soul-crushing suffering. It caused them fear. And just as Neutra's soul was on the verge of being completely erased, Gabriel healed him. The flames vanished. His body regenerated. The pain remained. How many hollows were in that shelter? He asked, turning around to look at Nelly Eel. 200, Nelly Eel eventually said. Well then. Let's count, shall we? With another snap of his fingers, the flames returned. Neutra burned. Again. And again. And again. Hey, maybe if you survive this, I might let you leave, Gabriel said with a smile. Liar, Stark thought to himself. That was bullshit. He saw the sadistic look on Gabriel's face. He was just testing out a new move while making an example of that poor hollow in front of his subordinates so they knew what happened to them if they betrayed him. None of his business, though. Each time, the body was healed, only for the fire to consume him once more. 200 times. By the end, Neutra was barely conscious. His mask was charred. His mind was shattered. The arrogant, bloodthirsty hollow who had once sneered at the weak now lay broken and trembling at Gabriel's feet. Please. His voice was barely a whisper. I took my punishment. I can leave now. Right. Gabriel grinned. With a sadistic smile on his face, he would open his mouth and say, Did I promise you that? Neutra's breath hitched. You said, Gabriel chuckled darkly, crouching down to meet his terrified gaze. Oh? My bad. His eyes gleamed. I changed my mind. Neutra's face twisted in horror. That's not fair. Gabriel's hand shot forward, grasping Neutra's skull. Didn't you say it yourself? He whispered, his voice dripping with mockery. The weak have no rights. Who am I to listen to a bug like you? Neutra's final scream echoed through the throne room as his soul was transfigured. The hollows watching shuddered. Even the most bloodthirsty among them felt a chill creep up their spines. Their king was terrifying. Do not fuck with the king. Once done toying around with his soul, Gabriel transfigured it. He didn't prolong the beast's suffering and just turned it into a ball of power. Yes, the misogynistic man was going to be used in order to strengthen a woman. Truly a fitting end for him. Gabriel walked to Nell before saying, Here, he said, tossing the purified remains of Neutra's soul to her. Your prize. Nelly Eel blinked. You want me to consume it? Gabriel shrugged. I purified it in hellfire. It should help you reach the next stage of evolution. Nelly Eel looked down at the glowing fragment of what was once Neutra. She could still hear faint echoes of his screams. She had never believed in unnecessary cruelty. But she had also never seen justice in Hugo Mundo before. Without another word, she consumed it. And with that, her revolution began. Chapter 62, Training the Transvestia, 62. Anyway, today was Gabriel's day off. Hannibal was currently ruling and passing down orders. He did this quite often. Some hollows seem to have that mentality that a woman couldn't rule, so after having her showcase her strength, and crushing a lot of powerful hollows, making her fight Belial, who lost badly, they learned real quick. There were tiers of power in this system, and even if Belial was high tier, Hannibal was the third strongest. Fourth was Belial. The gap between third and fourth was wide. A wider gap existed between second and third, though. Stark was leagues above. Granted, he couldn't beat her in his base form. He had to use his resurrection to beat her segunda etapa. Yeah, he also had a second release. So, there was that. And that second release? Boosted as hell. It made the first release look pathetic. The gap between Stark and Gabriel was pretty small, close to equal. But if they fought, Gabriel would win all the matches. Because of his busted-ass power, being close to equal to him basically meant you were free eats. One cheese touch, and you're gone. Well, Stark could split his soul. So hey. A fight between them would last days, or until Stark ran out of steam. So much hassle. Anyway, right now, Gabriel was training the girls. Even though they had gotten way stronger, somehow that Lilith chick was Hannibal's right-hand woman. She was stronger than them. Well, her power basically meant she slept with people and got a copy of their abilities. A temporary copy. So all she needed to be was a glorified slut, and she'd get a power boost. She probably had taken more hollow meat than he would care to count, but power was power. The way to get there didn't really matter much. She was strong, and that was the end of that. Anyway, back to training them. Well, train was a generous term. Getting their asses handed to them was more accurate. From his spot on the throne-like rock formation, he could see how much stronger they'd gotten. Their movements were sharper, their spiritual pressure more refined. They weren't just swinging blindly anymore, they were actually thinking before attacking. Progress. Still weak as hell, but progress nonetheless. With a lazy stretch, he called down, "Alright, go into your resurrection." The three exchanged glances before nodding, their spiritual pressure flaring up as they released their forms: Grab, Kirva, Slither, Anaconda, Pound, Leona. With a burst of power, the battlefield was suddenly filled with a white deer hybrid, a serpentine warrior, and a lioness in armor. Good. Now let's see how you handle this. He began to do something with a transfigured soul. With a flick of his wrist, a new hollow materialized before them. It wasn't just some mindless brute. It was Ifrit. Or, more exactly, his copy of Ifrit. He knew how the hollow's soul looked, so he made an exact replica. Only thing he changed? He removed the huge nerf Ifrit had. Since Gabriel had practically transfigured the man's whole body, he had been fighting at like 5% of what he could actually achieve. He had been an Ajusha Rankar, so Gabriel made one like that. Even imbued it with the same flames. Wonder how they would do against him. Such a shame he died. He would have made a strong sin or, at the very least, a lesser sin. Time skip. All three of them were flat on the ground, panting like they had just run through all of Hugo Mundo. The clone, though heavily damaged, still stood tall. Welp, Gabriel clapped his hands. At least you managed to injure it. That's progress. You're still ass, but not that ass. Apaxi groaned. That thing was freakishly strong. Gabriel tilted his head in mock confusion. Why are you acting surprised? That clone is only as strong as I was when you first found me. You know, before I became a Vasto Lord. That was bullshit. That thing was stronger than the version of him they had found. Though he didn't lie, he had gotten stronger than it before he became a Vasto Lord. Silence. The three women slowly lifted their heads, faces twisted in disbelief. Wait. What? Mila Rose finally said. You were that strong back then? The snake woman added. Apaxi looked absolutely horrified. And we thought we could hunt you? Gabriel smirked, shrugging. Oh, you definitely would have died. The sheer realization of what could have happened sank in. We were dumbasses, Apaxi muttered. Were? Apaxi's eyes widened. The fuck did he mean by were? Was he implying that they still were? She wanted to hit him so badly, but she couldn't. Gabriel let them wallow in existential dread for a moment before adding, anyway, not that it matters. The clone started at my old strength, but it got stronger as the fight went on. So yeah, the reason you lost is cause you were sloppy. That did not make them feel any better. Who the hell wanted to know they were buns? Completely drained, the three just lay there, catching their breath. Sun, ever the opportunist, glanced up at Gabriel. He saw it. He knew she had something planned. You know. What kind of man beats his wives? He saw this coming from a mile away. He would not fall for this. It's not beating. It's training. Sun's eyes gleamed mischievously. So you're not denying the wives' part? Gabriel exhaled through his nose, smiling at her. I refuse to give you the satisfaction of denying it just to let you mess with me more. Sun pouted. Humphrey. No fun. You're adapting to my tricks. Of course I am. He booped her nose. You are not going to get me for long. He felt like she would find a way to do something to him soon. Well, no biggie. He had an army to run. Chapter 63, The Growing Empire, Logistics and War. 63, it had been a while. Gabriel reclined back on his throne, listening to the hollow who looked like a crow make his report about how the kingdom was running. You know, the stuff that he, as the king, needed to know to make decisions and all that. Speak, Gabriel commanded, rolling his wrist lazily. The raven-like hollow, named Corvus, cleared his throat before beginning his report. Current territorial holdings, Eastern Domain, fully secured. About 3,000 hollows inhabited the region, with nearly 400 Ajushas and 12 Rankar acting as enforcers. This was their strongest foothold, and any opposing forces were swiftly crushed. Northern Domain, recently conquered. A major battle against a rival hollow faction ended with their total annihilation. The surviving warriors swore allegiance to Gabriel, increasing their forces by 120 Ajushas and 500 Jillian. Western Front, actively contested. A rogue hollow faction held firm, consisting of approximately 50 Ajushas and 300 Jillian. These forces had built defenses and showed resilience, making them an ongoing concern. Southern Domain, still in flux. Not fully under their control, but scouts had been sent to assess the opposition. Preliminary reports indicated another 200 hollows in that region, mostly unorganized, meaning an easy conquest. Recent battle records: Battle of the Black Dunes, a major victory, wiping out a former Espada loyalist faction. They had taken down 80 Ajushas and 3 Rankar while suffering only minor casualties. Skirmish at the Fangs of Hucomundo, a small but notable conflict. Gabriel's forces killed 30 Ajushas, forcing the remaining 40 to submit. Siege of the Obsidian Flats, a drawn-out battle resulting in the capture of 2 Ajushas-class hollows, who were now undergoing the Rankar transformation process. Military strength overview: Total hollow forces, approximately 4,500 Jillian class, 1,800 Ajushas class, 600 Rankar, 200, with 12 being elite ranked. Hannibal, as ruler in Gabriel's absence, had been overseeing these developments, ensuring their forces remained disciplined and well integrated. But the West. That was a problem. Of course, shit couldn't be easy peasy. Gabriel could not plow his wife in peace. Always had to be a problem. Corvus finished his report and looked up. The Western holdouts remain a concern, my lord. They're well entrenched, and while they haven't launched an attack, their presence could be a mild annoyance. Gabriel cracked his neck. Mild annoyance? Yes, your majesty. Corvus nodded. They've been holding their ground, not expanding, but refusing to submit. Our scouts estimate 50 Ajushas and around 300 Jillian holding strong. That's not a real force. That's an inconvenience. Nothing too strong, so Gabriel himself didn't have to show up. He could use that time to maybe train with Stark or Hannibal. To be fair, as of right now, those two were the only ones who could remotely make him use some power. He rolled his shoulders, considering his options. A full-scale invasion was unnecessary. This was something that could be handled with surgical precision. Belial, he mused. He's stationed the closest to them, right? Corvus bowed his head. Correct, my lord. Belial and his personal squadron are positioned nearby. Gabriel cracked his knuckles. Send word. I want him to wipe them out. No survivors, except for the ones that can be used. If possible, I want some of the corpses brought back. I have use for them. Corvus shuddered slightly but nodded. He knew for a fact what would happen to those corpses. They would not be devoured. No, something worse would happen to them. At once, my lord. With that, he took off into the sky, heading toward Belial's outpost. Pop change. Belial sat atop a massive, jagged rock, gazing at the darkened horizon of Hucomundo. A smile appeared on his hollow face. He could feel Corvus' energy. Meaning, His Majesty had something planned for him. The Raven Hollow landed before him, bowing. An order from His Majesty. Oh? That meant he would get to use his sword. Right now, being the Sin stationed toward the west, he was sure this was that good stuff. Slaughter. His Majesty commands the extermination of the western holdouts. You are to take your squadron and eliminate the 50 Ajushas and 300 Jillian entrenched there. Additionally, if possible, you are to retrieve corpses for His Majesty's purposes. Corvus could see the smile on Belial's face. The man had probably heard slaughter, and everything else had been tuned out. Yup, he could do this. After getting some shit done, Belial looked at his squadron. A group of 10 Rancor stirred at his words. These were his elite squadron, warriors who had followed him through countless battles. Most notable among them, Lazaro de Scarer. A carefree, smirking bastard of an Rancor, leaning against a boulder with his arms crossed. Man, a cleanup job, huh? That's kinda boring, he yawned. You sure we even need the whole squad for this? Belial's response was immediate. Boom. A Sero blasted forth, obliterating Lazaro instantly. Well, almost instantly. A second later, the only thing left of him was his smirking head, alongside his body, which was basically 70% gone by now. Geez, he didn't hold back at all. Was that necessary? Lazaro's disembodied head asked, still annoyingly smug. If I didn't do that, you'd start slacking off. Belial knew his subordinate. This guy was his lesser sin, and well, he was an interesting one, to say the least. Lazaro's head twitched, then suddenly, his body regenerated in a flash, standing up and dusting himself off like nothing had happened. Damn, boss. You gotta chill, he snickered, stretching his arms. I was just kidding. Only his body had regenerated. Not his clothes. So, he was out here speaking with his meat out. Belial scowled but didn't argue. He turned to the rest of his squad. Prepare yourselves. We move out immediately. And put some clothes on, unless you want Lilith to see it. And just like that, the man had a brand new pair of clothes on. He wasn't scared of her. No, he would never be. She 100% did not steal his power once. He was basically immortal, and somehow, he almost died because he couldn't regenerate fast enough. Chapter 64, The Western Massacre, No Survivors, 64, so, what do you think happens when a bunch of Rancor jump into a fight with a bunch of Ajushas? Who, mind you, have the weakest Rancor in their group stronger than the strongest Ajusha. Now, imagine like 5 Lord-level monsters just training down on those hollows. The Gillians, oh, the poor Gillians, were fucked so raw there was nothing they could do about it. Bodies started piling up, Saras were being blasted, resurrections were being released, and Belial was stealing abilities left and right. His great ability was basically this: by seeing an ability once, Belial can create a shadowy replica of it. However, it will always be flawed or altered in unpredictable ways. His versions of stolen abilities are never identical, making them difficult to counter but also unreliable. Corrupted copies. Every technique he copies undergoes a mutation, sometimes advantageous, sometimes detrimental. Examples include, a Sonido that is faster than normal but tears at his muscles with each use. A Sero that lacks raw power but spreads like a plague, eating away at anything it touches over time. A Hyro that absorbs attacks but renders his body sluggish and heavy. A regeneration ability that speeds up healing but weakens his overall durability. The enemy, 50 Ajushas, 300 Jillian, had thought they could stand their ground. They had built fortifications, prepared defensive formations, and believed they were ready to hold the line. They were dead wrong. In simple terms, they had prepared to meet a level 15 raid. And they got a level 75. It was like preparing to fight the Tree Sentinel and getting jumped by Prime Radin and the Rot Princess. So, you're gonna get fucked. Belial himself was a one-man catastrophe, cutting through the battlefield with brutal efficiency. His blackened blade severed bodies in half with each swing. He was enjoying this. This bloodshed, this was fun. Very fun. His subordinates were no different. The 10 Rancor under his command each tore through the enemy like a pack of wolves among sheep. Limbs flew. Screams echoed. Blood soaked the sands of Hugo Mundo. There were no prisoners. No survivors. Belial's voice thundered over the battlefield. Show them no mercy. Wipe them out completely. And they did. This was a bloodbath. To anyone saying that was a bit harsh from Gabriel, Gabriel knows how Hugo Mundo is. A kind king is a foolish king around these parts. In this place, surrounded by animals, the only way to have order is to act like this. Crush something while it's still forming. Show no mercy to anyone threatening the safety of the kingdom. This way spoke to the Hollow's Huga Booga mindset. This was a necessary evil. The Shinigami knew how to do that very well. In their own book, it was for the greater good. Among the destruction, Lazaro de Scarer moved like a phantom, his ever-present smirk growing wider as he toyed with the Ajushas he faced. He was enjoying this. He was really enjoying this. A particularly large Ajusha, standing almost twice his size, swung a massive claw toward him. Lazaro didn't dodge. He didn't block. He touched. The moment his fingers made contact, the Ajusha staggered. Its muscle shrank instantly, its once towering form wilting like a dying flower, while Lazaro's own body bulked up, his grin turning predatory. He liked this power of his. And since the Ajusha was way weaker than him, he could do this so easily. Oh, did I take too much? He cooed mockingly, flexing his now massively enhanced arm. Don't worry, I'll give it back. Eventually. Maybe. His eyes gleamed with sadistic glee. Ah, who am I kidding? You ain't getting it back, huh? With a single punch, he obliterated the Ajusha's torso, sending its upper half flying into the distance. Maybe I punched him too hard, he said innocently. Well, no biggie, this camp still had plenty of Ajushas to slaughter. No, he meant to punish. Yeah, that's it. Lazaro vanished from sight, reappearing in front of another Ajusha, his fingers brushing against its arm. This time, he stole speed. His form became a blur, while his enemy suddenly moved like they were underwater, sluggish and slow. Uh-oh. Looks like you're in slow motion. Lazaro giggled as the Ajusha struggled to react. That's gotta suck. He was really acting like a child. His power was busted, and he liked it. He then proceeded to pummel them mercilessly, striking them from all sides faster than they could even process. He beat their bodies to a pulp. The Hollow didn't even stand a fragment of a chance against the wonderful, handsome, best of the best. Another Ajusha, who was smarter than the others, realized that this little rebellion shit, that shit was not working. It would be easy to leave. However, this proved to be impossible. Just like when you entered a freak-off, the ditty will not let you leave. Lazaro touched his prey's torso, this time stealing its regeneration. The Hollow gasped as the gaping wound on its stomach suddenly stopped closing. Okay, now that was BS. Meanwhile, Lazaro casually licked the blood off his fingers, his own minor injuries instantly healing over. The Ajusha's eyes widened in horror. And no. What did you do? Lazaro smirked, feigning innocence. Oh? Did you want that back? He chuckled, shaking his head. Nah. I think I'll keep it. Before the Ajusha could say shit, its skull was crushed by his huge hand. The power he stole from that earlier Hollow seemed to be mostly gone now. How sad. Lazaro sighed dramatically, brushing dust off his shoulder. Man, you guys really aren't fun at all. No struggle, no fight, just poof. Kinda disappointing. The battle, or slaughter, lasted less than an hour. Of the 350 enemy forces, not a single one remained standing. Some had been burned to ash by relentless Sero blasts. Some had been torn apart by Bleal's savage swordplay. Some had been drained, broken, and humiliated by Lazaro's hollow blunder. But all were dead. Bleal, standing atop the ruins of the battlefield, surveyed the carnage with a satisfied nod. Collect the corpses. His Majesty has use for them. Lazaro stretched, looking at the piles of bodies with a bored expression. Man, I didn't even get to steal any really good powers. What a waste. Bleal shot him a look. Get to work. Lazaro pouted but obeyed, casually kicking a severed Ajusha head aside as he helped gather the remains. With the rebellion crushed, the West now belonged to Gabriel. The West belonged to the king.